Good evening. It is 5:30 and it's time to begin our special board meeting. I call this meeting to order. Roll call, please. Here.
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 Thank you. We have 2 employee hearings. We'll begin with employee hearing number 1.
All right, good evening, everybody. Before I make the opening statement, I'd ask everyone to silence all of their communication devices. If you do receive a call, please step outside of the room to carry on that conversation. This meeting is called for the purpose of hearing the recommendation of the administration of the employment contract of an employee of the North Little Rock School District, Ms. Michelle Jones, be terminated. The administration is represented by Attorney Jay Beckett, who will assist the administration in its presentation. Procedure will be for the superintendent or the administration to make its recommendation of termination. Then the superintendent or another administrator will set forth the reasons for that recommendation. When the administrator's statement is completed, the witness may be questioned by Ms. Jones and then by the board members themselves. Procedure will be that procedure will be followed for each additional witness the administration calls, if any. When the administration's presentation is completed, Ms. Jones may go forward with her own statement and the statement of others she intends to call. Anyone making a statement on behalf of Ms. Jones may be questioned by the administration's attorney and by the board. At the conclusion of this presentation, the attorneys or representatives may make closing statements with a reply by the administration's attorney. All right. Mr. Beckett, please begin the administration's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson, Dr. Redis, members of the board. Do the board members have the administration's exhibit packets, Mr. Richardson?
Yes, they do. Ms. Jones, did you have any exhibits to distribute to the board?
I do.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get those. I'll help distribute them to the board. I'll let Mr. Beckett begin.
Just want me to hold on to it.
Is this one packet? Just one packet of exhibits?
Did I need to bring extra?
Usually there's copies, but I think we'll be passing around if we need to. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Beckett.
Thank you. We'll call our first witness momentarily. If the board members can turn to pages 1 and 2, that is Dr. Paluski's recommended termination notice to Ms. Jones with 2 reasons for the recommendation set forth on page 1. And then I'm going to call Ms. Harrison.
Very good.
All right, Ms. Harrison, please introduce yourself to the board and your position in the district.
I am Larissa Harrison, principal of North Little Rock 6 Academy of Ag and Veterinary Sciences.
All right, and tell the board who Michelle Jones is.
Michelle Jones is the attendance secretary at North Little Rock 6.
Okay, and if you would turn to, and you have, page 1 of the exhibit packet, this is the termination notice, and you can see there that we have 2 reasons for the recommendation. The first involving an incident Ms. Jones was involved in on October the 8th, and then subsequent to that, issues with her job as an attendance clerk in the office. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if we could turn to page 3, there are several pages of statements from the incident on October the 8th, and I think we also had some video of that. If you could, I mean, the board can read these statements. Let's just walk the board through the incident that happened on October the 8th.
So on October the 8th, there was a principals meeting. I was here on this campus for a principals meeting, and I received a phone call regarding the incident with Ms. Jones stating that there was a restraint to a student. And so upon leaving here and getting to the school and viewing the footage, we made the calls to Mr. Smith and HR to put her on leave. So according to the statements, the student was having issues with behavior in the classroom, and he was restrained during that time in the hallway where we were able to see it on footage. And so there are statements here from the para who was in the classroom with her,
Is that Miss Saab?
Miss Sapp.
Saab, okay, that's page 3.
Mr. Hamilton, who is our security guard on campus, and Mr. Simpson, who is our PE coach, who also went to assist with the matter. And then the next page is Mrs. Jones' statement.
That's beginning on page 6, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And then
What about page 11? Is this, this looks like a text message.
page 11 is a message that was sent to Ms. Jones from the parent.
The parent of the child
The
that,
parent, yes,
that Ms.
via,
Jones restrained?
yes.
Okay. And describe the, do we have the video here? Okay. Can we go ahead and play that? We'll be up there on the screen.
So this is the K1 hallway, and where the exit for full screen is, you can see the silhouette of Ms. Jones and the student in the hallway. And so she's restraining him, and he is trying to pull away from her.
And that's there at the top of the screen?
Yes, sir. And so there was a call made for help, and from my understanding, Ms. Jones called for help, and our security officer sits at the front, which he can directly see that area, and they went to assist, and Mr. Love, our assistant principal, screamed down the hallway for her to let him go. And so at that point, she let him go, but he was on lunch duty in the cafeteria at that time. So this is the time frame in between when he gave her the call to let him go. And in that shot, it's showing him running back inside of the classroom after she let him go.
Okay, and you watched this video multiple times, correct?
Correct.
What was inappropriate about the, about Ms. Jones' actions?
So it was a behavioral incident, and so if there is no harm to the students or themselves, then they have been instructed to not restrain kids, to just let them go.
I mean, restraint of a student is like the last resort to prevent
Correct.
the student from harming himself or others, correct?
Correct, because there are only certain individuals who have been trained to properly restrain. So we advise teachers to just not restrain, call someone who can if the case requires restraint.
And then page 12 looks like a notice that Ms. Jones was immediately placed on administrative leave, correct?
Correct.
And then page 13 is Dr. Paluski's issuance of a 3-day suspension without pay based on Ms. Jones's inappropriate and unprofessional actions in the restraint, correct?
Correct.
And then it's my understanding, did you receive a subpoena from the prosecuting attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so to your knowledge, there's an ongoing investigation by law enforcement into that matter, correct?
Correct.
I mean, it was that serious.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and then now we'll transition over to page 15. And this looks like a letter of concern issued on January the 14th, 2026 by Mr. Love, your assistant principal.
Correct.
So the board can read this letter of concern. Let's walk the board through what was happening with regard to Ms. Jones' performance as an attendance secretary.
So Ms. Jones was covering for a first grade classroom for a while. She was board approved for a position in the first grade classroom from her attendance secretary position. And so because of the licensure issues, she was returning to the front office in November. And so with the board presentations that we as principals have been doing, we have had to dive deeply into our bottom quartile. And so upon diving deep into our bottom quartile and looking at the attendance of the students, we noticed that some of the students who were in our bottom quartile were no longer at our school. And so upon diving into that data, we went deep, asking teachers to ensure that they are taking attendance daily before 8:30 and making sure that it is accurate so that our attendance reflects what we are working with, and if we need to ask for additional services from our reps to get our students to school or find where they are, or in some cases drop them because they are no longer at our school. We have a fifth grade teacher, I had a fifth grade teacher who was no longer employed at our school, and so I was going daily on my morning rounds to do attendance for both, well, that class. We combined the two classes together because we had low numbers, so the classroom teacher did not have access to eSchool for that classroom. So I would take care of that in the morning. And so there were students who were marked absent that I know for a fact that they were there because I had conversations with them or done something with them, and I know every kid in the building. So as we went through and just started doing daily audits of attendance, especially for our third, fourth, and fifth graders, we found that whenever her child was late, Ms. Jones's child was late, the teacher would mark her tardy, and the edits were in that she was removing the tardy. And then the absences, there were some unexcused absences that did not have documentation for them.
Okay, so on page 15, toward the middle of the page, it says attendance data and e-school management.
Mm-hmm.
And below that, there's, looks like several tasks and duties.
Yes, so,
Are those Ms. Jones' duties
yes, sir.
as
So,
an attendance clerk?
mhm.
Okay.
The student withdrawals, if there are students who are no longer with us, to make sure that our state reporting is accurate. And we had some students there who had not been there for extended amount of times, but they were still on our rosters. The daily reconciliations with, if a parent brings a student in late, that the attendance secretary goes back in and changes it to a tardy. And so we had several complaints from parents who were receiving the robocalls saying that their child was absent when in fact the student was there. And then following up with the attendance so that we can make sure the rep has the accurate information so that we can do our part to ensure that our students are at school each day. And then the process of giving truancy letters to those families who have students that are truant, and then the mail distribution and the staff, for the staff.
Okay, and so I guess the big picture piece of this letter of concern is just to bring to Ms. Jones' attention she was not doing her job and that she needed to do her job with fidelity.
Correct. It was just a letter
I'm
of-
sorry, Mr. Beckett, if you could speak into the mic because they can't hear you.
Sure. So the big picture takeaway from this letter of concern was that Ms. Jones was not doing her job and she was being directed to do her job. Is that correct?
Correct. It was to bring to the forefront the tasks that had not been completed, and then we also talked to her about how we could make sure that those things were completed because it was a big factor in the movement of the school and making sure that we have our state reporting accurate.
Now, this probably goes without saying, but tell the board how important it is for the attendance clerk to do her job and to keep accurate and timely records.
For state reporting, funding for students, and just to ensure that we have accuracy in making sure that we are providing them with the education that they deserve.
Now, turn to page 17. 6 days later, you issued a termination recommendation for Ms. Jones. You sent that to the HR division at the district, correct?
Correct.
And tell the board what you discovered, and there are some records after that that I'd like you to work through, starting on page 19. It looks like some attendance records.
Correct.
And walk the board through why you recommended to HR that Ms. Jones' employment be terminated, and what these attendance records show on pages 19 and following.
So inside of the termination letter, it mentions verbal altercations with other employees, unauthorized access to the building on the weekend, and then the improper restraint of the student, all of which we counseled with her about, and she received the initial HR suspension for one of them. And so it goes on to just say that in our audit, we discovered that she had removed tardies for her child and excused absences without authorization or documentation. And then inside of the package, starting on page 19, it goes into the dates in which you will see that.
So first of all, let's make this
Okay.
clear. This student that is referenced here is Ms. Jones' child.
Correct.
Okay. And so you see there's a section here called Audit Trail.
Mm-hmm.
And then it looks like there are 5 entries there,
Mm-hmm.
all on December 16, 2025,
Correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And the last 4 of the entries there were by someone, C. Johnson. Who is that?
That is the homeroom teacher.
Okay? And then there's an entry there at the top, M.E. Jones. Is that Ms. Jones?
Correct.
Okay, and so explain what this record looks like, what's going on.
Okay, so this is for the day of December 16th, and because we are departmentalized in 5th grade, there's an AM attendance and there's a PM attendance. And so if you will look down, the teacher took attendance for the student and put in the tardy, and then she goes back and reverses it. And this is just the timestamp from eSchool.
So when there's nothing under the code, that means Ms. Jones just reversed the tardy that had been entered.
It just says yes.
Okay, and then let's go to like say page 21. Okay, it's the same thing. The bottom 4 entries are from Ms. Johnson, the homeroom teacher,
Mm-hmm.
and then at the top there's an entry from Ms. Jones. And so we're to understand that to mean that Ms. Jones just reversed the teacher's entry of a tardy and unexcused absence.
Correct. So the teacher initially marked her absent, and then when she came in late, she marked her tardy, and then it was changed in the system.
And attendance records, they're entered in eSchool.
Correct.
And eSchool is a Department of Education program that all districts in the state use, correct?
Correct.
And making changes that are not authorized in eSchool, I mean, is that a serious breach of someone's responsibilities?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So your recommendation tonight is that Ms. Jones should be terminated from her position in the district, correct?
Correct.
All right, pass the witness. Ms. Jones may have questions, or the board members may have questions.
Sure. Ms. Jones, do you have any questions?
Yes. For Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Jones, can you make sure you're speaking to the mic?
Yes, no problem. Ms. Harrison you stated that I entered the school during hours that were not approved, and there was a meeting had to where I was informed that I should not be doing this. Can you tell me the date of that meeting?
It was after the fact.
What date is after the fact?
The day that I don't have the exact date on me.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Additionally, you stated that there was less than 5 days where I manipulated my daughter's attendance data. Per truancy guidelines, when do students start receiving truancy letters?
For truancy, it's 10 days, but we are not talking about truancy for.
That's the only question I asked you. So she only noted those 5 days. Additionally, with this being said that I manipulated student data, is it true that Ms. Young has been handling attendance this school year?
Can you clarify?
Has she handled any student attendance this
Yes,
school
ma'am.
year? Specifically of first grade students?
I'm sure if she's been a handle in attendance.
Well, I'm asking because there was allegedly an audit done, and that audit would have it said it was over attendance data. So with Ms. Young handling the attendance data, I just want to be clear, it was an audit done on all attendance data, or was I just selected to be audited?
There was an audit done on all attendance data.
All right. And with that audit done on all attendance data, again, you state that my actions were of misconduct, correct?
Correct.
All right. With Ms. Young, your principal secretary, being the relative of a first grade student at your school, manipulating student data, which you all have a screenshot of that notification in the group me. I apologize it's not together. I have it together in a document, but it's up there and I can show you. Is that not too considered as misconduct?
Correct.
It is considered as misconduct?
Correct.
Okay. In this audit, was any solicitation done to make it equitable, pulling any other fifth grade students specifically to see it says on December 16th, I didn't hear any other days, on December 16th, which was 2 days before I was wrapping up over 4 months of backlog work that was not touched while I was reassigned to the classroom. My question is, when Ms. Young did not handle that attendance, though she was the attendance clerk the previous school year, was that considered a lack of assistance in the front office?
Her job is principal secretary.
Yes. However, she was the general secretary and attendance clerk the previous school year, and with me being reassigned to the classroom, you just made it very clear, you and this attorney, that it's very essential to do daily reporting, weekly reporting, because I'm in trouble for not doing that while I was reassigned in the classroom. So if it's that essential, and you have a staff sitting in the front office who knows how to do the work, is that not an opportunity to ensure that your school is meeting efficacy with attendance reporting?
I guess I need clarity on your question.
Ms. Young, who knew how to do the position, the duties of the position, and she was assigned to it less than 6 months prior to me entering the position. Her not assisting in the front office, even putting the pile together in an organized manner, it was all misconstrued. Is that not considered completion of a lack of assigned duties? And I only ask that because on
Ms. Jones,
January.
Ms. Jones, the question's getting very long, and I think we're getting a little bit lost in what the question
Okay,
is.
I was trying to
So,
clarify for her.
Yeah, if you could just a short, focused question for her, I think that would help us follow you along.
Yeah, I'm also
What-
going to object. I mean, this hearing is not about other employees besides Ms. Jones.
Well, it's only pertinent because that actual employee is conducting the same kind of
I don't-
misconduct currently, and that I'm being recommended for termination.
I don't
for.
need argument about that. I mean, whatever happens with that other employee happens with that other employee. I just need to know what's your question of Ms.
My
Harrison.
question. Okay, I'm sorry. My question was: is that considered a lack of completion of duties assigned?
Is what considered?
Not handling the attendance reporting that's required daily.
So your point is that there's another employee who may have not handled attendance data correctly?
I was directed to that.
I'm just trying to get a handle on your
Yes, that's
question,
the
what you're
question.
asking her.
That's the
Okay.
question.
So
The question is
what
that
does that
employee
have
is
to
a
do
lot
with your,
because
with
it's
what
current.
their, I'm sorry, be careful not to talk over each other. So I think Mr. Beckett's point was, it doesn't bear on whether or not you engaged in misconduct that would, it supports the discipline recommendation.
Yes, it supports also retaliatory behavior from Ms. Harrison, as she doesn't
Okay,
consider
well, I don't know
that
about
misconduct.
I don't know about retaliation, I'm just trying to get, you're asking if another employee mishandled attendance records, how does that affect your recommendation? for
No, I'm
termination?
just asking, how is that not to misconduct?
Okay,
That's all I'm asking.
okay.
And
Ms. Harrison, can
because
you
the
respond to
employee is
that?
also related to a student who they handle.
Okay, we'll be careful about student information, but I think the question is there another employee who engaged in similar misconduct with attendance records? Are you aware of that happening?
No.
There is a group me message in.
I have, now, I did want to ask you about that, because you handed me a pile of documents.
Yes.
And you mentioned there's a group me in here somewhere.
I can.
I can't
Hang on a
quickly locate that. Just, I'm sorry. I'm going to bring these back to you so
Thank
you can
you.
find it, and then
Yes.
I can show the board.
I had it up on the laptop. It was accessible as until I walked in here, so I'm not sure when it got cut off. However,
That's okay, if you could just, in there, find the record that you try to reference.
all right. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go through everything. Here it is. I also have another question for Ms. Harrison. Who are the
Let's deal with this, and then we'll get to your next
Mhm.
question, so that I can make sure we've got everything covered. So, it's your contention, this record shows a group me, a screenshot from a group me chat.
Miss Young is the employee in reference.
Right.
So she sent out a message in the group me regarding handling attendance data for students.
Are you part of this group me? Do you know anything about it?
Yes, this is the school group me.
Okay. And I think the point is, this group me is supposed to show some kind of mishandling of employee information from Ms. Young, is that right?
Student data for Miss Young.
Student data from Ms. Young. Do you recall that incident?
I'm trying to figure out what the issue is. It says, please submit attendance and lunch count. We're still missing 5 teachers.
Okay.
Because we get an attendance report that comes from the state at 9 o'clock every day, and it tells who is on there for missing attendance.
So for
And do you
clarification,
know what
you're
the
trying
date?
to figure out the difference between the school record and the state record? Is that the,
I don't really understand what we're asking.
Um,
So in group me, so let's just say we get an attendance report from the state at 9 o'clock every day. If there is a list that comes out to myself or my secretary that says you have missing attendance for these teachers, we'll send a quick group me into the staff and say, hey, if you have not submitted your attendance, go ahead and do so. In the group me message that she just showed, it said that 5 teachers were missing attendance for the day.
Yeah, so my point is Ms. Young has again been assigned to handle student attendance, to which she has a relative at the school, just like me, and it is not considered misconduct. And I say that based on the fact that Ms. Young and Ms. Harrison are very close friends. Ms. Young calls her Larissa. I don't know too many people who do that.
Okay.
Additionally, Ms. Harrison stated that it takes 10 days of absenteeism or tardiness for a student to be considered as truant. She's only stated 5 dates were manipulated.
So, Ms. Jones, at the end, you'll have an opportunity to make a full statement to the board of your position, but right now, we're just trying to bring out facts from the witness. So if you have questions for Ms. Harrison, then please ask your questions, and let's save statements till the end, okay?
Okay. Was there any incentive for students and or families regarding attendance, such as the upcoming attendance that is happening during the Q1 or Q2?
No.
Okay. Was there any incentive to as far as purposes for manipulating student data that I personally as a staff would have received?
Can you repeat the question?
Was there any sort of incentive for me to intentionally manipulate student data on my behalf, such as changing my daughter's attendance allegedly?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And could you tell me what date I was informed that these actions were considered as misconduct? When I was informed that they were misconduct, like as a new employee.
In the termination letter?
So I wasn't informed that my actions were considered as misconduct till February 10th, 2026.
Employee handbook, when you sign the employee handbook.
Could you let me know in the employee handbook where it states that parents of students who are assigned as attendance clerk cannot conduct such actions, especially if assigned by administration?
I don't have the handbook with me, but there is policies.
For parents who are attendants of students at a school,
The accuracy of records in general,
which are,
that we cannot manipulate student records.
and my question is, how was I, as a new employee to this district and at your school, to know that my actions were considered as manipulation instead of just me completing my duties? What meeting was had, what documentation was provided, what policy or procedure in the handbook was informed to me, especially with my special position as knowing my daughter attends that school? I'll stop. That's the question.
If you can, Ms. Harrison.
Integrity, I guess, there was a lot.
When was I informed that there was a lack of integrity or even any concern?
When you received the termination letter?
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that I never was informed that my duties that I was committing as an attendance and general secretary were informed of that they were misconduct until the date I was recommended for
Do you have more
termination.
questions for Ms. Harrison?
Not at this time.
All right. Any questions from the board for Ms. Harrison?
I just have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, no, she wouldn't know. It'd be
Okay.
an HR question. Never
Okay.
mind.
Anybody else from the board have questions?
Yes. Ms. Harrison, to your knowledge, do you know if we have a job description for that particular position as the attendance secretary?
Yes.
And so with this job description, if I, myself, Natalie Wonkam, is filling out my job for that job description, I'm going to read it and I'm going to understand it and I'm going to know what my job responsibilities are.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, she may know this. When you hire a new teacher or new employee, new staff, how do they know where to find the handbook?
The handbook is sent out from HR.
So everybody receives it upon hiring, and so it's everybody's responsibility to read the handbook.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Thank you.
And I would note, Dr. Reyes, the board, the last page of the packet, page 32, is Ms. Jones' acknowledgement that she received a copy of the handbook.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Beckett, any questions?
I have a question real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, go on. I was just gonna ask, and I've gone, kind of skimmed through this and read some stuff, but do we have a copy of the policy in here? Like, I see the signed contract part of it, but do we have like a copy of that in here?
Which policy are you looking for?
The, what she's speaking to as far as the attendance and the access of the records? Like making sure that she has the accuracy of records.
That's not covered in policy.
Okay.
I mean, like falsification of attendance records, it's not covered in policy. It's
Okay.
just, it's unprofessional conduct.
Gotcha,
to
okay.
Falsify a record,
Okay.
especially a state record.
Okay. For clarification, it is not a problem to be an employee and have a child that you may have to adjust their attendance record. The problem was there was not supporting documentation for these changes. That's the
Correct.
problem.
Correct.
So if you know that your child was tardy and you go in and you change it to not tardy, I mean, that's falsification of the record.
Correct.
I mean, you would know not to change another student from not tardy who was tardy. So I guess I'm trying to understand that you should have documentation whenever you make a change.
Yes, and there's documentation that was provided when I was reassigned to the classroom. It was still left in that large pile of over 4 months of backlog work when I returned on November 13th. Therefore, as of December 16th, when I was completing my duties, as everything was mixed up, I entered my daughter's attendance excuse notes that are in my drawer at the school currently. There were at least 3, so there were only 2 days that she is referring to that I did not per se have a documentation for. And on those dates, Ms. Harrison has made multiple announcements throughout the school year on days where there's bad weather, traffic, etc. Teachers, do not mark students tardy this morning. So in going and correcting other students' tardies, same as any other, equitable with my child, I corrected my daughters. The only reason it looks clustered is because once I got all the documentation together, it was like I had September, October, November, December together. So when I went through December, that's when I went through those documents. And again, no other student was pulled to confirm if there was any kind of falsification or not. I literally just did my job those days, on those 2 days.
For clarification, the only time that I ask teachers not to mark students' tardies is if we have a late bus. Tardy is tardy unless you are on a late bus and we're getting students to the cafeteria.
That is, I just want to reinstate, that's not the communication I would have with Ms. Harrison. Even when I would inform her, hey, Ms. Harrison, I'm late,
Well,
she would tell me, don't worry about it.
I think the question was, for the changes that have been presented, is there documentation that what you entered was
Yes.
correct? Were you, Ms. Harrison, were you made aware of documentation that supported the changes that have been presented to the board in the board packet?
In the board packet, yes. I mean,
Well-
well, documentation to support the changes that she made.
Yes,
No,
my
the,
question
uh,
might have gotten a little bit turned around. I got to the end of it, thought it got a little confusing. I think what she's saying is she had some documentation that supported changes she made in her students' attendance record. Have you been made aware of that documentation that she provided?
We pulled the folder that she kept the documentation in, and there was nothing there for her child.
The folder that was current, that they would have pulled, would have been for Q3. I had already moved Q1 and Q2 attendance data away from there and filed it.
Okay. Mr. Beckett? Well, let me make sure the board, are you finished questions? Okay, apologize. Mr. Beckett, last round of questions.
Okay. So, Ms. Harrison, it appears to be the point that Ms. Jones appears to be making is that she claims to have documentation supporting the changes to these attendance records on pages 19 through 27. Are you aware that any such documentation that would support Ms. Jones' changes of her own child's attendance records exists?
No. So on exhibit, or page 23, it shows that the student was marked with an unexcused absence on 10/13, and Ms. Jones just stated that for Q1 and 2, she had those records put away or filed. For 10/13, Ms. Jones was on leave, so I'm unsure how she could have filed it because she was on leave for the first incident.
Right, and then Ms. Jones actually changed the attendance record on November the 19th.
When she returned back from her leave.
Correct. Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Thank you.
Again, on those dates,
No, ma'am.
I couldn't access.
No, ma'am. You'll have an opportunity for a statement at the end. Now we're questioning witnesses. And so the questioning Ms. Harrison is finished. Mr. Beckett, any further witnesses?
No.
All right, Ms. Jones, the matter will shift now to you. Do you have any witnesses that you'd like to call?
No,
Okay.
I was told that I could not have communication with any staff members, so
Okay,
I was unable to call anyone.
so this always gets a little bit funny. It's your opportunity to give evidence to the board to help support your position. And then after the evidence presentation is done, you'll be able to make a full statement with argument and those kind of things. Are there any facts you want to bring out or any of those exhibits before you that
Yes.
you need to show the board they need to understand for this?
The first one I would like to bring out would be the meeting notes from the board hearing on Thursday, September 18th. Under section 13, considered as new business employee personnel. 13.1, the action items were that the superintendent recommends to approve the employment of personnel. I was considered in that personnel in the board report September 18, 2025 final document. The presenters were Colonel Scott Stanger, Chief of Staff, and Mr. Jacob Smith, Assistant Superintendent of School Improvement Network B. I say that to say there has been no other board hearing since that day to transition me back into the position of General Secretary or Attendance Clerk. Therefore, when I did go back to the position outside of this board's transition in November, that work was not completed because I was no longer assigned to those duties, so how can I be held to them?
Okay, any other facts that you think the board needs to be aware of?
Additionally, to this date, February 18th, attendance data has been taking place on notebook paper in front of the school. It's all the way up to today's date. Wraparound coordinator Marcy Daniels created the attendance documentation sheet for attendance. That should be placed at the front of the school where we have parents to sign in and out. Since I have been gone, there has been no change. Everything has always been on notebook paper. Prior to, even though Mrs. Marcy did have the documentation, she shared it with me, but while I was out of my position, it was not placed at the door. They are still continuing to take attendance on notebook sheet paper. No one is being held accountable for that, or that being considered a breach of confidentiality.
Okay, well,
Even
in terms of the allegations of misconduct as to you, are there any facts that you think the board needs to know about those things? So, for example, Ms. Harrison drew our attention to page
Yes.
23 of the board packet and some changes in attendance records there. Do you have facts to support those changes to the attendance records?
the facts are in the documentation at the school to which I've been barred from going to since January 23rd. I cannot get to them,
Okay.
but they are in the they're in the drawer.
Okay. Well, do you have some facts you'd like to tell the board about these
Mhm.
things?
During my time that I was reassigned prior to, I requested training as an attendance clerk and a general secretary as early as April 12th. My contract started on April 4th. Ms. Harrison stated in a text message to me that I'll find in just a moment that she would find out who can train me. That never occurred. On August 19th, I sent an email to Ms. Harrison asking, I don't know what I'm doing. I need training. Ms. Young is not helping me. She stated she would contact Assistant Superintendent Jacob Smith as well as to come to a meeting to define and clarify the duties of my position as they are not outlined in this handbook that has been mentioned.
Okay, so did you ever receive training
No,
for your
I did
position?
not. And I've
Okay.
never received any mentorship, even as a new teacher.
Okay, any other facts that you need the board to know about
I
what the administration is claiming that you did?
When I was transitioned into this position as a teacher, I was not compensated, nor did I receive a new contract.
Okay. Any other facts you think the board needs to know about what the administration is accusing you of having done wrong?
Yeah, basically what I want to say is that these actions are used against me on technicality.
We'll give you a chance for closing
don't understand what you're
statement. Yeah,
asking.
I'm asking you if there are facts they need to know. Is there something, so for example,
Oh,
on page 23, there's a number of changes, or not a number, but there are changes on November 19th to the students' attendance records that they're saying you made.
oh no.
Is there some reason or justification for that change?
Yes, when I made that change, again, it happened because of the documentation that I had provided at the school. For my,
Okay,
for
what
my
would the
child.
documentation tell us if we could
Excuse
see?
notes. They were excuse notes for
Okay.
her absence or tardiness. Additionally,
Were those excuse notes provided to Ms. Harrison?
they were provided to my daughter's homeroom teacher, to where my daughter brought them to the front office to where I was not at. She handed them to Ms. Young, and Ms. Young placed them on my side, even though I was in another position, on the desk that I was assigned as a general secretary, and they were still in that pile when I returned on November 13th.
Okay. Anything else you think the board needs to know?
Not quite sure. I'm not quite sure if I have anything else at this moment.
Okay, Mr. Beckett, some questions for Ms. Jones.
Sure. So, Ms. Jones, if you didn't have any training, how did you know how to go into the computer system and falsify attendance records?
I didn't falsify attendance records. The only training that I had was showing me how to correct attendance data, and that was provided on, for less than an hour on September 17th by Kathy Hale. But I was already assigned to the classroom, so that training was pretty null and void. It was just a quick something she was supposed to do, I guess, and I went right back to the classroom. Therefore, that knowledge from that quick 45 minutes went right out the window in September, especially before I returned in November.
All right. So you were suspended on January the 23rd, I think you said, correct? Or put on administrative leave?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you went up to the school office on February the 5th. Is that correct?
No.
And you were captured on video removing a hard drive from the computer. Is that correct?
I went to the school to drop my daughter off in the front office. She asked me to walk her in, and I did.
Right.
I told her on my way out, I said, hey, I'm about to go. My USB drive for my mouse that's in here right now was stuck into the computer. Here it is. And I took this out. It goes to this mouse.
You didn't have
all I did in walking out, I just said, oh, it was sitting up there.
you didn't have authorization to do that, did you?
I wasn't told I couldn't do it either.
Can we play the video? Watch the video screen.
Is your password long enough? Good grief.
No, that's what I was like, dang.
This is the school office, correct?
Mm-hmm. There's my daughter. As you see, I'm coming through the door for the parents, not the school.
Right? Is that you?
Mm-hmm. I saw her sitting out of the computer.
And that's you by the computer over there? And you took the drive, correct?
I took my USB to my mouse as there was no direction not to do so. I received direction not to come back on campus and do that, I guess, that action again after that occurred. And I have not been back to campus, nor have I done anything else.
Okay, but you weren't authorized to do what you did right there, right?
Yes, I was, because I had not been authorized.
You had not been authorized. Is that what you
got
said?
that correct.
Okay. All right, so these attendance records on pages 19 and following, you're saying that you have proof that supports the changes you made to your child's attendance records, correct?
Yes, they are filed in North Little Rock School 6 Academy.
But you don't have it with you here.
I wasn't, remember, on the 5th, I was barred from coming to the school. I could not go back to the school.
Well, it didn't stop you from coming up to the school to take your hard drive.
I hadn't been barred by then.
Okay. On February the 5th, you hadn't been barred?
Not that morning.
Okay.
I was that afternoon. I
Okay.
received the message.
And Ms. Harrison doesn't know anything about your evidence, correct?
About what happened?
The evidence that supports these changes you made.
Ms. Harrison is well aware. Ms. Harrison's just not telling the truth.
Right, and let me ask you this. You know that changing or falsifying attendance records of a student is unprofessional conduct and worthy of termination, correct?
Yes, if those actions are committed, I do know that. However, that's not what occurred.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Okay, any questions from the board for Ms. Jones?
Okay. Let's scrap the entire conversation of falsifying records. Throw it out. Let's go back to that video, the first video. Cue it again. I'm seeing you putting hands on a child. Explain that situation to me.
Yes, I would love to. During that situation, am I able to read so I don't?
I would assume so.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
As long as we're addressing Ms. Walker's
Yes,
question.
that's the only thing I will address. I will address. On Wednesday, October 8th, after raising concerns regarding to my placement in the classroom, I was placed on administrative leave due to a complaint by the Jones family. The allegation stated and included that I beat, scratched, punched their child, and I was found, though none of that was seen on the video. The claims were investigated and no evidence was found to support it. I sustained physical harm, which they did not include the full video. As you'll see, I end up getting thrown to the ground after the video cuts. My glasses were knocked off of my head. My clothes were pulled. My body was scratched. Prior to coming to and all I did was place the students' arms to their sides, and I had my hands around them. I wasn't even yelling. I just kept saying, stop. You're going to hurt yourself. You've got to stop. You're going to hurt yourself. I have a video I could show where I sent it. I tried to submit it to district office, and I was told by Assistant Principal Love and Ms. Harrison in that video, do not email it because emails can be subpoenaed. I have that text message here. What happened in that video prior to seeing us in the hallway, the student had a horrible day. They had a horrible week, actually, and I have the behavior record to present to you all when it's my time to speak. That student threw a plastic cubby at two different students' head, swung headphones like this, and tried to lasso another student, first grade students, by the neck. He flipped his desk and shoved it at another student, and then he turned around and tried to hit me. That's when I said, unacceptable. We've got to go. I had the student by his hand initially in the classroom. He was walking with me to the door until he realized we're leaving the class. And then he just threw a fit, started dropping his weight. That's why his legs look like they're flowing, because he dropped his weight on me. As you can see, you never see my arms flail. You never see my legs kick. Principal Harrison told you I called for assistance. Do you see how long it took? Principal Harrison was in the office, even if Mr. Love was not available. LaSonia Hillard was at the school, even if.
Can you pull your mic closer?
I'm sorry. And Officer Herbert Hamilton is who I called to and said, please, can you come help me with this? No one, as the video shows, came. So I had to hold him there. And when Mr. Love finally came, talking on a personal phone call per usual, he said, go ahead and let him go. It was not until after I was placed on administrative leave later that day in a personal phone call with Ms. Harrison, and I was told, oh yeah, there's only a few of us that are trained to take care of this business. I told them prior to going to the class, I've been trained on the secondary level. The hold that I put on is not inappropriate for the secondary level. I just held their arms to their side. I made it very clear I'm not ready to go into a first grade class. I have no experience with this. Delandria Reddix, I'm sorry, you're Reddix, not Redis, excuse me, sent an email and called several times saying I was not qualified to be in that classroom. I was still assigned to the classroom anyway and not allowed to go back to my position. I did all that I could, all that I knew to do to prevent the harm to the other students, myself, and that other staff member.
Okay.
You said there was a record in your packet?
Yes. I had to create my own behavior document because even though the board approved me to go into the classroom and I was reassigned, I was never provided with any permissions, protocols, access to anything to create, to input any kind of behavior data. So I created a spreadsheet that I shared with Principal Harrison and Assistant Principal Love as well. It might be in my documents right here. Excuse me. Okay. Might be in my bag. Give me just a moment. It might be in my, let me look. I'm probably overstepping.
Okay, so you're not
I
finding the
have it.
record?
I just don't. I have to. I'm sorry for taking time. Give me just a moment. And if not, I can share it with who I need to if we need to pull it on the screen.
Can you
Yeah.
work and talk? Not to be
Yes, I can.
disrespectful?
I
Okay.
can. No problem at all.
Some can, some can't. So let's
Mhm.
let's
No,
talk
I
for a
appreciate
second.
you asking me, but I can.
So on September the 18th, you said that the board approved. What did we approve? Did we approve for you to be the secretary, or did we approve for you to go into the classroom?
To go into the classroom.
Okay, so we placed you in that classroom in September, but prior to that, you were the attendance secretary.
Yes, I was only in that position from August 4th until right about September 8th, if not a few days before that.
Okay,
So less than a month.
okay. And
And-
so, just for my clarification, I want to make sure I have everything down in my head correctly.
Yes.
You were in school to become a teacher.
I was not. I was on a provisional teaching license plan initially.
thank you.
However, I declined to continue with the process, which I made Ms. Harrison fully aware. I did not want to go back into the classroom. I had no intention of going to the
Okay.
classroom. I left the classroom for a position like a front office position because and it shows that I shared it with these parties.
Sorry, Scott. Making you work.
And again, I have the actual document I can actually share. And on the document, I don't have, I just have a smiley face, a straight line face, or an unhappy face, if depending on the day. And not only were good and bad recorded, I also recorded if behaviors did not change, have been consistent, etc., because I had to share that with the special education department and other co-ops, trainers.
Okay.
What is this document supposed to tell the board about this situation?
That's the behavior spreadsheet I created and shared with Ms. Harrison and Mr. Love.
About
How
the
does it relate to the, let's call it physical interaction you had with the
Mhm.
student?
It shows that he has a high level of aggression. If you were to open those notes, you would see each note telling you this day he hit this student, this day he hit this staff, this day he gave us the middle finger, this day he spit. You know, it had everything in there. This day he had a better day than yesterday. Like, I just recorded everything.
It will show them that he's a very physical and difficult student.
Yes, I also have a video I can present as well. The video I was told not to email.
I don't think we'd be showing videos.
Mhm.
Other students,
It's the same student you all just showed. And he's showing him acting violently. Oh, I'm sorry.
You probably should have set that up before now, rather than getting shut off with an iPhone.
You want me to share it with, would you like me to share it with someone's email? Again, I came prepared to use the laptop, and within the last hour before coming here, my access was
We'll
denied.
pass this. Do you have any other facts that the board needs to know besides the video?
As far as the child, I also, that family, I made it clear, that family is very aggressive and violent towards staff and students. Last year, they approached me when I actually was a long-term sub, aggressively in the parking lot. I've had to file 2 police reports against them for harassment and threats. I've had to contact the prosecuting attorney's office myself due to their threats and harassment, as well as other staff members, which went into why I said I do not want to be in that particular classroom, especially due to that.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I have one. It's really clarification. So you were hired as the attendance clerk, correct?
A general secretary / attendance clerk, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you started that in August.
August 4th,
You didn't go into the classroom until September, correct?
yes.
So that means you had to be trained between August and September.
I should have been. I reached out to Kathy Hill, and she told me that the training would occur in mid-September. It happened on September 17th. I also was supposed to be trained by Tiffany Randall or someone in her office to do truancy letters. I've never even met her or heard from her.
Okay,
I-
so what exactly did you do from August to September?
I literally sat there. I answered the phone. I took the documents and piled them together orderly so that when I learned how to enter them into the computer, I could do that. I also went to the file cabinet room to put student data that was sent to Ms. Young in file folders, just tedious things. Printed off paper, work, did work order requests once I finally had access. But I never got to handle any attendance or general secretary duties because I didn't get a training or documentation for what I was supposed to be doing. And just to be clear, that documentation was only for how to access eSchool and PowerSchool. It had nothing to do with attendance reporting as far as truancy letters or anything. I still have never received that.
I'm just trying to understand how and at what point did you learn how to change tardies to absences or absences to tardies or whatever? When did you learn how to do that?
Yes, I learned how to do that. So I was shown how to do that probably right before Miss Hill came. I had asked a couple times, and Miss Hill finally told Miss Young, go ahead and show her how to correct student attendance. That's all I was able to do. And again, that happened right at the time I was being transitioned into the classroom, because I guess they were tired of me asking. Because I have communication here, and I'll bring it up in just a second. I'll work as I talk with Miss Harrison, asking for training, who can train me on August 12th, August 19th. I even reached out to Miss Hale. Hey, who do I get this training from? It always was, you'll receive it when I'm able to give it to you, which was, like I said, the one time on September 17th.
Right, any other questions from the board?
I have one really quick. As far as, I haven't seen the document yet, but as far as the document that you said that you created, is that something that you got approved through the district, or
Just Miss Harrison and Mr. Love. That's why I was told not to email the document.
did you by chance have an opportunity to, since you said you talked to Mr. Smith a few times, were you able to?
I never spoke to him. I was supposed to. He never kept any of his meetings with me.
Okay,
I've never
did you?
had a meeting with him.
Okay, that's cool. Did you offer to like try to email him to maybe show him your document to see if this was something that you could use?
After I received approval from my immediate administrators, I wasn't told that this was an inappropriate document to have. I was just told that to prevent the family from being able to subpoena the document, do not email it.
Okay. Get this back
Okay.
to you.
I have one question. You said that you did not want to be in the classroom. Why would you accept a teacher position if you did not want to be in a classroom?
I didn't really, it was really not really a choice. I mean, I was told I was going to go to the classroom, and that's what basically happened. I understand that might be hard to believe. However, that's how it runs at North Little Rock 6 Academy.
Okay, then I need to hear from Ms. Harrison how that happened.
During my interview, Mr. Love ate a chicken basket meal. It was very
Hold on.
informal.
What?
Mm-hmm.
So we've got that question, but I'd like to finish up with Ms. Jones, and then we can have Ms. Harrison back to address that issue. So any other questions from the board for Ms. Jones? Mr. Beckett, follow-up questions for Ms. Jones?
No.
All right.
I do have a real quick question. Why would you accept a teaching position, even if you were advised to do that? Why would you accept something that you didn't want to do?
Mm-hmm. I felt under distress a lot this school year, just like information I'll bring up later, where I was forced to sign a document before allowed to leave a meeting by my administration. There's a lot of authoritative abuse that goes on, but the only reason I can think if I had to choose was because Ms. Harrison constantly kept stating in her, basically telling me I was going to go to the classroom that, well, you're going to get more money. This will be more money than the general secretary position. You'll be able to make more money in this position. And so eventually I just kind of digressed, and I was like, okay, like I said, the interview I had was on a lunch break, and I mean, it was very informal, and then
Okay, Ms. Harrison, I believe the question is, why was she placed in the classroom if she didn't want to be there?
Okay, so let's, we can rewind. So Ms. Jones served as a long-term sub in a first grade classroom the previous year. Did an amazing job with the students as far as taking care of it. We would have people come in and say, you know, she's doing a really good job. And so when the position came open, because she did so well inside of that classroom the previous year, I asked her, I said, hey, we have this position coming open. You've been in a first grade classroom. You've done well. You know, you're in a secretary position. It's more money. You know, I feel like as a leader, as a coach, you want to help your people grow and move into their calling. And she did an amazing job inside of that classroom. And so I asked her, consider it, gave her time to think about it. But we go back to the fact that she had to apply for the job. Like, I can't put you inside of the classroom without you applying for the position. And she was board approved for the position.
Did she voice to you at any time that she didn't want to do it?
She did voice that she had concerns with, I really just wanted a break from it. And, as a coach, I'm like, you did a great job at it, why not? As I would with anyone, if I see someone doing well at something, I'm going to encourage you to elevate and move into, a position that could benefit you and students as well.
Okay. And then just for you, again, not to put you on the spot, but because we hear this too often and we never come back and ask, tell me about this training, because it doesn't make sense to me to hire someone for a position that they have to sit there and can't perform. So
are you speaking of
the training for the
secretary?
Secretary, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so with the attendance secretary piece, they come in a little bit before school starts, and we had Ms. Young who was there. Ms. Young helped tremendously with, showing, and a lot of times it was easier for her to just take care of the task in the moment. But Ms. Hale provides training. She also provides a workbook that Ms. Jones did receive, the same training that Ms. Young received, which tells you step by step how to do whatever it is that you have to do. For me as an administrator, I receive a handbook that shows me how to operate eSchool, how to operate tests, and it's just a matter of reading it to familiarize yourself with how to do the job.
Okay. And she could call for questions in the handbook if Ms.
Correct.
Hale or, okay.
And her shoulder partner also.
Okay. All right. Then one more question. She's saying that she was being held responsible for the attendance after she went in the classroom. Is that other duties as assigned, or what is the situation there? Can you clarify that?
She said that she, as in Ms. Jones, was
Yes.
held?
That's what she just said. She said, I was being held responsible for that, and I was in the classroom.
No, ma'am, she was not held responsible for attendance.
Okay, so is there anybody who was doing attendance?
Ms. Young was trying to do attendance when she could work on it. Yes, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board for Ms. Harrison?
Yes. So for clarification, you're stating there is a training for secretaries.
Yes, ma'am.
So for clarification, you're stating, I'm going to call it a standard operational manual or procedure book. So I've worked corporate. So in corporate, you are handed a binder, and in that binder, 3 inches usually plus or multiple, it is a step-by-step process. Where to put your login, how to make a login, whatever the process may be. So what you're stating is there is one of those.
Correct. The same one that Ms. Young used.
And you're stating it's kept at the front where it's easy and accessible?
It was given to her. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I would like to reiterate, I'm not Ms. Young, I'm Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be clear, I didn't receive it, Ms. Young did.
Okay, so for clarification, who's Ms. Young?
Her principal secretary and her friend.
So you're saying you never seen the binder?
Never, and I was never provided with it, and the documentation that she's talking about, that's a book, I just pulled it out, excuse me, it was just 1 second. It was the quick guide reference manual that was provided to me on September 17th, that one day I had training by Ms. Kathy Hill. It's a 3-page Google Doc that was printed off. It's not a book, it's not a manual, it's not a binder, and it strictly goes over student enrollment in eSchool. It doesn't go over truancy, attendance, and all that, other than that there should be weekly and daily reporting.
Okay.
And for clarification, the training from Ms. Hill came on September the 5th.
It came on September 17th.
So you had the training?
on September 17th, but I was already in the classroom, so it was null and void.
Mr. Beckett?
So, Ms. Jones, if you didn't know how to do your job as an attendance clerk, how were you able to figure out how to falsify the attendance records?
I think I've answered that question before, that I didn't falsify the attendance records. Me and Ms. Harrison have both stated that very brief instruction from Ms. Young was provided to me on how to just correct attendance when it is incorrect, such as when a substitute is there or something. It was not any kind of training on falsifying documentation, and without any training.
Okay, so I call it falsifying, you call it correcting. How did you know how to do any of that if you weren't trained and didn't have the workbook?
Please,
So the
please
training
speak in
that
the
was-
mic. They're saying that.
So the training that I'm referring to is the not completing my duties in a timely manner and with integrity, etc. There was no training to show me that you are not, as an attendance clerk with a student at this school, to handle your daughter's attendance matter. There is nowhere in the handbook, no one has presented this. There's no again, she's even stated I didn't receive whatever binder this is. It's not in the online district handbook either. The only time I was informed, as Ms. Harrison has stated several times, that my conduct was considered as misconduct was at my termination meeting on February 10th. I never knew before then I wasn't supposed to handle my daughter's attendance data. And just like I willingly was directed to go into the classroom and went anyway, and yes, Ms. Harrison told me, go ahead and fill out the application for the position. After, as she even said, encouraging me constantly and then pressuring me to be in that classroom, I was told I would get paid more money.
So if you felt like your daughter's attendance records needed to be corrected, why didn't you go to Ms. Harrison or the assistant principal and tell them what you think needed to happen before you actually did it? Because you never told anybody you did that, right?
Because I wasn't aware what I was doing was considered as misconduct. I was told I needed to catch up the attendance records and data. That's what I did. If Mariah, my daughter, has any attendance documents in that pile, which she did, do not complete those. Give them to someone else. I was never informed of that. Otherwise, I did. Additionally, when I was in the classroom and my daughter gave those notes to her homeroom teacher and they were brought to the front office, they were provided to the principal's secretary, Ms. Young, who then placed them on my desk for me to complete. Again, me being held to all of these positions at one time.
Wouldn't you agree that there's a difference, a big difference, between entering attendance data and changing, correcting, or falsifying attendance data?
There is a synonymous alignment in correcting attendance data. There's a thin line in falsifying data, and technically the only reason I'm being considered as falsifying the data is because, like I have said before, of another situation that I feel like I'm being retaliated against, and this technicality is being used against me. Again, no one trained me on my conduct and my professional duties. There was no documentation provided to me from Human Resources, nor that I could find online.
Okay,
And I
I'm a
reached
little bit
out.
turned around myself. Let me see if I can walk through this a little bit. You were trained on e-school and managing attendance records in e-school, is that right?
I was trained, no, I was
Ma-
only
ma'am,
trained
ma'am,
on
ma'am,
e-school.
Ma'am, I don't need a long answer.
Okay, so no.
I'm trying to ask focused questions, so just a quick answer. You're telling the board that you never had any training on how to manage attendance records in e-school, is that right?
I'm telling the board that I was never informed that the brief little bit of training I had was
Ma'am,
considered
I
misconduct.
need you to pay attention to my question and
What
answer
am I
the question
missing?
that I ask you, okay? You understand what e-school is, correct?
Yes,
You understand it's an electronic program to manage attendance records, among other things, for students, right?
mhm,
Were you trained on how to manage attendance records in e-school?
no.
Then how did you know how to go in and correct attendance records in e-school?
I was shown how to do that on a rare occasion by Ms. Young.
Okay, so you did receive some training in how to adjust attendance records in eSchool. Is
I
that
wouldn't
correct?
consider that training,
Okay,
because the training didn't come with any kind of guidelines. It was just like,
okay, got it.
fix this.
And then your position is, as to these records that were changed for your daughter, there is documentation that supports the changes. Is
Yes,
that fair?
at the school in my desk.
In your desk. I assume that there is a folder or some way to manage the records for student attendance records, those physical records. Is that right?
There was not one occurring. I had to create one.
Okay, so you created one. Did
Based
other
on the-
people at the school know about it?
Yes.
Okay, and so I assume that those records for your daughter were put in that folder that other people at the school knew about. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
hmm
Mr. Beckett, any other questions? Any other questions from the board?
I have one. I'm not clear about you say that Ms. Hale did a workshop on September 17th, I think you said. Did you attend that?
I came from the classroom to the front office so I could, and then I went back to the classroom.
Did you attend her workshop?
Yes, in the front office, yeah.
Okay.
I did. But again, I wasn't in that position.
I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I ask the principal a question?
That's fine.
Okay. So what I'm getting a little lost here, okay? What exactly,
Make sure you're talking in the mic.
all right. What exactly are we saying policy or standards that she violated? Because I'm getting a little lost in anything. What exactly are we saying that? What policy, what standard she violated that has turned into a termination?
Falsifying documents. I don't
Okay.
have the exact policy number, but state reporting with falsifying attendance.
Okay. Okay.
And then I just have one question. I mean, this is your decision to do this is a big decision because you need people in those classrooms. So it's not a lightly taken decision I'm taking that I don't know how I'm exactly asking it, but this is not something you would do lightly.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good from the board?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Jones, no other witnesses, so you're finished with your presentation to the board, correct? And
Yeah,
we'll have closing statements here in a moment, but as far as facts that you need the board to know about.
The only other fact I want to make clear is my motivation for completing that application for that position under distress was I'd be compensated, and I never was.
All right. And we'll move to closing statements. Mr. Beckett?
Thank you, Mr. Richardson, Dr. Redis, members of the board. So, the simplest way I can put this is this hearing is about holding Ms. Jones responsible for her conduct, because throughout this entire hearing, whether you're talking about the inappropriate restraint of the child back in October, or if you're talking about the attendance clerk duties that she failed to perform or did it in an improper way, she refuses to take responsibility for what she did. I mean, with the behavior incident, it's the kid's fault, okay? Or it's the security officer's fault for not being there, or the assistant principal's fault for not helping, okay? And then we go, well, she wasn't trained to do the attendance clerk duties, or she wasn't given the support, or there was a big backlog of work, or, you know, she didn't receive the workbook, none of which is true. Ms. Jones received enough training to be able to fabricate and falsify attendance records for her daughter. Now, Ms. Jones says that there are records at the school. Of course there are not, that would support, but all she had to do if she was going to make those changes is simply go to Ms. Harrison or go to the assistant principal and say, hey, I've got records here that show that my child should have received an excused absence or shouldn't have been marked tardy. But no, Ms. Jones made those changes without telling anyone, and they weren't discovered until the administrators at the building started auditing the attendance records because of the things that the assistant principal noted in the letter of concern. You remember the letter of concern? There were serious concerns that were documented about Ms. Jones' failure to do the attendance work. And so the administrators at the building were on that issue and started auditing the records, and then they started finding these changes that were made to Ms. Jones's own child. And they were all changes that were made to remove tardies and to change unexcused absence to excused absences. That is a serious breach of e-school practice and protocol. You don't change records without documentation, and you don't change records without the knowledge of the building administrators, okay? And these were records that had been entered by licensed staff, the homeroom teacher for Miss Jones' daughter. So one of the questions that were asked, do we take these things seriously? Yes. I mean, I've been privileged to represent school districts for 35 years, and I've been privileged to represent this district for over 15 years. And we do not take terminations of either licensed or classified staff lightly. They are very critically looked at. This case is a great example. For many employees, Dr. Paluski could have recommended termination for the behavior, the restraint incident alone. In a lot of school districts, that would have been cause for termination, but based on Dr. Paluski's investigation, in consultation with Principal Harrison, the decision was made to impose a suspension without pay in lieu of a termination. But then when we get down to serious things like falsifying e-school records, I mean, there basically a superintendent's hands are tied, because that's something that has to be reported to the state, okay? And when the state takes e-school falsifications very, very seriously. So it's a situation where the superintendent did what he had to do after being informed of the investigation by the Human Resources Department and the building administration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Jones, this is your opportunity for a closing statement.
Okay. The audit that occurred allegedly on my behalf was a targeted investigation due to retaliatory actions of Ms. Harrison after we had a disagreement about office protocols in the front office, because I, again, was unaware of certain tasks to be completed, and I was being all of a sudden reprimanded for them. This reprimand came after I raised concerns again in January about, hey, I'm not really clear on these duties. It should be noted that it's very well known by Principal Harrison, I've told Human Resources, etc., that I have ADHD. And so it takes me time to retain a lot of information, especially tasks that should be repeated repetitively. Only one training while I was in another position, and no more training, no more assistance outside of that, other than one day briefly being shown, this is how you correct attendance when you get your training by Ms. Young. That was it. That's not training or direction for what is misconduct, what is not misconduct. It would have been very simple to tell me, hey, you're the attendance clerk, don't touch your daughter's data. Simple. It would have been very easy to just say, hey, no one's doing this right now. I know you work in multiple positions, but I did out the kindness of my heart, and no one ever told me. And to withhold that type of essential information that would allow me to be effective and to be professional in my position, and then use it against me after not training me, not informing me, is just another weaponization of retaliatory behavior. These actions could have easily been cleared up. The severity that's been alleged against me is extreme. I did not know. And I made it clear from August, on the 12th, on the 19th, in September when I was in the classroom, when I came back in November, December, and up to January. I have no problem communicating, hey, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Hey, can somebody help me? I reached out. I only help I really received was from Angela Thomas in this office, who assisted me on January 15th, and we created a policy for truancy reporting and letters and send out. A couple days, even on Friday, the 16th of January, Ms. Harrison recommended me to be on a board for parents that help with the policy and procedures for next year. I'm not sure what the name of it is. I was also told that same day I'd be being assigned again tasks to assist third grade students who are struggling with their ATLAS scores, etc. So no other reprimand, no other concerns were brought up. None of this ever happened in my whole entire time here at North Little Rock School District, other than right around the time I was raising my last concerns to Principal Harrison. These actions are being technicalized against me to get rid of me and to cover other violations that did not occur, such as, excuse me, I want to specifically read this. Such as the completion of duties based on the educator licensure rules. Rule 7-6-03 states that an educational entity shall request a long-term substitute waiver for a semester of no more than 2, unless the substitute is fully licensed. I was not, and no waiver was asked for me. I was not compensated. 7-6.0, the district superintendent shall send written notice of the assignment of a substitute teacher in an out-of-area position to the parent and guardians of each student in the teacher's classroom no later than 60 consecutive days. Never occurred. 7-7.03, the district superintendent shall send written notification of an assignment of the teacher on an alternative learning plan, long-term substitute, or emergency teaching permit. That never happened this school year nor last school year when I was a substitute teacher. I had to make those notifications as the teacher. Even more, 7-8.0 says that I could have properly been transitioned and compensated even as a substitute teacher. Per Rule 7.0, Aspire Teaching Permit, I could have been provided with an Aspire Teaching Permit while I completed the duties and assigned to ensure that I was fairly compensated. As an aspiring teacher, the permit authorizing an aspiring teacher to be hired as a teacher of record for teaching vacancies, but not as temporary or long-term subs. Per Delandria Reddix, there was a vacancy in the position. However, I was told I would not be paid for it, and I will provide that as well. So that goes directly against this guidelines. 7.7-8.02 of the rules say, upon submission of the educational entity of the applicant required by the division, the aspiring teacher can be hired under the following conditions. The permit holder must be enrolled in a traditional education preparation program. I have no longer been enrolled in that. The permit holder must have met all the requirements for internship. I've never had an internship. The memorandum states that the school district has to be established and meet all first-time licensure requirements. None of that occurred. I also was not provided a mentor for coaching per 7-8.02.3.3. I am the only staff, though, in these matters being held to strict policy and procedure, despite simple policies that could have been told, such as notifying parents. Including my daughter's grades. Currently, as we're speaking of false reporting, I sent a concern to the Human Resources Department on Monday, February 16th, because my daughter lacked not only a math grade, a science grade. She lacked any assignments for science in regard to how she received her first quarter science grades. There's absolutely no science documentation, assignments, or anything. And so when I asked, how did this grade come about? No response. When I asked, why is the grade missing? No response. However, someone entered those grades, and what I know to be true as a staff who was there, and I worked with Angela Thomas on this, administration, Ms. Harrison, and Mr. Love entered those grades, and that is false reporting. I have no explanation for how these grades came about, and there's no documentation. Again, you've seen attendance data is being kept on a notebook sheet of paper. That's not policy and procedure. There are no training going on. There's still no training going on. Otherwise, that would have been corrected. The student who I was alleged to have assaulted and beaten up, that student was fighting me. He was fighting other students. He was fighting other staff. He has a long-term history of fighting staff and students prior to me even being at the school. And that day, I did what I was supposed to do as the as a staff in the classroom, and I protected small children from being further assaulted and abused. Students in the state of Arkansas have a right to learn, and that was not going on in that class with that student. However, I feel like I was used as a scapegoat to make sure that that problem was read of North Little Rock 6 for Ms. Harrison, and then I was told that I had inappropriately put a hold on a child when I made it clear I don't have any training that suffices me to be down there. Ms. Reddix also stated I was not even considered as a QPT to be down, a qualified teaching professional to be in that classroom via email. These actions that have happened against me have just been retaliatory. Again, per district board meetings, there's been no other meeting stating that I was transitioned back into general secretary position. To be held to such a strict, extreme reprimand, such as not completing my duties timely and not completing my duties with integrity. I provided the documentation. I cannot help if people are not honest. I apologize for my zealousness because I was trying to, this is the first time I've been able to talk. Like I said, I've been told I can't even speak to people on social media via text message, anything. The first time I was on my administrative leave, Ms. Harrison talked to me the entire time. She kept me abreast of every action that was going on, let me know you're not going to be fired, a little something might happen, but you're not. She knew when I was on campus. She allowed me to be on campus. I participated in the fall festival. I participated in other activities that the school had going on. There was never a problem because the issue stemmed from something else versus her friendship with a staff member such as Ms. Young. And so since that friendship has been offended, I began immediately receiving reprimand. Per this attorney's documentation, I got a reprimand on the 20th for not completing my duties, even though that reprimand came over a month after I had completed the duties of attendance clerk in December. It came on January 20th. I had already done it. It was after the fact. It was very latent. When I asked for clarity, I just want to know, why am I receiving this? What specific actions can you tell me? Any of that could have been brought up in the meeting. I was told by Ms. Harrison this won't be a back and forth and provided with no explanation. Mr. Love told me it didn't matter if I agreed when I stated my disagreement. Even more, on that day, Ms. Harrison is documented to be off duty. She had took the day off. She was on campus, per usual, like she normally is, closed behind her office door. And she didn't want to help. I even asked her for help with a student matter. She didn't help. However, less than an hour after that request, Ms. Harrison pulled me into a meeting where allegedly Assistant Principal Love was supposed to be conducting the meeting. However, he kept diverting to Ms. Harrison to figure out what's going on because he's never observed me. He's never even been in the front office to observe any of my interactions with parents or duties. And while I was in that meeting, I was told I had to sign that letter of concern and acknowledgement or I couldn't leave. I tried to leave. I opened the door and I was told, no, you cannot leave. You have to sign this. I said, I don't want to sign it. You have to sign this. You can't leave without signing it. I even emailed Ms. Harrison and Mr. Love on January 23rd with those actual comments. You all forced me to sign this documentation. I did not want to sign it. It's immediately after that, I was placed on administrative leave for misconduct. I have never done anything but ask how to do my job, ask for assistance. Even when I did receive the letter of concern, I just asked, can you give me an examples to these points that you have made so I don't do this anymore or that it won't happen? Nothing was provided to me because I've never had any issue up to this point. January, even including the student matter, because again, a student was being violent and aggressive. I didn't even receive my glasses I had on that day in October until I returned in November. So I was attacked. Other people were attacked. And I tried to protect students while also protecting that student. Again, the video that I wasn't allowed to show will show you. That student is violent, aggressive. He abuses himself. And I didn't want any harm happening to him, me, or anyone else. So I had his arms next to him. You did not see me fighting that student. You did not see me being aggressive with that student. You saw the student flailing. You didn't see me flailing the student. There was nothing that I did to try to harm that student. But even still, I was reprimanded for the behavior, and I took it. I wasn't disrespectful to anyone. I reiterated to Human Resources that was not my intention to do anything that was not an applicable hold. I just wanted to stop what was going on. I went back to my position, and then after that, I have received nothing but lack of assistance and reprimand after reprimand after reprimand when none of this occurred before. Again, I feel like all of this because of the concerns I raised. In saying that about my concerns I raised, one of them was when Ms. Young was in the office when I was reassigned, she could have been completing those duties because she knew how to do them. Instead, Ms. Harrison has allowed her to complete her college load work during the school year. A simple audit of her website surfing will show you she's constantly doing her college work. That's why she's untimely. That's why she doesn't have the work orders in. That's why she doesn't have purchase requests in. Nothing. She has even completed an assessment and asked me and Ms. Harrison for assistance in the front office. Even more, policy violations. One of the reasons that I was told I was being moved into that classroom was because despite this district having recorded the separation of the teacher in that classroom as a resignation, Ms. Harrison and Mr. Love let me know that teacher popped for cocaine in the classroom. That's something I should have known.
Okay,
I never used any
Ms.
names.
Ms. Jones, I think we're wandering a little bit away from
This is
Ms. Jones, if I may.
Mhm.
We're wandering away from the reason we're here, which is the reasons that they're recommending termination. If we get back to those reasons and things that you need the board to know about those reasons.
Yes, those reasons. The only reason I stated that is because
Ma'am,
of the
we're going to move
policy.
away from that and
Okay.
back to the reasons we're here.
So the policy violations are exuberant at that school. Therefore, nothing supports that I was provided any training. There's nothing she presented. There's not even a policy despite how many of you all have asked for the specific policy. In documenting me to be terminated, I would think that a policy would have at least been noted. Nothing was noted, nothing was brought up. Only a title was presented, false reporting. There's nothing in the North Little Rock School District handbook that states that my specific conduct was misconduct. I was doing the duties that were assigned to me by my administrator. I had less than 21 days to complete this task between November 13th and December 19th with a week-long Thanksgiving break in there. So that's not a lot of time to complete 4 months backlog of work, but I tried my best to do so. And I did have some errors, and I did make some mistakes, and they were not intentional. And if I made a mistake on my daughter's attendance, it wasn't intentional to make. There were several students I did make mistakes on that were brought to me. None of them were considered as misconduct. The only one that was brought to me was my child's, and I feel like she was used to be a weapon against me. And I do feel like it should be noted, I'm the only staff at that school with a child elementary age who placed them at the F-rated school. I put my child in that school. No other staff will send their child to that school, and my child is being weaponized against me. And I feel like that is just hurtful, and it's very disheartening. But the fact that these violations have been stressed to the point of termination by an attorney, the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, and so on down, it's just very egregious to me because they know what they did not do, and they know they did not do their part to provide me with the adequate training that I needed to make sure that I did not commit any violation of misconduct. Because again, editing the attendance records to ensure accuracy is not misconduct. It was me doing my duty. I did not look at my child in any specific special way. I did not pick her out in any specific way. There is no record of me constantly going in my daughter's profile. And again, if I was allowed to even get my emails were shut off just as well as my access to the school on the 5th. Well, on the 3rd, my email was shut off, and on the 5th, my access to the school was denied. So I wasn't able to go back and support myself. I had just found out that on the 23rd, that this was even about attendance documents. Initially, I thought it was about the disagreement in the front office that I conveyed to Human Resources. But again, I still have never been disrespectful to anyone. There's no history of me being lacking professionalism or any kind of misconduct when I've met some of you all at the school and or any other staff members. I've always been available, present, welcoming. I've never done anything to jeopardize my job. I intentionally took a cut in pay, and I intentionally asked for this position because I wanted to work at the school. Ms. Harrison interviewed me for this position because she seemed to be in alignment with me working at the school. And it has considerably changed since her friend, Ms. Young, her secretary, and I have misunderstandings in communication, and a lot of it just deals with Miss Young doesn't like me asking her a bunch of questions over and over. So that halts me from getting the assistance that I need. However,
If we
there
could
was-
move towards
yeah.
a conclusion, that'd be good.
Okay. But yes, however, that's what I feel has occurred here. I do not feel like I committed any sort of misconduct. I didn't have the knowledge nor the training to know that anything I was doing was considered misconduct.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Beckett, the last word, since the administration has the burden of proof.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. I'll just say this. On February the 10th, Ms. Jones was presented with Dr. Paluski's termination notice. All Ms. Jones had to do at that time was say, I have records showing that these are not falsifications of my daughter's attendance records. Did she do that? No. The first we're hearing about these records that show that the falsifications were just corrections and that there were actually records showing that her daughter was not tardy and that she had a reason that would excuse her absence from school. We're hearing about that for the first time tonight, just like you are. So I would say it's just another example of Ms. Jones not taking responsibility for inappropriate and unprofessional actions. Thank you.
All right. That will conclude the hearing. Now it's time for the board to make its decision, and you're pretty well reversed in the process from this point, but you have three options basically on the recommendation. You can accept, reject, or modify the decision. If you accept, that means Ms. Jones goes, if you accept, that means she's terminated and she does not return back to her position. If you reject the recommendation, that means that you've rejected the recommendation. She goes back to work on the same terms and conditions of employment as she had before. If you modify, that means you're doing something in between those two things. Under the new FOI law, I can go back with you and visit about things, but my only purpose here is to try and make sure it's a fair hearing and the board is well advised as to what you can do as to the recommendation. So I won't take any position on what you should decide. I won't tell you what to believe about the facts, but I do ask if the decision is to modify, that you would check with me and make sure it's a modification that's accomplishing what you want it to accomplish and that it's within the parameters of the law. So with that, you'll go into executive session.
We are back in session. Is there a motion?
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that the school board of the North Little Rock School District accepts the superintendent's recommendation for the employment contract of Michelle Jones to be terminated.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept, excuse me, the school board accepts the North Little Rock School District superintendent's recommendation that the employment contract of Michelle Jones be terminated. There can be no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's adopted.
All right, if you'll hand me your exhibit packets, I'll take care of those. And let's take a little break while we get set up for the next hearing, please. All right, Mr. Beckett, are you ready? Sorry, I caught you there. Mr. Porter, are you ready?
I am.
All right. All right, then we'll begin our next employee termination hearing. This one is called for the purpose of hearing the recommendation of Superintendent Paluski that the employment contract of Ms. Allison Walker, an employee of the North Little Rock School District, be terminated. Ms. Walker is represented by Attorney Austin Porter, and the administration is represented by Attorney Jay Beckett, who will assist the administration in its presentation. The procedure will be as before, where the superintendent will make his recommendation, or the administration will make their recommendation, and then the administration will set forth the reasons for the termination. When the administration statement is completed, the witness may be questioned by the employees representing Mr. Porter, and then by the board members themselves. The procedure will be to follow. That procedure will be followed for each additional witness the administration calls, if any. When the administration's presentation is completed, then Ms. Walker may go forward with her own statement and the statement of others she intends to call. Anyone making a statement on behalf of Ms. Walker may be questioned by the administration's attorney and by the board. At the conclusion of the presentation, the attorneys or representatives may make closing statements with a reply by the administration's attorney. As before, I should have said at the beginning, make sure our communication devices are turned off. And Mr. Beckett, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Do the board members have their exhibit packets?
Yes, sir. They all have the exhibit packets from the administration and from Ms. Walker.
Outstanding, thank you. I just wanted to first direct the board's attention to pages 1 and 2 in the exhibit packet. That is the superintendent's recommended termination notice of Ms. Walker. And then we're going to call our first witness.
Yes, Mr. Richard, I'm sorry, just as a point of clarification, I don't know who, is this mic on?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Put it all the way up to your mouth.
Thank you.
I think you may have seen in the last hearing, we've got a new issue here. We're live on the web.
Yeah.
And I especially am bad about getting away from the microphone, so if we could all be careful to speak into the microphones.
I don't
Thank
want
you.
to get too close to the mic. If I put it in my hand, I may start singing. That's what I'm known for.
Please
I
don't.
look forward to it.
I'm not sure. I know the first witness, Mr. Beckett, is intending to call. Jay, can you just tell me just who your witnesses are at this point?
Sure. Caroline Faulkner, Jeff Plunkett, and Scott Stanger.
Okay. Just for the record, I would like to have the witnesses sequestered. Obviously, Ms. Faulkner is here, but the other two witnesses, I would request that they would be sequestered so that there won't be any kind of coordination of their testimony. And so that's the request that I have.
Okay, well,
In order for it to be a fair hearing, and so that's what I'm requesting.
I appreciate that, and in court, we call that invoking the rule, so I'm familiar with it. This is an open hearing, so we don't normally have the ability to enforce that, but I think it's a fair ask. Mr. Beckett, what's your position?
We object to that because since Learns, all the personnel hearings are open, so everybody's in here and it's all fair game. There is no seclusion like there used to be when you requested a closed hearing.
Well, again, we're not requesting a closed hearing, and by the fact, just by you excluding two witnesses, that you still have a public hearing. It's just only those two witnesses are not allowed to be in the courtroom. Well, I know we're not in the courtroom, but in the boardroom while there's testimony going on, and that's what I'm requesting in order for fairness to be. Because, again, we're talking about due process, and I know the board would like to have a fair hearing, and so it's still an open hearing, but we're just asking that whoever's going to be testifying, and those two witnesses are going to be testifying, need to be sequestered, excluded.
I appreciate that, but we don't have a process in place to do that. It's an open hearing, so I don't have the ability to exclude people unless they're disrupting the hearing. So if we could ask for them to do that, but if they choose to remain, I don't know that I can have them excused.
What would you ask?
I think the ask has been made.
Note my objection and save my exceptions. As Judge Wilson would say. Go ahead.
Noted, an exception noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed?
Please do.
So you are Caroline Faulkner,
Yes.
and please tell everyone here what your position and job duties are in the North Little Rock School District.
My name's
So is she under your direct supervision in your job as assistant AD?
She is.
Okay. And how long has she been under your supervision, if you can remember, or give us an approximation?
This is my second year,
Okay.
and it's been my second year. So I was also assisting with her when I was an assistant principal. So it's been 3 years.
Okay, very good. So please turn to page 4 in the exhibit packet. Part of the termination recommendation includes kind of a chain of progressive discipline. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it starts, it appears on page 4, with a letter of concern you gave to Ms. Walker. The board can read that, but if you could just sort of briefly summarize for the board what was happening here that gave you cause to write a letter of concern to Ms. Walker.
Dr. St. Louis stated that her and Mr. William, and he was a former assistant dance coach, they, had a concern about not going to the state tournament in 2025. So we had a meeting with Dr. St. Louis, and we discussed her being able to go. Dr. St. Louis also gave her some coaches' name to get her to, so they can drive the bus. And we made that assumption so she can drive the bus, get someone to drive the bus. But one of the board members was called because she felt like she wasn't going to get a chance to go to the state tournament. So Ms. Coleman called me and said that I just got a phone call from board members stating that I need to get a bus over to the high school so the dance coach can go to the state tournament. But Ms. Coleman said at that time, she said, Faulkner, I have to drive a bus myself, a route myself, so I can't provide that. And so that's, I told Allison that Coach Walker to, you know, we have to go protocol, do the protocols. So that's how that went, because she called someone and she did not go through the chain of command.
So is the chain of command issue and failure by Ms. Walker, was that kind of what prompted you to feel like this warranted a letter of concern?
Yes, because we tried to assist her going to the dance, going to the tournament.
Right.
But it was out of my hand with the bus drivers.
Okay, and then going to page 5, 6 days later, you issued Ms. Walker a written warning.
Yes.
Tell the board why you felt compelled to issue a written warning to Ms. Walker on that date.
So when we went to the tournament, one day that she, you know, the girls did great, and then the last game, I talked to Coach Walker about their performance, and so that performance was really brought a lot of attention to the crowd, and then I went over and talked to her about it, and she became upset, and I said, well, I see that you're upset, so I said, we'll talk about this later. But after the game, she came to me and said, we need to talk about this. And I said, not at this time, because we were doing crowd control after the game. We always make sure everybody exit. So she came a little aggressive.
Right.
And I said, we're going to talk about this. We'll meet me in my office on Monday.
Okay.
So, and that's how we ended up on that one.
So in the middle of this page 5, it says this behavior was unacceptable and unprofessional. That's what you were referring to?
Yes.
Her actions and comments to you after the game?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it looks like the bullet points are the things that caused you to have concerns about things that the cheer team was or was not doing?
Correct.
Okay, and were these things exotic dancing, cheering over the cheerleaders, not chanting with the cheerleaders when were those things that had been previous issues that you discussed with Ms. Walker?
Yes, we talked about it, and I always speak with Coach Walker about things that happen, and you know, I thought we had a great relationship on, so we can talk. And sometimes she come to my office and we'll talk about it. But this was told to her in prior conversations.
Okay. And then transitioning over to page 7, you did another written warning in early June. Tell the board why you issued this warning.
Well, this one, Coach Walker came to my office and with the dress code issue, that was the thing that she was dressed inappropriate. So I said, what do you have on? And she was like, I'm not on contract. So, but anyway, on the, she did not come, she called practice, and she wasn't there on time. And so I called Coach Walker about being there on time. And the girls, she said, well, I'm off contract. Well, if you call in practice, you have to be there with the students.
Right, and it looks like in the, one of the middle paragraphs in the letter, it sounds like the students on the dance team are the ones that were letting a non-district staff member, the choreographer, into the building
Correct.
when Miss Walker or Coach Walker wasn't there,
Right.
right?
Yes, sir.
And is that a breach of protocol?
It is. He's not a staff member, and they're not supposed to let just anybody in the building.
Right,
at the
so
time.
that happened like on 3 consecutive days, June 2nd, June 3rd, and June 4th?
Correct.
And that's, the district takes security measures seriously.
Yes.
Is that
Yes, sir.
right? Okay. All right, well, now let's transition to page 9 and the pages following. And this involves the incident on September the 17th at the football game. Do you recall that incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were, I guess, there were several statements, probably from students, page 9. If you could
Yes.
just walk the board through, are these statements from students?
Correct.
Okay. And were the statements pretty consistent about what happened?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
Tell us what happened on September the 17th.
There was a, it's just in this. On September 17th, there was a guy that got shot in the stadium, and
Or maybe the statements were taken on the 17th, but I'm looking on
Yes.
page 12.
it was September the 12th.
September the
when
12th.
When this accident happened.
And this was a home football game.
Yes, yes, sir.
Where there was a shooting.
Yes, a man got shot, and the girls, everybody started coming in to the cafeteria, and they said Coach Walker did not let some of them in. Some of these students was a student in her class, and she said only cheer and dance can come in. And so the students said, several students said that they wasn't able to come in the cafeteria, that Coach Walker did not allow them in the cafeteria.
Okay, so after this, immediately after the shooting incident, Coach Walker and members of the dance team and maybe some other groups went into the cafeteria adjacent to the field?
Yes.
Okay. So if you turn to page 17, this is a suspension notice that was issued. You can see on page 16, this was a suspension notice issued to Ms. Walker on October the 6th. But if you look on, that's on page 16. But on page 17, number 4, this summarizes that shooting incident situation. And it says that you, Ms. Walker, took the dance team to an indoor space along with the cheer team. Is that correct?
Yes.
But when
I did not take.
you didn't take them, I'm
No.
saying Coach Walker
Yes.
took the dance team.
Yes,
right?
yes, sir.
But then other people, students, approached the room and asked to come inside for safety. Ms. Walker unprofessionally informed them that the room was for cheer and dance teams only.
Correct,
Correct? Now, there was room for other people to go in that space, correct?
correct.
And so why did you consider that to be a serious lack of professional judgment on Ms. Walker's part?
I feel that, you know, if a student asked to come in for safety, they should be allowed to come in for safety.
I mean, our first priority is district
Students- student safety.
Right.
There was other coaches allowed the students in after Coach Walker did not allow those students in.
Okay, so after Coach Walker said this room is for cheer and dance team only, then other administrators or staff allowed students to come in after that.
Correct.
Okay. But it was a lack of professional judgment for Ms. Walker to initially deny those students access.
I would say.
Right.
Yes.
And at this point, I guess, would it be fair to say that the district was dealing with what was potentially an active shooter situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I think those, Ms. Faulkner, are the only questions I have. I'm sure Mr. Porter will have questions for you, and maybe the
Okay.
board.
All right, Mr. Porter.
Thank you. How you doing, Ms. Faulkner?
Hi, how are you?
Doing good. It sounds like to me that the North Little Rock School District utilizes a progressive step discipline policy. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, the initial letter that you gave to Ms. Walker on March 4th, 2025 was just simply a letter of concern. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the issue about not failing to follow the chain of command, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, of course, the next letter was a written warning that Ms. Allison Walker received, which was on March 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was an issue about the dance team. And I guess one of the concerns that you had was about the dance team maybe outshining, I guess, the cheer team. Was that an issue that was brought to Ms. Walker's attention?
Yes.
Okay. And so there was some concerns about, I guess, maybe coming from the cheer squad that maybe the dance team was trying to, I guess, outshine them. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And so, and of course, the dance team consists of roughly about what, maybe 20 dancers?
About, yes.
And would it be fair to say that all of the dancers are African American?
Yes.
Okay. And the majority of the cheer team is, of course, they're Caucasian. Is that correct?
Incorrect.
I'm sorry?
No.
Is it about half and half?
It's 13 African American.
On the cheer team?
Yes.
Okay.
And 9 Caucasian.
Okay. All right. And so who did someone else bring to your attention about concerns that maybe the dance team outshining the cheer team? Did someone else bring that to your attention?
I saw it myself, sir.
Okay. No, my question is, did someone else bring that concern to you?
Yes.
And who is that person?
That was Mrs. Sella.
Who?
Missy Sella.
Or who is she?
She is the cheer coach.
She's a cheer coach. Okay. All right. And so, but anyway, there was an issue about, and I believe you indicated that the cheerleaders went to, I guess, the state competition, and I'm sorry, the dance team went to the state competition. I guess they did a great job. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's my understanding that the dance team under Ms. Walker has received several awards. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that Ms. Walker takes her coaching very seriously? In other words, she has pretty high demands for her dance team.
Yes, she does.
Okay. And so the exotic dancing scene that you noted here, you said there was extra thrusting moves with the dance team. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And this particular dance, now you had seen this particular dance before, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I had.
And you didn't have any problems or concerns about it then?
Well, when you have a different movement, you can tell when people are standing there with their hands over their mouth in the audience. With these girls performing, we always say age appropriate.
All right.
And this was not age appropriate.
Okay. All right, and the written warning that Ms. Walker received, I guess, on March 10th, 2025, you indicated the 3 bullet points: exotic dancing, cheering over the cheerleaders. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then, go ahead.
May I
Yes.
say, when you're in the bleachers and the cheerleaders below you, you can't hear the cheer.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little bit more noisier than average.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the dance? I mean, is the dance team also cheering, or at least chanting cheers?
Well, I was informed that they are going to work with the cheer, and that they're going to cheer along with the cheerleaders
Okay.
as well.
All right.
Every other team does it, and it's uniform.
And then you have here not chanting with the cheerleaders when they are out on the court. I guess you want your dance team to chant or with the cheerleaders when they're out on the basketball court?
I was told that they were going to work with cheerleaders, and so you can get a bigger powwow for it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, and I noticed in your testimony you said that you had previous discussions with Ms. Walker about this, but that's not documented anywhere in the March 10th, 2025 written warning. Is that correct?
If it's not there, no, sir.
Okay. So you didn't document that, correct?
No.
Okay. All right. And so, and then of course we have the June 4th written warning about attendance. Now, this choreographer, is that a person, I think, is that a Mr. Miller?
Mr. Miller.
Okay.
Willie Miller.
Willie Miller. Okay. And Mr. Miller, of course, had been previously hired by the North Little Rock School District as a choreographer for the dance team. Is that correct?
No.
He never has?
No, not by us.
Okay. Had you ever approved Mr. Miller being the dance choreographer?
I have not. I don't deal with that piece of it.
Uh-huh.
They go to Miss Melinda Sarton
Okay.
and let her know, because she deals with making sure they get paid and all that. But previous, Coach Walker had a young lady
Okay.
to do the choreography.
Right, but Willie Miller had actually served as the choreographer for the dance team prior to the school year of 2024-2025. Is that correct?
I don't know of that.
Okay. All right. And so when you wrote this written warning on June 4th, 2025, is it your contention that this was the first time you ever heard of a Mr. Miller?
No.
Okay. So you have heard of him before, correct?
I heard of him and saw him.
Yes.
But was it approved? It wasn't approved.
Okay. It may not have been approved by you,
Okay.
but it was approved by
Okay.
someone within the district. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't
You
answer
don't know
that
that.
one.
Okay, all right, I understand. Do you know whether or not Mr. Miller had been previously paid by the North Little Rock School District to perform services of choreographer for the dance team? And I'm talking about prior to June of 2025.
I'm not certain, sir.
Okay, all right. And you had, and I think you had actually given approval for Mr. Miller to actually go to Grambling with the dance team and Miss Walker doing the, I'm sorry,
That's
strike
incorrect.
that. That's different, that Mr.
And Mr. Williams.
Williams, I'm sorry, okay, all right,
Mhm.
all right, thank you. I stand corrected. Now, the suspension without pay, and of course, the suspension without pay that Ms. Walker was issued on October 6, 2025, and of course, it lists the three things, or actually the three things that you had previously, I guess, lack of a better word, punished Ms. Walker for. Is that correct? For instance, on March 4th, 2025, you gave her a letter of concern, yes?
Yes,
That's a form of discipline, is it not?
yes,
And then, of course, on March 10th, 2025, you issued a written warning, and of course, that's a form of discipline, is that correct?
yes, sir.
And then, of course, on June 4th, 2025, you issued another written warning to Ms. Walker, and of course, again, that's a form of discipline, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I guess the thing that sort of instigated the suspension without pay, you talked about an incident that happened on September 12th, 2025, which was the school shooting situation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true, Ms. Faulkner, that the district did provide active shooter training for situations where a person may be in the school building? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But there was no such training for maybe an active shooter situation where you may have a shooting situation outside of the school building, maybe at a football game. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So there was kind of a lapse of training, so to speak. There was a training for a situation, active shooting, for inside the building, but there was actually no training for what would happen in the situation where you had it outside of the school facility. Is that correct?
Mr. Porter?
No, I'm asking the question. Is that correct?
I think
It-
she's
it-
trying to answer.
Huh?
Answer his question.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right. Okay. Thank you. And so, and of course, whenever you have an active shooting situation, and of course, we've known of unfortunate situations around the country where you had students who were actually the shooters. Is that correct? In schools.
Yes, sir.
And so whenever you have a shooting situation such as you had on September the 12th, 2025, that was at a football game, at a football stadium, you had a lot of people that were there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so it would be a very chaotic scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
People running everywhere, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you have a situation where Ms. Walker, of course, she has responsibility over the dance team, yes?
Yes.
And even according to the policy, it says that Ms. Walker's primary responsibility is to make sure that, as far as the dance team is concerned, make sure that they are safe, correct?
That's correct.
And of course, in that situation where it was chaotic, kids running everywhere, Ms. Walker allowed the dance team, and she even went the extra step in allowing the cheer team to come into that cafeteria. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so, and then of course there were other students, or at least other people trying to get in, and we don't really know who the shooter is at that point, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, if you allow other people to come into the room, you unknowingly may allow the shooter to come into the room, yes?
Yes.
Oh,
But
okay.
if that student is a student in your classroom, you should know that student. That was the first student.
Yes, ma'am, but there were other
Mm-hmm.
students who were trying to get in, and some of those students, Ms. Walker probably didn't even know. Is that correct?
She probably didn't know
Right.
all those students.
Right, and so it could have been a situation where if she allowed other students to come in, she may have been allowing the shooter to come in, yes?
I don't know the answer to that one. I can't agree with that one, sir.
Well, you agree, Ms. Faulkner, that it's chaotic?
It
yes?
is chaotic.
And you
Yes,
don't
sir.
know who the shooter is, correct?
No, you do not.
Okay, and so if you allow other students to come in other than the dance team, other than the cheer team, you may even allow the shooter to be in the room, and the shooter can even kill other students that in the cafeteria, correct?
Correct.
All right. But yet, despite that, and despite the fact that there was really no training for Ms. Walker as it related to active shooting outside the school facility, and despite the fact that she protected the cheerleaders and she protected the dance team, she was still punished as a result of that incident that happened on September the 12th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was placed on suspension. She was placed on a 5-day suspension, and the 5-day suspension began on October 6th, and it ended on October the 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Based on exhibit is that exhibit, exhibit 5, that's page 16 and 17, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so Ms. Walker, again, was placed on suspension. Did she serve out of suspension?
She did.
Okay, I mean, did she, and so after October the 10th, I believe would have been on a Friday, so she came back the following Monday, which would have been October 13th, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so she served out of suspension, came back, and see here. And she stayed in school until she was issued a termination letter that's dated January 15th, which is exhibit number 1. Do you see that in your packet?
Yes,
Okay, so on January 15th of 2026, Ms. Walker was issued a letter by Superintendent Paluski stating that he was going to be recommending her for termination, and he also listed these 4 things that you had previously listed on her suspension letter. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
In other words, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the reason that she was suspended on September 6th of 2025. Is that correct?
Yes,
I'm sorry, October 6th. Okay, she was issued a suspension notice on October 6th, 2025, and you listed those 4 things, and those 4 things that are in her termination recommendation are the same 4 things that were in her suspension notice that you issued on October 6th, 2025. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And so, and then there are 2 additional items in the termination notice. Do you see that?
I'm trying to follow you, sir.
It's, page 1, exhibit 1, page 1, and if you go to page 2 of
Yes.
exhibit number 1, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you list, Dr. Paluski lists 5 and 6, and these are incidents that happened prior to her being placed on suspension. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And because an additional thing he lists was June 10th, 2025. Do you see that?
I do.
And also, there was something that occurred maybe in February of 2025. They said through June 25th, 2025. Do you see that? At number 6?
Okay.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, these 2 additional incidents that happened June of 2025 at number 5 and number 6, these 2 additional incidents that Dr. Paluski cited for termination, again, those are incidents that allegedly happened prior to Ms. Walker being placed on suspension. Is that correct?
Could you ask that again? I was helping her get to the page you're on.
Yes. If you go to page 2 of exhibit number 1, Ms. Faulkner, you see page 2?
Yes.
She's there.
Okay, and 5 and 6, would you agree with me, ma'am, that those incidents occurred prior to Ms. Walker's suspension, that she was suspended on October 6th of 2025? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So it kind of, I guess Dr. Paluski kind of went back in time and cited 2 additional things as reason for termination, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After Ms. Walker was placed on suspension on October 6th of 2025, do you have any other documented disciplinary action that occurred after October 6th of 2025?
No, sir.
All right. And so there were no additional violations by Ms. Walker after she came back from her suspension, correct?
Not that, no. No,
I'm
sir.
sorry?
No, sir.
Am I correct on that, or yes?
You're correct.
Okay, yeah, that's what I want to know. And so if you look at the progressive step discipline policy, Ms. Walker got a letter of concern, then she got 2 written warnings, and then she got placed on a suspension. Then I guess the next step in the progressive step discipline policy, if there were any further violation, it would be termination, correct?
Yes.
All right. But there were no additional violations after October 6, 2025, after she came back from her suspension. She came back from her suspension on October 13th. No additional violations after she came back from suspension, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so she had been punished for those things that had occurred that you listed in her suspension letter that's dated October 6, 2025, correct?
Yes.
All right. You understand the concept of double jeopardy, do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Hold on just a second. Okay. Now, Miss Walker, of course, went to an event, a dance event at Grambling University. Is that correct? In the state of Louisiana?
Yes, sir.
And this was during the summer of 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was a gentleman by the name, I think, Mr. Williams. What is his? I'm sorry, his first name? Lamar Williams. Lamar Williams went with Miss Walker and the dance team to Grambling University. Is that correct?
Yes,
And of course, that's something that you had approved. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And of course, was Mr. Williams, was he an employee of the North Little Rock School District when you approved of him going to Grambling with the dance team in the summer of 2025?
Not at the time. He had just resigned, and I wanted the girls to go. And Ms. Walker had to have someone else with her
Okay. All right.
to assist, so I did approve that, and the girls knew him because he was a formal dance assistant coach.
Right. Yeah, and I guess was he like the choreographer, I guess, for the dance
No,
team?
no.
He was not. Okay. So he was sort of like an assistant coach.
He was assistant coach.
Okay, gotcha. And of course, you had given approval for Miss Walker to go to the dance competition, or at least the dance training, I guess, that occurred at Grambling University in Louisiana. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And I believe you went. Did you go the final day that Saturday?
I did.
Okay. And I think it was what, a 4 or 5 day event?
Yes, about 4 days.
4 day event. And from what you can tell, the girls receive, I guess, awards for their competition.
well.
They did well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so, and of course, you were proud of Miss Walker as far as how the girls performed at that dance competition, or at least at the dance camp
Yes.
in Louisiana. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me direct your attention, Ms. Faulkner, to petitioner exhibit number. Oh, let me ask you this, Ms. Faulkner. At this dance training that happened during the summer of 2025 at Grambling University, were you aware of the fact that Ms. Walker had to attend classes while she was at this event?
I wasn't aware.
Okay, all right. And let me direct your attention to Let me direct your attention to petition exhibit D. Petition exhibit D. Do you see that?
So I don't have that.
Are you talking about your exhibit?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Does she not have a packet? I guess I'm sorry. All right. And looking at petition exhibit D, do you see this is I guess some kind of invite, a Gmail that's dated December 10th, 2025. Do you see that?
Is it? Is this in my packet?
I think Mr. Beckett's handed it.
This,
Gave you the-
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Do you recognize that document?
No, I don't.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Faulkner. Are you familiar with the AAA Dance Coaches Advisory Committee?
No.
You know, this is a situation where Ms. Walker was asked to be part of that AAA Dance Coaches Advisory Committee. Is that correct?
I don't know.
I mean, if she was, I mean, that would be an honor for her to be on something
Sure.
like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
I mean, and by her serving on such a committee, it certainly brings honor and prestige to the North Little Rock School District and North Little Rock High School, correct?
It would?
Okay. All right. Oh, as it relates to the incident, I guess, involving the bus, were you aware of the fact that Ms. Walker had attempted to contact some bus drivers to try to get the kids to wherever they were trying to go? I guess it was a state tournament or something?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
In other words, she made an effort. She made an attempt to try to get someone to drive them, and in order for the team to make it to the competition. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, real quick, does the administration have a copy of your exhibit package? Do you have one that they can? You do? Okay. Any questions from the board? Hearing none. Mr. Beckett, any follow-up questions? No. All right. Next witness, Mr. Beckett.
Mr. Plunkett?
Yeah, Mr. Plunkett, if you'll come join Mr. Beckett at the table.
Good evening, everybody.
May I proceed?
You may, if you start with his full name.
You will. Please state your name for the record, your work background, and your engagement with NLRSD.
My name is Jeffrey Plunkett.
Can you please remember to speak into the mic?
My name is Jeffrey Plunkett. I'm a internal investigator for the district on a contract basis. Prior to that, I worked for just short of 29 years for the Little Rock Police Department and retired at the rank of lieutenant. During that time, I served in several investigative roles, specifically the Special Investigations Division.
So what were you asked to do with the engagement that brings us here tonight, Mr. Plunkett?
I was asked to give a extensive investigation into the allegations that were sent to the district via email from a anonymous email address that was dance team parents.
At this point, I would object as far as this line of testimony, and the reason being it's not part of the termination recommendation. And so whatever investigation that may have taken place about some anonymous email, about somebody making some complaints or whatever, it's not relevant. It's not part of the termination notice. And for Mr. Beckett to bring in extraneous stuff that's not even part of the termination packet, then that would be in violation of Ms. Walker due process because it would not be able to give us an opportunity to respond to it. So I object.
Mr. Beckett, response.
Yeah, so Mr. Plunkett's testimony is going to be on items 5 and 6 in the termination notice, which were discovered as a result of the, at that time, anonymous email sent from the email address dance team or dance parents.
No, and my point is there was supposedly some October 2nd, 2025 anonymous email from a disgruntled parent, and I don't even want to get into that. But the fact of the matter is it's not part of the termination packet. And so therefore anything that's not part of the packet should not be coming in. Miss Faulkner has already testified as far as about the Grambling situation. There's already been testimony about that. And so, and for us to get into that, I mean, we'll be here till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and I have no interest in that.
Me either.
And so,
Well, the more Mr. Porter keeps talking, the greater the likelihood is that we will be here until 1 or 2 in the morning. But I can assure you that Mr. Plunkett's testimony will.
although I have the stamina, Mr. Beckett, but I don't know, I don't want to put the board through all
Well,
this.
you were trained by John Walker, so we know you've got stamina for these things. Now,
No.
the district is going, the administration is going to tie together items 5 and 6 in the termination notice to the investigation conducted by Mr. Plunkett based on information received from these dance team parents that Ms. Faulkner did not know about when she approved the trip to Grambling. And then also there were some issues with the choreographer as you can see from the notice, not following board policy and district protocol regarding engaging outside vendors, doing purchase orders, making sure you've laid the proper foundation to pay somebody public funds, and that we've done it in a legally correct way that's consistent with this board's policy. So I think if you let Mr. Plunkett continue, he'll be able to tie it all together for us.
As far as
Okay.
payment, that doesn't have anything to do with Ms. Walker, and that's the point. And so we're getting into extraneous matters that's not even relevant to these hearings. And again,
I
it's
think
not
the
even
board
part
will
of
see that Mr. Walker has some, made some serious missteps in connection with the retention of the choreographer.
I don't want to get into closings, but if this is related to items 5 and 6, then I think it comes in.
Thank you.
it. No, my objection. Save my exception.
Duly noted and saved.
All right, so Mr. Plunkett, explain to the board what, and I think I may have just asked you this, but we had this aside here. So what was your engagement?
So I was engaged to be an independent fact finder, to look into the allegations, to compile statements, interview witnesses, and compile any evidence. Our unit does not make any recommendations, does not determine if any policies are written or violated. We just simply compile the information for the chain of command at the school district to read and evaluate.
And just for the board's edification, you compiled a 4-volume, 4 3-ring binders of transcribed interviews, documentation, emails, just all kinds of records, correct?
Correct. I would estimate it over 2,000 pages worth of investigative notes.
Right. And then, but the two things that we've asked you to come here tonight to talk about, the Grambling trip over the summer of 2025, and then the retention of a choreographer and whether or not that complied with board policy. Those were the two things that we've asked you to testify about here tonight, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But the dance parents' email that originally prompted your investigation, that email raised numerous other concerns of the dance parents, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's look at page 18, and it's about a 3-page email. And is this that dance parent email that you're referring to that was dated October the 2nd, 2025?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And, just coincidentally, if you turn to the previous pages, page 16, this email was received some 4 days prior to Ms. Walker being suspended without pay for 5 days, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so this dance parent email came in about the same time as the suspension occurred.
Correct.
Okay. And so then let's turn over to page 22. Now, the next probably 40 or so pages are these excerpts from your investigation report.
Correct. That's the case report that I typed that includes quotes of the specific transcripts from interviews that I conducted.
Okay. And like page 22, this is, I think, the first page of your investigative summary. Does that look to be accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so what I'd like you to do is let's walk the board through first the information and evidence that you gathered regarding the allegations that on this Grambling trip, and going specifically back to item 5 in the termination notice, during this time, Ms. Walker was unprofessionally not present for hours at a time and left the facility where the dance team members were to meet an acquaintance of hers off campus for a large amount of time, which violated board policy regarding supervision of students. Can you find the evidence that supported that allegation?
Yes. During this process, I interviewed 8 girls from the dance team. I reached out to every single person on the team, and 8 of them agreed to speak with me. Of those, 5 reported that they were left unattended for hours at a time during the time they were at the camp. They went into very specific details that were very unique to things that happened, including Ms. Walker missing coaches' meetings and other issues. 2 of the students advised that Ms. Walker was there the entire time. However, they were either, their statements were not as conclusive or appeared to be coerced or falsified, and I document that in that case report. I then proceeded to discuss the Grambling issue with other people outside of the dance team, including Ms. Faulkner, with Dr. St. Louis, and with Marquise Williams, who I believe was said would be Lamar Williams, but I believe he introduced himself to me as Marquise, and that's the name I know him by. Marquise Williams confirmed that Ms. Walker missed several of the coaches' meeting, was not there when he looked for her, and at one point they left campus together and were in a vehicle which was stopped by the police department, and he received a ticket for no seatbelt at that time.
Okay, so let's turn to the bottom of page 22. And then over to page 23. Are you there?
Yep.
Okay, so it looks like on October the 14th, you interviewed Tanya Woods, the mother of a dance team member.
Correct. She was the first lady I interviewed.
Okay, and then if you go over toward the middle of the page, on page 23, I see your notes say that Miss Woods advised that during the Grambling trip, Miss Walker was not present for a large amount of the time while the team was training, and that she may have left the facility to meet her boyfriend, a person named Daniel Moore, who allegedly attended the trip as well.
That's correct.
Okay, and then the next bullet point, that Coach Walker would get the girls to where they needed to be, I'm assuming like on the Grambling campus, and then Walker would disappear for hours at a time.
Correct.
And then you reference the vehicle driven by Marquise Williams that was stopped by local law enforcement.
Correct.
So is that information consistent with the majority of the people you interviewed about the Grambling trip?
It is.
Okay.
Now, that was the only report of Mr. Moore being on that trip.
Okay.
I was not able to confirm that, but I was also not allowed to talk to Ms. Walker.
Okay, and then there's also a Miss Jenkins referenced in the investigation report on page 25. Is that
It's Jasmine Jenkins.
Jasmine Jenkins? Is that another mother of a dance team member?
In addition to the dance team memo, the district received 2 other emails, both signed by people, Jasmine Jenkins and Tanya Woods. And I spoke with those two ladies first.
Okay. And then, let's see, you actually conducted a telephone interview with Carly Turner. She's one of the dance team members, correct?
That's correct.
And so if we go over to the top of page 26, I'm reading here in your report that Turner said that on the Grambling trip, Walker left them alone while they were learning choreography, would be gone for 2 to 3 hours, come back for 30 minutes, and then leave again without any other school district personnel present during this time.
Correct.
Was that the information that was received?
I was later learned that Marquise Williams had left from the trip. He drove his own vehicle to the Grambling campus and left the first day. He advised he was returned home to attend a funeral.
And then another interview, a lady by the name of Miss Carolina. Is that a mother? Is that a parent?
She's
or
a dance team member.
A dance team
Miss
member.
Carolina.
Okay. And so if you turn to page 29, toward the bottom of the page, it's Miss Carolina advised that on the Grambling trip, Walker would disappear, and advised that 4 or 5 times a day someone would be looking for Walker and couldn't find her.
Correct.
And then turning to page 30, you interviewed a Miss Jones.
Yes.
Was Miss Jones a coach or I'm sorry, not a coach, a parent or a team member?
Let me double check as to which Miss Jones. There were several.
Yeah.
I interviewed Mayona Jones. Is that who we're discussing at this point?
I think it is.
Okay.
Alicia Jones.
Or maybe Alicia Jones. But in the middle of page 30, it says Miss Jones.
I would object. I mean, Mr. Beckett has been testifying for the last 10 minutes, and if he's going to testify, we need to put him on oath. I would just ask Mr. Beckett, can you just simply ask what the person said? Can you do that?
That's what I'm doing.
Well, typically you've been reading, I guess, saying what the person has done, but if you don't mind, just ask the person. Just ask Mr. The investigator.
All right, all right.
Thank you. Mr. Plunkett,
Yes.
page 30, you see the middle of the page there?
That is Mayona Jones's quote.
Right. What did she say?
She would come and, let me find the exact quote. All right, thank you. Miss Jones advised she went on the Grambling trip with the team, and Coach Walker left the team alone and missed coach's meetings. This is recounted in the following quote from pages 11 to 12 of the interview that was conducted with her. She also pointed out that the other team coaches were all present with their team, and hers were not.
Okay. And then now turn to page 33. And does this, at the bottom of page 33, does this reflect that you interviewed Aries Jones, a member of the dance team?
Correct.
And then if you go to page 34, toward the middle of the page, I think there's some statements about Miss Walker's, disappearance on the Grambling trip.
Can you show me exactly where you're pointing to? Since she left them unattended multiple times, she recounted, I remember this, she recounted hoping that Coach Walker would record one of her performances, and she was looking for her to ask her to record it, and she couldn't find her at that time, and so it wasn't recorded, and she was very disappointed about that.
Which bullet are you at on that page?
It's the middle bullet, starting with Alega advised that on the Grambling trip,
Okay.
right there in the middle of the page.
Thank you.
All right, and then on page 36,
What are you asking specifically on page 36?
I'm going to,
I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm going to ask you a question. So who is Coach Darnell?
Coach Darnell is the assistant varsity team dance coach.
Okay. And that first bullet point toward the top of page 36, what kind of information did you receive from Coach Darnell?
She advised me something that seemed very strange to me. She said that Coach Walker had told her that she couldn't have left the girls at all because she didn't take a vehicle down. And I did confirm that she did ride the bus to the event, but none of the allegations had anything to do with whether she was leaving the campus. She just wasn't present with the team, as the girls didn't know where she was, except for the traffic stop. But what was very strange to me is that Ms. Cromwell Davis also said the exact same thing, that she rode down on the bus and that she couldn't have left the campus because she didn't have a vehicle. That seemed like that was a coach statement to me, and I noted it in my report. Also, Ms. Cromwell Davis was one of the two that did support her, saying that she had not left at all.
So just going back, just listen to me here, Mr. Plunkett. So going back to reason number 5 in the termination notice that says that on this Grambling trip, Walker was unprofessionally not present for hours at a time and left the facility where the team members were to meet an acquaintance off campus for a large amount of time. Did you find strong support for that reason in your investigation?
I found strong support that she was not present with the team for a significant part of the time.
All right.
And that there was no other North Little Rock School District personnel present.
Okay. Now let's segue to reason number 6, which was the allegation that Walker engaged the choreographer without obtaining supervisor approval or following established district policies, procedures, and protocols for the district to contract with and pay third-party vendors.
Okay.
Okay. Give the board a summary of what your investigation, all your interviews and documentation found from on that issue.
I conducted interviews with Willie Miller and with Stacy Allen. Both were engaged as choreographers for the dance team. Willie Miller advised he had worked in the past, but was hired during this the summer of 2025 by Coach Walker, and that he had been advised by her that he needed to do the work now and that she would pay him later. And she said she couldn't pay him now, this is his words, due to budget cuts, but that she would raise the funds later in the year and pay him. He completed the work, which I believe totaled $3,000 worth of work. And then, as he was trying to collect, he had called on multiple occasions, and that Ms. Walker had stopped taking his phone calls or responding to his texts. I also asked him as to what paperwork he had filled out with the district as far as background checks or becoming a vendor. He advised he had filled out a direct deposit form, but no other paperwork, and had not been involved in any background checks. In contrast, Stacy Allen had been hired after this and was fully contracted with the district and was up to date and paid the money that she had been owed.
Now, was Stacy Allen also a choreographer?
Correct.
For the dance team?
Correct.
Okay, and this was also in the summer of 2025 or maybe the fall of 2025?
So she was hired in September of 2025.
Okay, so if you turn to page 65, is this a summary of the interview you conducted with Willie Miller, that choreographer for the dance team, on November 12, 2025?
It is.
Okay. And, just the board can read this, but summarize what your findings were here with regard to whether, Walker complied with, the requirements that the district has in place, which are required by board policy and state law, to contract with an outside vendor.
It appeared to me that this personal or particular engagement with Mr. Miller was outside of those policies.
Okay. Could you find any documentation of a purchase order or anything communicated by Walker to a supervisor or the business office or anything like that relative to Mr. Miller's engagement?
No, and I specifically requested any documentation towards that from Ms. Faulkner.
Okay. And then I note you asked Miller if the school owed him any money.
Correct.
And his response?
The school or Ms. Walker owed him $3,000 for the choreography.
Okay. Now, had Miller been previously engaged in prior years by Walker?
That is to my understanding. However, I didn't go into that as part of my investigation extensively.
Okay. Bear with me just a moment. All right, so some of the documentation you had in your investigation report, if you'll turn to page 74 and page 75.
I'm there.
Is this the board policy regarding purchasing?
It appears to be.
Okay. And then on page, what is page 76?
76 is a commodity purchase bidding procedures flow chart that I took off the school board's website that describes or shows how to make a purchase for somebody employed by the district.
Okay, so on this document, there's a block that says $9,999.99 or less. So that would be the situation that Miller's engagement or contract would have been in, correct?
Correct.
And so the next box says acquire multiple bids, prepare a purchase order, attach bids, and send to the business office. Did you find any evidence that Walker had done any of that in 2025 with Mr. Miller, the choreographer?
I did not. I could not find any records to that, and I was prevented from asking her any questions regarding it.
Okay. Because you did a request to interview Ms. Walker, and through counsel, she declined that.
Correct.
Okay. She did provide a written statement.
She did, but the written statement was not to any of my questions.
All right. And then that third block on page 76 says the business office will sign the purchase order or return to the building for processing order if requested. Did you find any evidence that the business office ever signed a purchase order for the choreographer?
No, not until after the fact, after it was brought to their information, and I believe they paid that bill later.
Right, and so you interviewed the choreographer in November.
Correct.
The choreographer had provided services in like June.
Correct.
And had the choreographer been paid as at the time you interviewed him in November?
No, he had not.
Okay. And then, so page 77, what are we looking at right here?
This is I guess, agreement or an acknowledgement that Coach Walker received the operation manual for coaches and that she attended the training.
Okay. And is it your understanding that that operations manual covers things like purchasing?
I believe so.
All right, because if you go to page 78, this is another record you had in your report. It's from the year before, but what does it say? All purchases,
Must start with a purchase order.
and you found no evidence of a purchase order.
Correct.
And a purchase order would be, is it your understanding a purchase order is something that would be required to engage a choreographer like Walker did?
Yes.
So basically, did Walker essentially engage somebody and obligate the district for somebody, for somebody's work that hadn't been approved?
That appears to be the case based on the evidence that I saw.
Because did you interview Walker's immediate supervisor, Ms. Faulkner?
I did.
And did Ms. Faulkner, was she aware of any request by Walker to have a payment or engagement of Miller, the choreographer, approved by Faulkner?
She was aware that Mr. Miller had been employed and that the district owed him money, and that there was no money in the dance account to pay for it, but she was unaware of any of the processes, if they were done correctly or not.
And then here's a page 79. This is a coaches meeting, July of 2024. And is there a training topic on fundraising in the PO or purchase order process?
In the 9 o'clock to 9:30 a.m. block, finance was given a block by Brian Brown, Dana Fowler, Janet Rugel, and Makisha Edwards.
So it looked like all the district's coaches were trained on that process.
That's what it appeared to me.
And yeah, and then page 81, again, this is the 2025 acknowledgement that Walker received the operations manual for coaches.
Correct.
And then another copy of the purchase order highlights form on page 82.
Correct.
And then 83, this is entitled 2526 Coaches PD. Would you understand that to mean professional development?
I would.
And the next page, on page 84, what are you seeing?
It appears to be a purchase order slide, possibly from a PowerPoint or something like that would be my guess.
Yeah. Purchases for athletic expenditures must be approved by the athletic director prior to placing the order.
Correct.
Okay, and then here's another, is this page 85, is this another record?
It is.
Okay, so this looks to be the vendor, Willie Miller. Does that appear to be the same choreographer that we've been talking about?
Yes.
And then order date, 6/4/24.
Correct.
So this looks like maybe Walker engaged Miller for the year before and did the process correctly.
That's correct.
You wouldn't know of anyone else who would be hiring a choreographer for the dance team other than Walker, right?
I do not.
And then page 86 is Miller's invoice for the prior year.
Correct.
I think those are all the questions I have, Mr. Plunkett. I'm sure Mr. Porter or the board or both will have questions for you.
Mr. Porter.
Thank you. Mr. Plunkett, let me direct your attention, sir, to page 78 of the administration packet.
I copy.
See that?
Yes, sir.
And of course, it says if purchases are over $3,000, we must have 3 quotes. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
Right. In other words, if it's $3,000 in one, or $3,000 in two, $3,000 10, you got to have a purchase order for that. Is that correct? I mean, you have to have 3 quotes for that. Is that correct?
That's the way I would interpret it, yes, sir.
Right, and so Mr. Miller, I guess his Miller said that he was owed $3,000?
Correct.
And so $3,000 would be below the trigger amount for getting 3 quotes, is that correct?
According to that document, yes, sir.
Okay, and so and of course, we've seen purchase order, and of course, Mr. Miller has been hired.
What page is that, Mr. Porter?
That was on page 78, District 78. And of course, we've seen purchase orders where Mr. Miller has been retained by the North Little Rock School District. And that same policy, Jay, is also on page, I think, 82, 82 as well. And if you go to 85 and 86, Mr. Plunkett, you will see that Mr. Miller has been an approved vendor by the North Little Rock School District. Is that correct?
It appears to be.
Appears, or are you saying that? Do you have some doubt in your mind about it?
Sir, I'm not a spokesman for the district. That's what that paperwork shows.
Okay, right. So
it appears to be.
Okay, sure. And you indicated that you have been an investigator for the Little Rock Police Department. I guess you retired from the Little Rock Police Department after, what, 29 years? Is that correct?
Just short of 29 years.
Short of 29
28
years. Okay.
9 months.
And you were hired by the North Little Rock School District to be an independent investigator. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you conducted interviews with several people, yes?
Yes.
And you compiled over 2,000 pages of documents. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, how much did you charge for your services?
$50 an hour.
$50 an hour. What was your total bill?
I don't know. I can't speak exactly. I think it was around $13,000.
$13,000 that you charged to do your investigation. And did you have a purchase order prior to you undertaking this task?
I was, yes. Well, I was contracted by the district to conduct this.
No, sir. My question is, did you have an approved purchase order before you undertook your task of doing this investigation that cost the district some $13,000?
Being a contract employee, I would not be the one to fill that out.
Okay. And so you didn't fill it out, nor did you ever see a purchase order approving your services to conduct a $13,000 investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And of course, you were paid by the North Little Rock School District, yes?
Correct.
And of course, your master in this situation was the North Little Rock School District, correct?
Yes. That's who employed me.
Yeah, because you were employed by what, Hayward Finks, is that correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Finks, of course, is the chief of security here, yes?
He is.
And of course, Mr. Fink is a retired police officer with the Little Rock Police Department. Is that correct?
He was an assistant chief at the time he retired.
Right. And I guess were you aware of the fact that Mr. Finks had some kind of axe to grind with Mr. Walker, Bill Walker, Senator Walker, who is the father of Allison Walker?
I was not.
You were not aware of that?
I was not.
You were not aware of the fact that Mr. Fink was upset over the fact that Mr. Walker did not support his campaign to be the chief of police?
I had no idea about that. That's
Okay. You were
telling
kind
me
of in a
that is the
cave.
first time.
I mean, you served with Mr. Fink, yes? How many years did you serve with Mr. Fink?
Yeah. It's okay. I've got it.
Worked for him
I've got it. Hold
and
on.
directly as my captain in
He was your captain.
2006 through about 2010.
Okay.
I worked for him as a captain in patrol in 2002 and 2004.
I'm sorry, board. This kind of goes to the bias of the witness, and I noticed there was some rumblings about that, but it does. It
Well,
kind
I
of
think
goes
the
to the bias.
rumblings was how far we're going to go with this when he said he doesn't know anything
I
about
was
it.
wondering, did they bid
So
it
now-
out, but okay.
Okay.
Hold on. Mr. Porter's asking the
Yeah, I know.
questions.
I ain't
Mr.
asking
Porter,
anything.
please continue.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Mr. Plunkett, you indicated that you were hired as an independent investigator, but I noticed there were a lot of things where there were positive statements made about Ms. Walker. You discounted those. Is that correct?
Well, and two in particular
My question
regarding.
is, sir, positive statements that were in Ms. Walker's favor, you had a tendency to discount those statements. Is that correct?
When I found them to be untrue, yes.
Okay. Well, for instance, there was some scuttlebutt about Miss Walker supposed to having some friend of hers down in Grambling, but you found no evidence of that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in other words, and this so-called October 2nd email, this by Tanya Burks Woods, did you determine whether or not Miss Burks Wood had an axe to grind against Miss Walker?
Now, which email are you referring? Are you referring to the dance team parents email, or are you referring to the Tanya Woods email?
Well, sir,
They were separate
did
emails.
you actually determine? I mean, you're a 29-year investigator. Did you determine that this so-called dance team or parents dance team email actually turned out to be one person? And that was Tanya Woods Walker? I mean, I'm sorry, Tanya Burks Woods?
While I was unable to confirm that specifically, that was my suspicion.
Right. She was the driving force behind all of this stuff, that all of these allegations that were directed at Miss Walker. Is that correct?
I guess you could say that. Yes,
Right.
she started it.
Right.
And
And my question is also, as an investigator, would you agree with me, sir, that if you were taking statements from a particular witness, would you want to determine whether or not that particular witness may have some bias against a person that they were making allegations against?
Absolutely.
Right. And were you able to determine that the thing that really kind of got to Miss Tanya Burks Woods was the fact that Miss Walker had previously kicked her daughter off the dance team? Did you discover that?
No, because you prevented me from talking to your client. That
Well-
was one of the questions that I was going to ask, and particularly about why there was some kind of bias by Miss Woods.
I mean, you could have asked Miss Woods
Mr.
that,
Porter,
yes?
Mr. Porter,
I'm
let
sorry.
him finish his answer.
Okay. You could have asked Miss Woods that. Is that correct, sir?
But I had no confirmation that there was bias. I
Right.
was aware that her daughter was kicked off the team.
Right. As a matter of fact, Mr. Plunkett, when you wanted to talk to my client, I asked you specifically to provide whatever investigation that you have against her so that she would be able to answer your question appropriately. Did you recall me asking you that?
Yes,
And you didn't want to do that, did you?
I did not.
And you wanted her to go in blindly and be interrogated by a 29-year investigator. Is that correct? Is that correct, sir?
As I said,
You did not want to
Mr.
give
Porter,
her.
let him answer
I'm
the
trying to
question.
answer your
Yes,
question,
sir.
sir.
You did not want to
Mr.
give her
Porter.
the benefit.
Mr.
You did-
Porter.
Yes,
Mr. Porter.
yes, uh-huh.
Let him answer the question, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Porter, I wanted to talk to her directly, to ask my questions, and to give her her chance to defend herself, and you prevented that.
How can she defend herself if she's not knowing exactly what she's been accused of doing?
That's why I was going to ask her questions.
Okay, sort of like you can set traps for a person, right? I mean, if a person is not known, if they don't know exactly what they are being accused of, and if they don't know who's making these allegations or what the allegations are, it would be unwise for a person to sit down with an investigator to be interrogated. Would you agree with me that, sir?
I would agree with that,
Right.
except for the policy of the district that requires her cooperation.
Right, but she did provide a written statement. It may not have been to
She
your
wrote a written
satisfaction.
statement contradicting the email that you were referencing earlier.
Right, and I think she provided, what, a 3 or 4 page written statement?
Close to that.
Yes, and so it may not have been to your satisfaction, but at least she did cooperate by providing statement from her behalf, yes?
Well, I would not agree with that statement.
Okay.
And the reason being is the delay that you caused in that. Specifically, and I got the dates, the interview took place on the 18th, and you advised me that you would have the statement to me on the 24th, but I didn't receive it to the 30th.
But you did get it.
I did.
Right, and I mean, it would be kind of a dumb lawyer to allow a client to talk to an investigator, especially in a criminal case. Would you agree with that, sir?
In a criminal case, absolutely.
All right.
This is not a criminal case.
Well, it's a case where a person's property right is at stake. I mean, the Fifth Amendment says that a person, before you can take a person's property right.
Is there a question there?
No, this is the question. Would you agree with me, Mr. Plunkett, that the Fifth Amendment says that before you can take someone's property right, that they have to be afforded due process, yes?
I'm aware of due process. I am not a lawyer, and I cannot answer that question.
Well, you read the Fifth Amendment from time to
I did.
time, haven't you?
Okay,
I'm
okay,
well
Mr.
aware.
Porter, he's not a lawyer.
All right, okay. Let me see here. Were you aware of the fact, sir, that at this training camp down at Grambling, that Miss Walker had to attend some classes?
No?
You weren't aware of that, okay?
I'm sorry, what?
You weren't aware of that.
No, I wasn't given a chance to ask your client where she was.
Okay. Well, I mean, you asked some folks. I mean, you asked mainly Miss Tanya Burks Wood has made the allegation in her email to you that Miss Walker was absent quite a bit at the Grambling camp. Is that correct?
I asked everyone that I interviewed a series of questions regarding that, whether she was present during the Grambling camp, as it was one of the main allegations.
Let me direct your attention, sir, to Petition Exhibit K. Petition Exhibit K. See that?
Hold on just a second, I'm getting there.
Thank you.
Okay?
Okay, and of course, Petition Exhibit K lists some of the dance team members you try to get in contact with. Is that correct?
Correct.
And let me see, one. I think there are 12 dance team members listed. Is that correct?
That's what I count.
And out of the 12, how many of the 12 spoke to you?
Of these, none. This is the list of the people who declined.
Oh, okay. These are the list of people who declined to talk to you. Is that correct?
Or declined, or I was unable to contact.
Right, right. As a matter of fact, one person, Chrislyn Williams, parent Cherie Banks, stated that declined and advised they had no issue with Miss Walker. Is that correct?
Correct.
There was another dance team member, Carmen Walker, said declined with no issues. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so it's my understanding that you were only able to talk to 2 dance team members. Is that correct?
No.
How many did you talk to?
I talked to 8 dance team members.
8 dance team members?
Yes.
One of the dance team members had a complaint about hair. Is that correct? Getting the hair done?
Yep. Several did.
Okay. So in other words, Miss Walker, I guess, kind of had a standard for how she wanted her dance team members to wear their hair, and some of them may have had a problem with that. Is that correct?
I don't think the problem was the standard.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But anyway, there was an issue about hair. Yes?
There was.
All right. And again, you didn't go down to Grambling to interview anyone. Is that correct?
I made contact with 3 separate people at Grambling University. I do not have the names in front of me.
Right.
I attempted to gather any video evidence to support or did not defend Ms. Walker, and was unable to get some because it was not retained.
Right. Was it your understanding, Mr. Plunkett, that at this dance camp there were several adults and that these dance teams were meeting sort of in a open space? Is that correct?
I think that would be my impression, but I can't say.
Kind of like a large gymnasium.
That's what I understood it to be, but
Right.
I don't know that for sure.
And when the dance team is out, and you got several dance teams out there, and you got several adults who are supervising the dance teams, is that correct?
So, to my understanding, each coach from the district was.
I'm not
with
asking you
their
that.
team.
I'm not asking that question.
Mr. Porter, if
My
you can
question
finish.
is,
Mr. Porter, if you can finish.
well, I thought I asked a specific question. Did you find in your
thought he was
investigation, that there were several adults who were out in this open space with the dance teams? That's my question.
I'd never asked that question specifically.
Okay.
I know there were other adults present.
Okay.
I know.
And this Mr. Is it Willie Miller? Mr. He went.
No.
Marquise. Mr. Marquise Williams. Marquise Williams had been approved by Ms. Faulkner to attend this dance camp at Grambling University. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with the understanding that he would be helping supervise the dance team along with Miss Walker. Is that correct?
Coach Faulkner related to me that.
No, sir. My question is, isn't it true that he had agreed to help supervise the dance team members along with Miss Walker? That's my question.
Correct.
All right. And so, but unbeknownst to Miss Walker, Mr. Lamar Williams had to leave the first day after some family emergency. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And of course, that just
You said unbeknownst. I don't think she knew ahead of time.
Right. Right.
But she was informed that he was leaving.
Yes. And so, and of course, after Mr. Lamar Williams left, then of course that left Miss Walker alone, at least from the North Little Rock district. Well, actually, Miss Walker was the only person from the North Little Rock district that went on that trip to Grambling University. Is that correct?
I believe Ms. Faulkner came for the last day, but prior to that, that is my understanding.
Right. And of course, Mr. Williams was not employed by the North Little Rock School District at the time, but had been given approval by Ms. Faulkner to attend. Is that correct?
Correct.
With the understanding that he was going to assist Ms. Walker in supervising the children.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
But Mr. Williams unfortunately had to leave after the first day due to some family emergency, yes?
A death, yes.
Okay. I mean, you would call a death an emergency, would you?
Well, it is very emergent to the person who's experiencing.
Right, exactly. Okay. All right. You also spoke with Miss St. Louis, and I think what I have is on page 110, and I'm trying to find in the record where that is. St. Louis.
Mine goes up to 94.
Page 51 of the administration packet. And of course, who is Dr. St. Louis?
She's principal of North Little Rock High School.
And the first bullet point indicates that you spoke with Dr. St. Louis, and she advised that both Coach Walker and Coach Darnell were trained on what to do in an active shooting situation. Is that correct?
Correct.
But she also said that she did advise that there is a gap in the training regarding what to do if a shooting happens outside of the classroom or on an athletic field. Is that correct?
That's what she advised me, correct.
Right. Okay. And of course, you heard the testimony of Ms. Faulkner. That's the same thing that Ms. Faulkner said. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And this October the 2nd email, that sort of triggered some things in reference to the dance team. Is that correct, sir?
By things
Such
it
as-
triggered the investigation.
Well, what I'm saying is, after the North Little Rock School District received this October 2nd email that's found at page 18. Let me direct your attention to page 18 of the packet, of the administration packet. You see that?
I'm getting there. Correct.
And of course, this is, it says dance parents 2025 at yahoo.com. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of course, based on what you were able to determine, this dance parent actually turned out to be one parent, and that was Miss Tanya Woods. Is that correct?
That is not what I was able to determine. It is my strong suspicion that that's correct.
Okay, all right. And so
I did ask her specifically, and she denied it.
Okay, all right. And so anyway, this October 2nd, 2025 email, were you aware of the fact that after the district got this, or at least after Colonel Stanger got this particular email along with other folks, that he in essence placed serious limitations on the dance team activities?
That is my understanding.
Such as they couldn't go to away games, correct?
I believe that's the case.
Right, and
I'm a little unfamiliar with exactly what was mandated in that area.
Right, and as a matter of fact, there were several dance team members who appeared before this board expressing their dismay and also their support for Coach Walker. Is that correct?
That's correct. I also interviewed dance team members who advised they were forced to appear before the board against their will.
Okay, so again, anything negative you find against Ms. Walker. Is that correct, sir?
Sir,
Even though you're supposed to be independent.
Sir, I'm trying to say both sides of that.
Oh, well, I understand. Let me direct your attention, sir, to Petitioner Exhibit H1. And that's going through H5. Do you see that?
Yep.
And of course, these are, I guess, maybe text messages from dance team members that they wrote to Dr. Rochelle Redis. Dr. Redis up there, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, but if you want to include me, I'm gonna recuse myself and I won't vote.
Well, no, I'm just saying, but I'm not implying one way or the other.
I can go to the house.
Okay, all right, but anyway, apparently these dance team members, they wrote emails to Dr. Redis, basically saying, hey, look, we love our coach, we enjoy what we're doing, and they were supporting Ms. Walker and their experience with the dance team. They're saying it was a great experience. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then it also says on, and of course, we have at least 5 of these types of text messages.
I actually got 20.
20?
Go ahead, yes.
20 of letters of support for the dance team.
And I responded to all 20.
All right, thank you. And then, of course, if you look at petitioner I, do you see that? And of course, petitioner I is basically, it looks like a text message from Coach K, who's basically saying, as of this point in time, due to parents' complaint, we can't do any kind of outside activity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so, were you aware of the fact, sir, that Ms. Walker, in order to get, let's say, choreographers paid, that they would have like funding activities to raise money to do that?
Yes.
All right. And after Ms. Walker's dance program was placed on restrictions, she was unable to do those fundraisers in order to get choreographers paid. Is that correct?
I believe she conducted a child's camp at one point to raise funds,
Right.
but it was not very successful.
Right. But I'm just saying, after
It did happen.
right, after Colonel Stanger placed the dance team on restriction, then that hampered Ms. Walker's ability to try to raise funds to help pay for the choreographers. Is that correct?
I would not say that, as I can't speak for Ms. Walker.
Okay. All right. Well, she'll testify about that. Thank you. All right. Let me direct your attention, sir, to page 65 of the administration packet.
In there?
And of course, this is your interview with Willie Miller. Is that correct?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
And the second bullet point indicates that Mr. Miller advised that he had been hired by the school district by Coach Walker and that he has been paid in the past through direct deposit and by check. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And of course, we saw some invoices, at least some purchase order where Mr. Miller had been paid. Is that correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true, sir, that Mr. Miller has in fact been paid the $3,000 that was owed to him?
That is my understanding, yes.
Yes, okay. Matter of fact, I think the district paid it, correct?
That is my understanding.
All right. And again, the policy says anything over $3,000, you have to get 3 bids. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. In your investigation, sir, Did you find where this parent, Tanya Burks Wood, had made numerous complaints against other North Little Rock employees?
No, I restricted my investigation to the allegations against the dance team.
Okay. And again, did you discover that Miss Tanya Wood's daughter had been kicked off the dance team by Miss Walker?
And then, yes, the year before, and then brought back on, correct?
Right. In other words, she was kicked off by Miss Walker, I think, during the 2024-2025 school year, and then, of course, Miss Walker allowed her to come back, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
And then, of course, she has recently been kicked off the dance team by a different, the new coach, or at least a coach, Miss, at least the coach who's in place now. Is that correct?
I have no idea what you're talking about. At the time of the end of my investigation, she was still a member in good standing.
Okay. All right.
If that happened afterwards, I have no knowledge.
Okay. Okay. All right. And you were not able to determine whether or not Miss Walker, when she was at the Grambling camp, you were not able to determine whether or not she had any type of classes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if she did, in fact, have classes, that would certainly explain sometime why she was absent. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it wouldn't excuse
No, my question is, if she had to attend classes, then that would explain at least some of her absences, correct?
I guess.
All right, thank you. Pass the witness.
All right, any questions from the board?
I don't have a question, but I'm sorry. When you put my name in it, I have to address it. Yes, I got 20 emails from different people for support. However, I was a little suspicious because they came minutes back to back. So what I did, because I believe in protocol, so what I did is I copied and pasted the same response to all 20. What I said was, thank you for reaching out to me and sharing your concerns. I want you to know that your email has been received and appreciated. I want first to ensure you're aware that you can always reach out to share your concerns with me in the future. However, as a board member, I do not take part in day-to-day operational matters. Matters involving daily operations or personnel are first addressed by the superintendent, Dr. Greg Paluski, before coming before the board. I have forwarded your messages to the superintendent. I have forwarded every single one of them to him for review and follow-up. Thank you again for taking this time to reach out, and most importantly, and I mean that, for choosing North Little Rock School District to prepare you to become future ready. I just didn't appreciate being used.
Let me ask you this. You indicated
And
that
so therefore, I have no problem.
You said you
I'm
were
sorry.
suspicious?
Mr. Porter.
I was, so therefore, I have no problem. I am recusing myself, and you're on your own.
So I have a few questions. Ms. Walker, what does the policy state for a bus request?
Could you tell me which page you're looking on?
NLRSD 001.
I'm sorry. Whoa, it's not her turn yet, I don't think.
Mr. Porter, I'll be in charge of the hearing, if that's all right.
Okay, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Sorry, Ms.
thank
Richardson.
you.
Can you?
Ms. Walker, proceed.
Can I ask Ms. Walker a question?
Oh,
I have no questions for the investigator.
okay, well, let's wait till after Ms. Walker
Okay.
goes. That's our usual process. We'll just stick with the witnesses as they come.
Okay.
That's what I thought, Mr. Richard. I didn't mean to step on your toes.
No, I got you. I got a little bit distracted there for a second, sorry.
Okay.
Any questions for,
No further questions from Mr. Plunkett.
that's what I was about to ask. Any further questions for Mr. Plunkett?
I kind of do. Okay, so Mr. Plunkett, let me come at it from this standpoint. I too got a lot of emails, as we all did. So it wasn't just Rochelle Redis that got the emails. We all got emails. We all got the same email from the dance mom. And as suspected, I even took to the athletic administrative staff, and I knew, had a suspicion of who that was. So what I want to say is this. As a high school student, I was a dancer. So therefore, I understand that I've gone to dance camps too. And I think that, and my thing is this, if we go be fair, we have to be fair. And I understand what that looks like from a dancer's perspective. And I do understand that when we got on that yellow bus and went to camp in another state or another city, and we stayed at college campuses, there were times that our coaches had to leave and go to meetings. So I understand what that looks like. There are people, it's several different groups in a gym. And you're there, you're practicing, not with your coach, not with your choreographer, but you're practicing with somebody that's set up and set aside by that particular camp. So you're not in the necessary immediate physical care or eyesight of your coach, because they take you all and take your group, and sometimes they take your group, your dance team, and break those up into pods. So you have several different groups all around the gym practicing on different routines, and then you all move around different ones. But I do know for a fact, because I was there, not in this situation, but I was there as a high school student on a dance team, that coaches are somewhere else. And they're mandated, or it's mandatory meetings as it relates to dance coaches. They're not in there with us. So
What's her question?
when I get to it, I'm gonna let you know. But what I'm saying to you is this, or my question to you is, how as an independent investigator do you justify saying this person was not at this particular situation or this particular place? And how do you put this in a situation to where you are ready to die on this hill and say something is so suspicious? Like, I got the same, and I'm saying it from the standpoint that some of these girls I do know, and I do know that they have gotten to a place where they are passionate about what they do. They're good at what they do. And so I'm trying to figure out, how do you take that and then make this into a whole, yes, she did it, if you wasn't there, or if you don't know how the setup is, or you don't have the itinerary. And I'm just coming at it from a standpoint, I think that whole fiasco was a mess. But my point is this. I've been in that situation as a high school dancer from 6th grade all the way up to 12th grade. So I understand what that looks like. Our coaches are not always with us every time. And so my question again is, how do you make that your investigation piece and then take it from a parent that wasn't even there?
So,
and I know,
If he could.
I got that. I got that. But I know, superintendent know, principal know, the coach and athletic administrative staff know, with this particular parent, it's a problem. So how do you form this whole thing?
I understand exactly what you're saying about that particular parent. And I didn't give her testimony any more weight than anyone else's. I used her allegations as a basis to talk to each person about each allegation. 5 separate of the girls said that she was not there for hours at a time, that she didn't show up for coaches' meetings. And I agree with you that a student wouldn't necessarily see everything. One of them described her coming back with food after she left the campus and described what kind of food it was. And that coincided with Marquise Williams' statement, where he said that she wasn't there, that the adult assistant coach says she wasn't there, that she wasn't going to the mandatory coaches meetings. One of the students even mentions in her interview that during the thing, the Grambling counselors or the people running the camp kept repeatedly coming to the group and asking where she was, and they weren't able to find her, to the point where they even started saying, oh wait, I know, it's Miss Walker, and they stopped coming to ask. So those were all noted by independent people, not Tanya Woods.
I get that part, and I understand what you're saying, but when you start dealing with a person's reputation or livelihood, you kind of have to, you know what I'm saying? And so
When I corroborated that with the statement from Ms. Faulkner, that she was terribly worried that Ms. Walker would leave during the camp, which she had received a letter of warning for doing the week before, leaving the children unattended with the choreographers. She brought Marquise Williams in specifically to make sure someone was there to watch the kids for when she vanished.
okay, so do you understand what coach on record means?
But coach on record,
Coach on record.
not
So when you go to dance camp, if you're not the coach on record, you're not privy to certain information, so you don't have those itineraries. That's all I'm saying. It's certain stuff that you're gonna get, and there's certain stuff that you're not gonna get.
It is not.
And
like
yeah,
it's-
I remember my coaches, when they came from coaches meeting, they had lunch and they would bring food back, but then yet we had to eat pizza. So I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
Michael, Scott, if I
No,
can.
no, not just yet.
Okay.
Not just yet. Any other questions from the board? From Mr. Plunkett? Okay. Now, Mr. Porter, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Plunkett. Where, I read your investigation. Where in your investigation do you report that there were coaches from other teams asking about Miss Walker's whereabouts?
It's Ms. Scoggins' statement.
No, sir. I'm asking
He's
you.
answering. He's answering.
He's reading from a
He's
piece of
answering
paper.
you.
It's in Ms.
It's not in his
Scoggins'
report.
statement.
He's answering you.
Answering the question.
I'm looking it up.
Mr. Plunkett, go ahead.
Can you point to me in
Mr.
in
Plunkett, go ahead.
Give me just a second and I'll find it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It's on page 39 of this, I guess, Mr. Beckett's exhibit.
Of the administration packet.
Ms. Scroggins says, no, that I don't remember. Oh, I mean, I think it's just kind of something that people started to normalize, or they got used to. Like, after the first day, and it was like, why would you ask for dancers where your coach is? That's kind of like, that's where she was describing that.
But there's no mention about other coaches coming and asking about Miss Walker's whereabouts.
I don't know if I said coaches or Grambling staff.
I heard you say coaches.
Well, maybe it was.
Or even Grambling
Perhaps
staff.
I misspoke.
Oh, you
I do
misspoke.
not know who was coming to ask, other than the people looking for her at the meeting.
Okay. And I think Ms. Person West, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, was, I guess what, you came away with the conclusion that the students who came out supporting Ms. Walker were forced to do so.
That's the conclusion that you drew, is that correct?
No, I said Ms. Scoggins.
No, no, no.
He's trying to answer the question.
I advised one of the students, and I think it's in here, but I'm not 100% if it's in this particular section. But Ms. Scoggins advised that she was made to come and speak as a sophomore representative for the team, and she didn't want to do so. I know it's in her statement. I just don't know if it's in this packet.
Who is Ms. Scroggins is a dance team member?
Yes,
Who is her mother, you know?
I do, but give me just a second to remember. Ticey is her first name.
Oh, actually, Ms. Scroggins is the mother of the dance team member.
No.
Where?
Ashley Scroggins is the dance team member.
It says Tice, let me direct your attention, sir.
Ticey's the mother.
Yeah, let me direct your attention to petitioner exhibit J. Let's see that. All right, let's look at 39, page 39 of the packet. I'm sorry, go back to page 39. Do you see on page 39, sir?
I'm here.
It says Tice Scroggins.
Mm-hmm.
Tice Scroggins is actually the mother of the
Correct.
dance team.
She was present during the interview.
Right,
When
but
it-
she didn't attend Grambling, right?
Correct.
She didn't go to the training camp at Grambling and University, right?
Correct.
And she was talking about something about a seafood boil, and she wasn't even there, correct?
No. Scroggins, who is Ashley Scroggins, the dance team member. Ticey is the mother. If you see the two different notations,
Right?
Ticey is the mother, Scroggins is the dance team member.
Well, you got here Ticey. Was your coach around doing and then Scroggins, she wasn't around. So is Tice asking the question?
That's what it appears to me.
But she wasn't the investigator, right?
She was on the phone during the interview, and I talked to both of them.
Okay. Is Tice last name Scroggins, sir?
I don't remember, I believe so, and I think that's why she's
Okay.
listed differently. I
All right.
just don't remember off the top of my head.
And you have her name listed on page 39. You got Tice. Did someone ask where she was, where your coach? Didn't you tell me that? And I guess she's talking to her daughter,
Yes.
kind of getting the second hand.
No, she's saying that her daughter reported that information to her,
Mhm.
and she's asking her about it.
Yeah, so were you on the phone with the mother or were you on the phone with the daughter?
I was on the phone with both of them.
You were on the phone with both of them. They had separate phones talking to you?
They were both on speakerphone.
Okay, all right.
Uh,
All right.
There's an audio recording of the
Okay.
whole thing.
All right.
And a complete
But again,
transcript in the file.
But again, even though you testified that there may have been other coaches or Grambling staff asking about Ms. Walker, that in fact did not happen. Is that correct?
Uh,
It's not.
I
in
didn't
the-
understand what you said.
You indicated in your testimony earlier that people from the Grambling staff or other coaches were asking about Ms. Walker, and you pointed to page 39, but that's not on what page 39
So Ms.
is.
Ticey asked, did someone ask where she was? Where's your coach? Didn't you tell me that? And she said, definitely. I mean, it wasn't really normal because you're the only coach that is not here.
Right. Someone, but you never identify who that someone was, right?
As to who? No, I did not.
It could have been another dance team member, Ms. Walker. Yes?
It could have been anybody.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Beckett.
No further.
Last round with Mr. Plunkett. All right, thank you, Mr. Plunkett.
May I be excused?
Yes, you may be steps.
No, you're free to go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Beckett, who's next?
Colonel Stanger.
All right, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Introduce yourself for the record and state your position with the district.
Colonel Scott Stanger, I'm Chief of Staff of the Superintendent.
Jay. They're holding up the sign,
Yeah,
talking the
microphone.
mic.
I want your microphone.
That's why handheld. Want to re-ask the question?
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, if you could, Colonel Singer, just close the loop on payment of Willie Miller, the choreographer, since as of November of 2025, Miller told Mr. Plunkett that he hadn't been paid.
Sure. So we got a phone call sometime early November from Mr. Miller to finance. And he stated he hadn't been paid, and we automatically asked, well, for what? And then asked him to tell the story and then send us an invoice. We received an invoice on November the 13th for $3,080 over the threshold. So we didn't know Mr. Miller, at least financially, existed. The process to, for a club, a team, anybody, to purchase something that is not covered by the district starts with a request to raise money, some kind of fundraiser, be whatever it is. From there, once we know the money has been raised, we put in an activity fund for that club, for that team, or whatever. Then the coach in this case, or the club leader, or whoever, goes and then finds a vendor. If it's over $3,000, they do 3 bids. Less, they don't have to. And then we know at that point, once that's been done, we cut a PO to that person, to the coach that says, okay, this is approved and you can spend up to this limit, the amount of money that they raised that we put in the account. That allows them to find a vendor and execute whatever they want to buy or service they want to perform or trip they want to take or whatever. Then, once that's done, the vendor sends us the invoice. We pay the invoice out of that activity account.
So with respect to the 2025 engagement by Walker of Miller for purposes of providing choreography services, did Walker comply in any shape, form, or fashion with district purchasing policies?
No.
Okay. So, but then contrast that with both Walker's training over the last couple of years, which is documented in the administration's packet, and the 2024 payments made to Miller by the district for choreography to the dance team.
In 2024, she did it correct. And then, obviously, as was come out in earlier testimony, she was trained on the process.
Okay, so training was done. We've got policies. They're all on the record. And that's why in part, why that number 6 in the recommendation was made.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as like Dr. Paluski and the leadership team, which was involved, I guess, in the decision to issue the termination notice, explain the thinking behind, the leadership team behind making that termination recommendation.
Well, nobody can singly or allowed by policy to obligate funds. So what, in this case, because the process wasn't followed, it essentially put the North Little Rock School District in a negative balance. That could be an audit finding. There's several things that are obviously wrong with that, and that will continue to be, it's currently negative balance. We will have to balance the budget, but to pay Mr. Miller, we had to take it out of operation funds because money wasn't raised before the job was executed per policy. So right now, we had to take out of a different budget line to pay Mr. Miller for obviously work that he performed, despite the fact that none of that was authorized, or I should say pre-authorized.
And then explain why Dr. Paluski and the leadership team felt that the issue with the Grambling trip was so profound.
Well, it essentially looked like a lack of trust with Coach Walker on her ability to supervise kids. If she wasn't there for whatever reason, be it a class or whatever, and the other gentleman had to leave because of an emergency, she would have had to make a decision what comes first, some class or supervising the kids that she was entrusted to supervise. And she didn't, according to the investigation, chose to do something else as opposed to watch the kids.
And that investigation followed the incident at the September 12 football game where Walker refused to allow any people other than dance and cheer team members into the cafeteria adjacent to the football field. Why did the administration and the leadership team consider that to be such a profound lack of professional judgment on Walker's part?
She exhibited poor judgment in that case. At the beginning of every football game on the scoreboard, it actually shows what to do in case of an active shooter or anything like that, and how to evacuate a stadium or whatever. So it was certainly poor judgment to only let so many kids in at the shelter. I believe, if I remember right on the video, it even says, hey, you know, go inside the building if something like that happens, be a tornado, active shooter, or whatever. That's pretty standard stuff. That did not happen except for the cheer and dance team.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Porter.
Thank you. Colonel Stenger, what if Ms. Walker had allowed the shooter in, unbeknownst to her, and the shooter would have killed several students? What kind of posture would that have put the district in then?
Oh, that could have been bad.
Yeah.
Didn't happen, but could have been bad.
Liability issues all across the place, correct?
Oh,
Wrongful
yeah, I'm
death
sure.
claims, correct?
I'm sure a lawyer would have gotten involved, yes.
Oh, yeah, and so, again, when you have an active shooter situation involving school shootings, and we've seen situations where actually students were the shooters, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, this was a chaotic situation, and Ms. Walker was certainly familiar with the dance team and familiar with the cheer team, and of course, she took action to protect them, is that correct?
No.
Did she not let the dance team and the cheer team in the cafeteria?
She did.
And that protected them, correct?
And she recognized.
No, my question is, did that not protect them?
Correct.
All right. And there were other people trying to get into that cafeteria, is that correct?
Correct.
And it could have been the shooter who was trying to get into that cafeteria, correct?
Possibly.
Right. Now, you and I, this is not our first meeting, is that correct, Colonel?
No, sir, it is not.
As a matter of fact, you were a witness in a federal lawsuit involving employment discrimination when you were employed by the Arkansas Military Department, is that correct?
No, sir, I was not a witness.
You were not a witness in that case?
No, I was never in the courtroom until the end. I was there at the post-trial hearing.
Yeah, this is really outside.
Right. And in that case, my client was found.
Mr. Porter, this is way outside.
Your military department was found to be discriminating
Mr. Porter,
against my client, is that correct?
Mr. Porter, this is way outside of what we're here for
I
today.
understand, but it goes to the bias of the witness. I think
I appreciate you have a reason to ask your question, but we're outside.
All right. Okay. Did you find, Colonel Stenger, that there was a security guard also at the door during the shooting incident at the cafeteria door?
No, sir, I wasn't there.
You weren't there.
No, I wasn't on that. I was on the shooting side of the football field when that happened.
And you would agree with me, sir, that the training that's provided for active shooting did not cover the specific situation of what happens when you have a shooting situation on a football field, correct?
I don't know. I wouldn't say that because I'm not aware.
You're not aware of. I mean, do you not agree?
I guess I don't understand the question.
Well, my question. Well, you heard Ms. Faulkner testify, and you heard Mr. Plunkett testify that when he interviewed Dr. St. Louis said that that's not even part of their training scenario whenever you have a shooting outside of the facility. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
You think Dr. St. Louis is lying about that?
No, I'm not. I'm saying she could be mistaken, but she's not in charge of security guards.
Okay, so you think Ms. Faulkner is lying about that when they say they haven't been trained on a situation where there's an active shooting situation on the football field as opposed to...
No, I'm not saying anybody's lying.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that they are trained specifically by somebody else, and they work for somebody else, and all the training and all the certification, all that is by a different department.
Okay, so you don't know exactly what type of training Ms. Walker was providing when it came to active shooting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Okay. You mentioned one of the reasons why I didn't want you in here, Colonel Stenger, and of course you heard the testimony about the threshold of $3,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if it's over $3,000, you need 3 separate bids, correct?
Correct.
And now you just sit here and testify that all it was actually $3,080. Is that correct?
According to the invoice he sent us, yes.
Okay, I haven't seen an invoice. Where is that invoice?
The invoice was it's in the whole 4 volumes.
I've been through it, sir, and I didn't see an invoice for $3,080. I saw, let me direct your attention, sir, to page 1. This is the termination letter that Dr. Paluski wrote under your recommendation as well. Is that correct? Is that a yes?
We certainly talked about it, yes.
Sure. And on page 2, it mentions, you see where it says number 6?
Mm-hmm.
It says, as of this date, Mr. Miller is seeking payment in the sum of $3,000 for his work for the team. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And it say $3,080, isn't it?
It is $3,080.
No, sir, it did not say $3,080.
Oh, no, it did not.
And of course, who was the very first person who CC'd with this recommendation for termination?
Me?
Did you ever go back and say, hey, Dr. Paluski, it's really $3,080? Did you ever go back and tell him that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And also, of course, Mr. Plunkett, even in his investigation, determined the amount was $3,000. Do you recall that?
I did. I heard his testimony.
Right. Is even in his report. You've seen his report, right? The four-volume report.
Yeah, it's been a while, yeah. I've seen it.
Well, the packet has been reduced. I mean, one of the reasons why I delayed the hearing is because I wanted the full packet, which I hadn't received at that point in time. Is that correct, sir?
Oh, I have no idea why you leave, but yes, you requested it and we sent it to you. Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And so, and according to the information that Mr. Plunkett gathered, he stated that that the choreographer was owed $3,000 as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You didn't go back and say, hey, that should be $3,080. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. And again, you know that in order to be required to get 3 bids, you need to be over $3,000, yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I want to direct your attention, sir, to the policy. Let's see here. And I think one of the things that you're dinging Ms. Walker for, and I believe is that policy 3.27. Do you see that? That's Exhibit 8 in your packet. Policy 3.27.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Page 73 of them.
73.
What page is it? 70. Oh, thank you.
73, I
Thank you.
believe.
73. Yes, sir. Thank you. Is this the policy that was cited in the termination letter that supposedly Ms. Walker violated? Talk about not supervising students.
Hold on. Which paragraph is that?
Paragraph 5, I believe.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, and so, and of course, is it your contention that Ms. Walker was in violation of policy number 3.27 during the Grambling trip?
Based off the investigation.
Yeah. It says the superintendent shall direct all principals to establish regulation ensuring faculty supervision of students throughout the school day and at extracurricular activities. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did you ever determine whether or not Ms. Faulkner established any type of regulation for ensuring faculty supervision of students
throughout the school day and at extracurricular activities?
No, not particularly. I do know it's covered in annual PDs.
Right. And of course, the Grambling situation was not a school day, is that correct?
That is correct.
It occurred during the summer when school was out, is that correct?
It's an extracurricular activity. That is correct.
How is extracurricular activity defined? If it's, this happened during the summer and when school was out, yes?
Yes.
Extracurricular activity basically involves situations where playing basketball, playing football, even doing cheerleader, correct? Or track. Those are extracurricular activities. Is that correct?
That is correct. They can that can be performed outside the normal school year.
Okay. Doesn't say that in the policy, doesn't it, sir?
No, it doesn't say that it has to. It doesn't say it has to be happened during the school year or outside of the school year. That is correct.
Right. Okay. Now the termination letter. Now that you were able to determine whether or not, sir, this Dan's parent, you were able to determine basically this is this one mother, Miss Tanya Burke Woods. Is that correct?
No. Eventually, yes, but
Okay.
not initially. No.
And she's the one that's been raising all the stink. Is that correct?
She's the one that sent the original emails. That is correct.
October 2nd of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And she raised all of these different allegations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As a matter of fact, most of the allegations that she even raised, they're not even part of the termination. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because you just didn't find them to be credible. Is that correct? Were you able to?
No. So the reason they weren't in there, at least from my recommendation to the superintendent, is because they didn't rise to the level for a termination.
Right. And were you able to determine, sir, did you discover that Miss Walker had dismissed Miss Wood's daughter the previous school year from the dance team?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the first time. That is correct.
Right. And as a matter of fact, Miss Tanya Woods has been, as my dad would say, raising more hell than the alligator when the pond went dry. I mean, she's been very upset about that. Is that correct, sir? By the fact that her daughter was kicked off the dance team by Miss Walker.
I'd have to speculate because it was all that. I'd have to read emotion into emails, and I just don't do that.
Yeah, I understand. And so, and based on the allegations that were made in the October 2nd, 2025 email by Miss Woods, then that's when you made the decision that you were going to put some restrictions on the dance team. Is that correct?
That and the decision after the shooting, that is correct.
Right. And so by putting restrictions on the dance team, of course, you realize you were aware of the fact that Ms. Walker relied upon activities to help raise money for the dance team. Is that correct?
Correct.
In order to help pay dance choreographers. Is that correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. What type of activity did Ms. Walker put on in the past to help raise money for the dance team?
Since I've been here, there was none that I've seen.
Because you put a halt to that. Is that correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. Well, you put a halt to all, basically, most of the activities involved in the dance team. You said they can't go to away games.
Correct.
You said that they could not have practices at a certain time, I guess, right?
Correct. That was one of the complaints.
All right.
By parents.
Okay. What about just one parent, Miss Woods? Yes?
Well, at the time, I didn't know it was one parent.
Okay. All right. Now, this Tanya Woods' daughter has recently been, her daughter has been put off the dance team by the new coach. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Oh, you hadn't followed up with that?
No.
Okay. Where is that?
It's in the new emails.
I'll get that. Do you recall that I sent an FOI request? I'll get it.
you recall that I sent an FOI request asking for any and all complaints that Ms. Woods had raised?
I did.
Okay, and of course, even though I asked for all complaints, you just limited those complaints to Ms. Walker, is that correct?
No, I'd have to go back and read the FOI request.
Mhm.
It was complaints.
I asked for all complaints.
Correct, involving Miss Tanya Burks or Woods Burks, or
Mhm.
correct.
Okay. And in one of the emails, Miss Burks, Tanya Woods Burks, raised as of January of this year was the fact that her daughter had again been placed off the dance team by Kyrell Darnell, and she filed a complaint about that. Is that correct?
She may have, I don't know.
Okay. Well, you provided the emails to me, sir.
Our comms department, they went and scanned and got all the emails. That is correct.
Okay. Did you not review these emails before they were sent to me?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. And I guess it's your testimony that Mr. Wayne Miller Willie Miller has been paid the $3,000 that was owed to him. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the termination letter, if you go to Exhibit 1, Exhibit 1, page 1, and also page 2, the reason for termination, of course, 1 through 4, Ms. Walker had already been placed on suspension, has served her suspension for those first 4 items. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, of course, you and Dr. Paluski went back to June 10th about the Grambling. You added that in that. And then you also added something that happened in February of 2025 through June 25. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And but there are no documented disciplinary actions that was attributable to Ms. Walker since her return from suspension. Is that correct?
Correct. That's because we didn't know about these until the
understand.
investigation.
I understand. But Ms. Faulkner knew about the Grambling trip, sir. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And she knew, as a matter of fact, she even went to the Grambling trip the last day.
That is correct.
All right. And so she knew about number 5. Yes? Ms. Faulkner did.
Oh, I can't say that. I can't say that she didn't know the kids were unsupervised.
Okay. All right. And were you aware of the fact, sir, that Ms. Walker had to attend some coach development meetings during the Grambling trip?
No.
Didn't ask her, didn't you?
Did I ask her?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Have you ever gone to seminars?
Tons of them. What kind?
Right. And so you have to attend meetings and get hours for certain careers or profession that you're in. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm sure.
All right. Okay. All right. That's all I have. I'll pass the witness.
All right, questions from the board from Colonel Stanger? Seeing none. Mr. Beckett, follow-up.
Just a couple of follow-ups. So I want to revisit that the September 12th shooting incident. And, of course, Mr. Porter's making an issue out of the fact that it was a chaotic situation and you wouldn't want to let, like, maybe even the shooter himself into the room. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
Okay. But wasn't one of the points of that reason that Walker, in fact, did not allow a student that she knew into the room?
That is correct.
Okay. And some of the students that were not allowed into the cafeteria during the rush from the field to go, to get to a safe place, immediately after Walker denied entrance to students, another staff member named Shipman allowed those same students into the room.
That is correct.
So, is it not a reasonable assumption that Shipman did not think these students were the shooters or shooter?
Yes, that's reasonable.
Okay. That's all I have.
You remember the Columbine shooting, so the unfortunate situation.
I know of it. It's been a minute since then.
Right, I understand. And you would agree with me that a lot of the students knew those shooters, is that correct?
Correct.
So just because Ms. Walker knew some students, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are to be eliminated as a potential shooter, is that correct?
That's incorrect.
Well, I mean, who's to know? Had the shooter been identified at that point?
What I mean by it's incorrect,
My question is, had the shooter been identified at that point, sir?
nope, could have been a dance team, could have been cheer, could have been anybody.
Right, and so just because Ms. Walker may have known some of the students who were trying to get in, that doesn't mean that one of those students could have been a shooter, is that correct?
But she filtered some of them,
Right.
so,
She-
and let them in.
Right, but some of those students could have been a shooter.
Some of the people she let in could have been a shooter too. That is correct.
Okay, so she let her dance team and cheer team in, yes?
Correct.
All right. And she was with them at all time, and she know that they weren't shooting, correct?
She wasn't with them all the time with the cheer because the cheer's on the field.
Okay. Okay, nothing further.
Yeah, just turn to page 12 in the packet.
Last question.
Do you see from the top of this record that the student says that she is a senior at the Baptist Health Academy of Health and Human Services?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then the next paragraph says, I need to report what happened with Coach Walker at tonight's September 12th game. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then that lengthy paragraph, do you see where it says, I saw Coach Allison, referring to Walker, and asked her if my friends and I could stay with her because we were scared and did not know what to do.
Yes.
She, referring to Coach Walker, said yes and told us to follow her along with the rest of the dance team. As Walker, you see that?
I do.
Okay. As Walker opened the door to the cafeteria, she then said cheerleaders and dancers only and walked inside, leaving everyone else outside.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, now does that sound like someone referring to Walker that was concerned about letting the active shooter into the cafeteria with the cheer team and the dance team?
No.
And then look at the last sentence or two in that section. At that point, Mr. Shipman, do you know who Mr. Shipman is?
I do not.
He said he was opening the door, and he apparently let the other students into the building.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
And
Okay.
again, these
Yep.
others,
I think my board's ready for a break. I think we've plowed this ground plenty. I think you've made your points, Mr. Porter. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Is that all right with everybody?
Sure. Yep.
All right, 10 minutes. Thank you.
party.
All right, we're gonna get
Are
back
we
on
ready?
record. Yes.
Does Valerie need to take the president seat?
Not at 10:30.
It's all
We
right
just,
with me.
let's roll through this. Oh, my
Yeah,
bad.
we're ready to go.
Thank you. We're back on the
All
record?
right, one last question.
Thank you. Mr. Let me direct your attention, sir, to page 2. Colonel Stanger, I'm sorry. And paragraph 5, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reason that you put in here for termination was you also said that Ms. Walker left campus and spent a large amount of time with an acquaintance. Do you see that?
Hold on a second.
Which one, I'm sorry, which
Oh,
one was it?
correct.
Number 5?
Number 5, okay.
Uh-huh.
I missed
Correct.
that part,
Do
okay.
you see that, sir?
Correct.
And and of course, your $13,000 investigator determined that was unsubstantiated. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but you still use that as a basis for her termination, correct?
Yes, that's in there.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Beckett, any follow-up?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, Colonel Stanger.
That concludes the administrative presentation.
All right, and then we'll shift to the employee. Mr. Porter, call your first
I'd like
witness.
to call Allison Walker to the stand. Please. Would you
Fair
please
enough.
state your, I'm sorry, would you please state your name for the record? Test it. 1, 2.
Allison Walker,
And Ms. Walker, where were you employed? Let's say where were you previously employed?
North Little Rock School District.
Okay. And how long were you employed by the North Little Rock School District?
This is going on my 6th year.
And what were your job responsibilities, let's say, within the last 2 years?
Computer science teacher and varsity head dance coach.
Varsity head dance coach?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to go over first of all, approximately how many members were on your dance team?
Currently 20.
And let me direct your attention, Ms. Walker, in the packet. Page 4, you see page 4?
Yes, sir.
And page 4 is a document that you received from Caroline Faulkner, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is Ms. Caroline Faulkner?
The assistant athletic director, but she's over Spirit Group, so my direct advisor.
Okay. And who is Dr. St. Louis?
The principal at the high school.
All right. And so you were given this document that's exhibit, page 4. There was discussions about, well, first of all, you were given this letter of concern, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there some kind of issue about a bus? You were trying to get a bus for your dance team?
Yes, sir.
And will you tell the board about that?
The girls were excited to go on and cheer their classmates for the state tournament. I asked for approval to go to the state tournament along with submitting an email to Ms. Sarton, who is our secretary for the athletic department, but she handles all our POs, bus transportation requests, anything we need. She did put their request in. However, they were unable to only not find a bus driver for the dance team. We tried to come up with many remedies to either get on the bus with other teams traveling to that tournament. We just couldn't get any resolutions. We called several coaches who were unavailable to take us down there. And I believe on the first day, we were able to get on the bus with the cheer team, and we were only allotted 4 seats for 12 girls, including 2 coaches and Ms. Faulkner, to squish on. Some of the girls were sitting 3 to a seat, and it was extremely uncomfortable. So I then wanted to inform Ms. Faulkner and Dr. St. Louis to see if they could help us about getting buses for the next couple days for the tournament.
Okay. And were you able to get buses for the next, how many days was this tournament, state tournament?
I believe it was 3 days.
Okay, so you rode, where was the tournament held? I'm sorry.
Springdale, Arkansas.
Springdale, Arkansas. And so you
Yes.
rode, the dance team got on the bus with the cheerers, and you guys all rode together up to Springdale, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, that's what.
The first day.
About 2-hour drive?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you get back?
The same way.
The same way?
Yes.
And I think you indicated that you tried to get some other bus drivers to take the team?
Yes. Other coaches who drive buses or anybody who had a CDL license who could be available to take us down there and come back.
And that was not successful, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And let me direct your attention to number 5, which is a written warning that you received from Ms. Faulkner. Do you see that on page 5?
Yes, sir.
March 10th, 2025. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the board about the dance team routine? I mean, what and where did this incident happen? It says on March 8th,
That was.
2020.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
That was also in Springdale, Arkansas, at the state tournament.
Okay, so you got 2 disciplinary actions for the same tournament?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and so what apparently, I guess, you and Ms. Faulkner met about this, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and there was something about exotic dancing with the dance team was doing, there was extra thrusting moves with the dance team. Can you tell the board about something about that?
Yes, sir. The exotic dancings that was referred to in that particular time were stands that the girls do with the band or music that are played during the game. Unfortunately, this was not a home tournament, nor was it a home game, so we didn't go on the court and exclusively dance or do anything at halftime. This took place in the stands when the other team played their music, like timeouts or intermissions, things like that. The girls did stands that they do at every game. So it was nothing new, nothing that had not been done before in front of anybody.
And would you classify it as exotic dancing?
I mean, I wouldn't.
Okay. And so this same dance routine had been done before at even games at the North Little Rock High School. Is that correct?
Correct.
And had Ms. Faulkner ever discussed this with you about these other dances? About these same dances? She's
discussed making sure that they are age-appropriate routines and making sure that the girls are not doing extra thrusting. And I do elaborate that with the students. Unfortunately, sometimes the kids, they're in the stands or on the halftime and they get excited and they do much. But I do correct them, and we do get on to them consistently about making sure they're not doing anything inappropriate.
So what about this cheering over cheerleaders? What is that all about?
I really can't answer that because, I don't understand how to tell a team what type of tone to stay at. So all I'm telling them is to make sure you cheer for your team loud, be supportive, and engaging. So if it's go defense, they're either screaming, if it's just the intense of the game. Sometimes the game is more intense and the kids are more in it, and they're like, go defense, and it's a little louder than most times.
Okay. And let me direct your attention to page 7, and which is a written warning that you received on June 4th, 2025. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you look at page 8, it says that you refuse to sign. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you tell the board why you refuse, first of all, why you refuse to sign it?
I didn't support what was being said in the letter.
You didn't agree with it?
Correct.
Okay. There was something about practice times. Do you see that?
Correct.
And who was the person, the choreographer at the time that you were dealing with? Was this Willie Miller?
Correct.
All right. And can you tell the board how Mr. Miller became at least employed or hired as a contractor for the North Little Rock dance team?
So the year before, he did the camp for the middle school and the high school dance team. And that's how he came aboard with us. I submitted him. I don't believe that Ms. Faulkner was in her acting position when he came aboard. I believe she had just came on because he helped during the year before during our summer practices.
And who had given approval for Mr. Willie?
It was brought up to Miss Melinda and Coach Ballon.
Okay. And so obviously the North Little Rock School District Administrator knew about, is that Willie?
Miller.
Miller, they knew about Mr. Miller, is that correct? Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so he had been previously hired by the North Little Rock High School to deal with the dance team, is that correct?
Correct, and paid.
Okay, all right. And then what is the issue about practicing? I guess it says on June 3rd, 2025, The choreographer, I guess, was at the practice supposedly before you got there. Is that what he's saying here?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell the board a little bit about that?
On the June 2nd and 3rd, me and Coach Williams had made arrangements for him to meet the girls, to let them in, because I would be running a little late since he wasn't approved district personnel to see after the girls.
All right, but Mr. Miller, as of June 4th, 2025, again, was he approved by the district?
Mr. Miller, yeah.
I'm sorry, who is the choreographer we're dealing with?
This is Mr. Miller, but the other coach is Mr. Williams right here.
Oh, Mr. Williams, okay.
Yes.
All right, got you. And so you and Mr. Williams had made an arrangement to allow the choreographer to come in?
Yes,
Okay.
for Mr. Williams too.
All right, got you. And so you believe that you didn't really do anything that was in violation of the policy, which is the reason why you didn't sign, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I want to talk about the active shooting incident, which is in your suspension notice, and that's exhibit number 9. I'm sorry. Yeah, page 9. If you go to page 9, you see that? Of course, these are various statements by students. And let me direct your attention to page 16. Do you see that? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm used to being in front of a court reporter.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It doesn't matter if you say okay, I'm sorry. In this October 6, 2025, you were given the suspension. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when did your suspension start?
It started October the 6th.
2025?
Correct.
And it ended?
October the 10th.
Okay. And then it said you were supposed to return to school on October the 13th, correct?
Correct.
And so these things that are outlined in paragraph 1, 2, 3, and 4, these were the things that you were placed on suspension for, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And after you came back from your suspension, did you have any other cited policy violations, or alleged policy violation by the district?
No, sir.
Did you have an occasion to receive any type of disciplinary action after you returned from your suspension?
No, sir.
Okay, okay? So no further suspension. So the progressive step discipline policy, you were issued a letter of concern, then you were issued a warning, and then you were placed on suspension for something else, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, but again, no other problems after you came back from your suspension.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I want you to tell the board briefly about this Tanya Burks Woods. Who is she?
She is a parent of one of the former dance team members, whom she was a coworker at the middle school with me, and we were friends at first. And I believe the friendship took a turn when her daughter was removed from the dance team last year.
So you had to remove her daughter from the dance team. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's simply because her daughter was not following the rules.
Correct.
And had received so many demerits.
Correct.
Okay. And because of the friendship that you had with Ms. Woods, did she have a expectation about how you were supposed to treat her daughter?
At times.
What was that?
Supposedly, like, if the game, we had a late game, the football games, they'll last to like 9 to 9.
No, my question is, did she expect that you provide preferential treatment to her daughter?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that?
No.
And did her attitude change when you refused to afford preferential treatment to her daughter?
Correct.
It did?
Yes.
Took a turn for the worse?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And let me direct your attention to page 18 of the packet. You see that? Before we get into that, during the summer of 2025, you took the dance team to Grand Grambling University, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's in Grambling, where is that located? Grambling University or?
Grambling, Louisiana.
Louisiana, okay. And prior to you taking the dance team to Grambling University, did you have discussions with Miss Faulkner, Caroline Faulkner?
Yes, sir.
And what discussions specifically did you have with Miss Faulkner?
One, we became in a bind because we didn't have anybody knowing that Mr. Williams was going to be resigning to go with us, and the ratio is 1 to 10, so there has to be one coach to every 10 dancers. At that point, he was able to go. Once he was able to go, maybe like a day before or 2 days before he left, he lost a friend of his.
How did Mr. Williams travel to Grambling University?
In his own car.
And how did you travel to Grambling University?
On the bus.
So you rode the bus with the students?
Yes.
Okay. And so you had previously discussed the Grambling trip with Ms. Caroline Faulkner, is that correct?
Correct.
And she knew the details, correct?
Yes.
Did you have specifically what details did you give to Ms. Faulkner about the trip, the upcoming trip?
He was going to have to leave early because he needed to attend his friend's funeral. That was his purpose of driving.
Okay. All right. And what did Ms. Faulkner say about that?
She knew.
Okay, she knew about it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you told her?
Mm-hmm.
Did that, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so, again, you rode on the bus with the young ladies, the dancers. You guys traveled to Grambling University, and this was during the summertime, is that correct?
Correct.
And, of course, there were no school was out during that time, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so when you got to Grambling University, can you tell the board briefly what type of program was this?
This is a NDA-approved camp that we go to every year. So the year before, we went to Conway, and then I try to give the girls different options of dance style, like HBCU version, as well as NCA style, which is UCA version. So I was trying to alternate every year. This year, we went to Grambling. The girls are set up in sets of dorms across the campus. There's some closer to the areas than where we practice. There are more than one area where we practice. So there's a set of dorms. There's a gym for like elite dance. They break them up by their skill level. And then they all come back together and they meet up throughout the day for different classes that are taken throughout the entire camp. So we're split up majority time of the day based on skill level. They have captain classes, team bonding classes, whichever class the girls are wanting to learn more about or get more help in, that's how they're split up. But prior to going to these camps, the parents, along with the school, signs waivers for the NDA staff to be proctors of this camp and to know that, hey, at some point, the coaches are going to the coaches meeting and these girls will be watched by NDA staff. And every parent signed that.
So the parents signed those waivers and acknowledging and basically giving permission for the staff of the NDA to sort of acting supervisors of the students.
Correct.
All right. And so what type of classes did you have to attend while you were at the camp there in Louisiana?
There were specific coaches classes, like competitions, whatever style. Like they have different game day divisions, so we compete game day. So I did more classes in that area for game day coaching and like coaching techniques or techniques on exercises. They just have different classes that the coaches can choose to go to as well throughout the day. And we collect, I guess, hours for these that are able to use for our summer PD hours for our coaching.
Yeah, I was about to ask you that. You receive some type of training hours, is that correct? And what do these training hours go for?
PD, professional development during the summer.
Okay. And about how many hours are you required to get during the summer?
I can't remember exactly how many we were supposed to have, but I know I did obtain 15 from that particular camp.
Okay. All right. And so there was this accusation about, first of all, did you take some personal friend with you, or did you meet up with some personal friend while you were down there in Louisiana?
No, sir.
Okay. That didn't happen?
No, sir.
Okay. And and of course, Mr. Williams, Marquise Williams, went there as well, but he had to leave the camp the first day. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And again, that's something Ms. Faulkner was aware of.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and so when you, and of course, during the time that you had these coaches meeting, mandatory coaches meetings, do you know about how many hours, there were, I guess, when you were in classes, who would be, I guess, supervising the children, the dancers, while you were in the classes?
The NDA staff that they were, that the parents signed the waiver for.
The NDA staff?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And during the time that you would be in classes, would the dancers be working on dance routines or those kinds of things?
Those were the expectations.
Okay. And I'm assuming that that you guys met in some very large room or gymnasium?
There were multiple gymnasiums, so different classes took places in different areas that the girls would have to walk to across the campus, along with these other schools there as well.
All right. And there were many schools.
Correct.
And there were many adults there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. And whenever you went to any of your classes, you assured, at least you assured that you had some adult supervision of your dancers. Is that correct?
They were always supervised by NDA staff.
Okay. All right. Let me. I want to direct your attention, Ms. Walker, to Petitioner Exhibit A and ask if you can identify what this represents.
This was the last day of camp. And that
camp
was
was held where?
Grambling, Louisiana.
Grambling, Louisiana. And of course, this is a photograph of the dancers, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they have some kind of banner there in front of them. Do you know what that represents, the banners?
Yes, they received multiple awards. We even had one dancer who achieved overall top dancer for the entire camp.
Okay. And next I want to show you Petitioner Exhibit B, ask if you can identify what this represents.
Those are the four girls who made All-American dancer at camp.
Okay. All-American dancers at camp.
Correct.
That's quite an achievement, is that correct?
Correct.
And next I want to show you Petitioner Exhibit C. Can you tell I think this is at a different type of camp, is that correct?
Yes, this is before I became the dance coach. I was the middle school cheer coach, and that's me at a camp with the middle school cheer team for the same expectations we were pulled out for. Coaches classes, everything that take place at all NDA or NCA camps.
Missing some. Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit E, Petitioner Exhibit E. Do you see that? And can you tell the board what Petitioner Exhibit E represents?
That's from this year state dance tournament. We received the judge's favorite routine. The girls placed 4th out of all at state tournament.
Okay.
Well, actually 3rd. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I'm going to show you Petitioner Exhibit F. Can you tell the board what Petitioner Exhibit F is?
Those are the game day scores from our state tournament this year.
Okay. And about how many teams, dance teams, participated in that?
In that particular division, it was 5.
5 teams.
Mm-hmm.
And North Little Rock got what, 3rd place?
3rd.
3rd place?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And next, and there were several, first of all, when you got notification, and I'm going to direct your attention to page 18 of the district packet. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And of course, this is from supposedly a dance parents 2025, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever find out who this Dance Parents 2025 was?
I was told it was Miss Tanya Burks Woods.
Miss Tanya Burks Woods?
Yes.
Okay, and Miss Woods sent this complaint with various allegations made about you on October the 2nd, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what happened after this complaint came out from Miss Tanya Woods?
Miss Faulkner had advised us that Colonel Stangers had put out stop to after school morning practices, away games. At that time, we were in the middle of advertising for a fundraiser, in which we were not given the permission to do until the day before the fundraiser.
Okay. And what do you put on fundraisers for?
To raise money for choreography
Choreography.
or new uniforms.
Okay. So you put out you try to raise money to help pay your choreographers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And also to try to offset the expense of uniforms.
Correct.
Okay.
And to pay for buses.
All right. And of course, and I want to direct your attention also to petitioner exhibits H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5. Let me ask you this. Did you ever direct any of your dance team members to write emails or letters or anything to the board?
No, the girls are very vocal, and they complained a lot. They wanted to know answers to which me or any of the coaching staff could give. So we asked them, to follow the proper chain of command, which we would be going to Ms. Faulkner. They did it multiple times, going to Dr. St. Louis sometimes, going to just different chain of command to try to get answers on to why they couldn't do certain things they would like to participate in on the dance team.
So the young ladies were very upset by the fact that they couldn't go to away games and do other activities on the dance team. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they talked about how they worked very hard and how they were very supportive of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And of course, petitioner H2 is basically saying the same thing, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Or at least some of the same things that it said.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you, as the dance coach, you have a high expectation for your dancers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your dancers have received various awards. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you try to instill something more than just dance with your dancers?
I do.
And what do you try? What other types of learning do you try to import upon your dance team?
Basically making sure that they make good grades, their behavior, being positive role models in the school, how they carry themselves, and just team bonding, basically being friends and, loving on one another.
Okay. And I'm looking at H4's, H4, one of the dancers writes, coming from a student ambassador of North Little Rock High School, member of COE, active student council member for 3 years, A/B average students dance troupe member, as well as a student with my full-time job who takes care of our family. My love for this team is unmatched, seeing as I decide every day to make the time to be at all practices and events that we love having. It says, my coaches are very understanding of our time, seeing as we strive academically. So in other words, they said that you expect them to do well inside the classroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And so after Colonel Stanger placed these limitations on your dance team, did that interfere with your ability to try to raise money to help pay for choreography?
Yes, sir.
And how so?
We were unable to do after-school activities, such as like having kitty camp, which we had last year. We had 2, and then we also had one that wasn't really successful because we couldn't really advertise, or I would say have the camp until we were notified the day before that we could proceed with the camp.
Now, let me direct your attention to your termination notice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the amount of money that was owed, I think, to Mr. Williams, and I think it's been indicated that he was owed $3,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that Mr. Williams? I'm sorry, Mr. Miller. I get him confused.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Miller was a choreographer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And of course, pursuant to the policy that's found at North Little Rock School District, page 78, it just says any purchases over $3,000, you have to have 3 quotes.
Correct.
And so, and of course, his bill. How was his bill established?
With the 2 dance routines that we use for competition at camp, we compete not only at camp, but we also compete at state competitions. So those are like 4 different routines that the girls that will learn, and they'll use those routines to compete at state competition against other dance teams in Arkansas.
And of course, the policy said if it's over $3,000, you have to have 3 quotes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And of course, his bill was just $3,000. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did anyone ever instruct you to get 3 bids?
From the policy?
Yes.
No.
You were never told that you need to get 3 bids.
I wasn't, but can I break this up as well?
Go ahead.
The routines were taught at 2 separate times, so they were accumulated together now because of when they were first taught until when the payment was when he was seeking payment at the end. So the average was $3,000, not just for one time. This was from the first routine he taught us prior to us going to camp, and then he taught us another one right before we left.
So he may have given like 2 or 3 separate invoices or bills.
Correct, and then once I guess he was seeking payment at the end in November, he wanted all his money.
All right, let me direct your attention to 85 of the administrative packet, 85.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, this is an invoice from Mr. Miller, Willie Miller, and the amount is $930. Is that correct?
Correct.
For choreography fee as for the dance team.
This was for a skills camp that he put on for the middle school and the high school team the year before.
Okay, all right. The incident, and we may have talked about this, I apologize. The incident that happened at the school shooting, your training that you were provided, did it deal with a scenario that would happen outside of the school facility?
No, sir.
Okay. And so the active shooter training that you received was mainly for an incident, what would happen if the shooter comes inside the building, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you weren't provided with any type of training as it would relate to what happened if you have an active shooter after school on the football field, is that correct?
No, sir.
You were never provided any type of training about that?
No, sir.
And I want you to tell the board, I think this incident happened with September the 12th, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, in 2025, can you tell the board what did you do once you realized that there was a shooting situation?
During the halftime, the cheer and dance team go down to the floor, the field, to watch the other performances because we show support to the band or the opposite team if they're performing. We were all down there together. I received a phone call from a parent who stated that someone had been shot and she wanted to get her daughter. I then collected the girls. I said, let's go. We need to go. There's been an emergency. We need to go inside. All these girls were identified by uniform. Of course, I know these girls cheer and dance around each other all the time. We went up the stairs from the field into the cafeteria right there where the girls were escorted in. There was also a security guard right there who...
Do you recall who the security guard was?
I can't remember his name. He has dreads and glasses, but
there was a security officer there as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you took actions to get the dancers and the cheerleaders inside the cafeteria.
Correct.
And there were some statements from students, other students who were saying that you would not allow them inside the cafeteria. Or first of all, did you know all of these students who were trying to get in?
I don't recall who. I just saw kids running from everywhere. The direction over the intercom was for the students to stay seated. There were kids running from the opposite side. It was kids running everywhere.
So it was very chaotic.
It was.
Okay.
It was very chaotic.
And you knew your dancers and you knew the cheerleaders, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the people who were trying to, the people who were trying to get into the cafeteria, one of those could have been the shooter, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you cognitive of that? In other words, were you concerned about that?
Yes.
Okay, and so why did you only allow the dancers and your cheerleaders to inside the cafeteria?
Because at the time, that's who I was responsible for.
All right. And so eventually, I guess, did the security officer allow other students to come in, or other people to come in?
I believe it was another teacher. I don't believe the security guard let anybody in.
Okay. All right. Okay. And in that situation, even though it was very chaotic, do you believe that you did the best that you could based on the training that you received?
Yes, sir.
And again, you had not been trained about what you needed to do in situation where a shooting is in a football stadium or someplace off campus. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Am I correct in that?
Yes, sir, you're correct.
Okay. All right. Now, your termination letter, again, brought things up about incidents that happened in June 10th of 2025 about the Grambling situation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And of course, you had already discussed that with Ms. Faulkner prior to you getting this termination notice. Is that correct?
Yes, shortly after camp, Ms. Faulkner told me that Ms. Woods had notified her that I had left the girls, and she asked me did I leave them, and I told her no.
Okay, so you met with Ms. Faulkner.
Yes.
And you told her that no, you hadn't left these students alone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she was satisfied with your answer.
Correct.
Okay. And then, of course, number 6 talked about something that happened February 2025 through June 2025. Of course, this is the Willie Miller situation. And, of course, Ms. Faulkner also knew about Mr. Miller and had actually approved him being a choreographer, or at least he had been a choreographer in the past for the dance team for the North Little Rock School District. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, and he actually attended camp with us the previous year at UCA. There's pictures with all of us where he was there as well.
Okay. And Ms. Walker, based on what we presented here, do you see anything that you've done that's worthy of you being terminated?
No, sir.
And again, you had already been disciplined, suspended for at least 4 of these. Really, for all of these things, you had been suspended effective October 6, 2025, and after you served your 5-day suspension, you had no other problems. Is that correct?
Correct.
Other than the fact that this Tanya Woods is raising all of these issues. And, of course, you knew I did an FOI request from the school district. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, we found out in the FOI email that this Tanya Woods has actually been banned from the school district. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know the situation surrounding that?
Well, she was she was hired to sub for the school district.
Does this have something to do with Ms. Walker?
It just goes to the bias of Ms. Woods. It's just going to take about a minute for her to talk about that. That's it.
Be brief.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. She was left to substitute a class in which she left the building for her daughter to watch the class, and the students were inside the classroom vaping and doing other things on video and camera.
And so the information that we got from the school district in the FOI request indicated that Ms. Woods, Tanya Woods, the person who's making all these complaints, had actually been banned from the North Little Rock School District. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know if there's anything else we need to cover. I'll pass the witness at this time.
All right. Mr. Beckett.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. All right, just a few questions, Ms. Walker. So turn to page 1 in the administration's packet there, the termination notice from Dr. Paluski. I'm just going to go through these 6 areas with you.
Okay.
Number 1, this is the letter of concern about your failure to follow the chain of command.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That letter of concern was warranted, correct?
She felt like it was warranted. I don't feel like it was warranted.
Okay. So you don't think that Ms. Faulkner had cause to issue the letter of concern based on you going outside of the chain of command to try to arrange transportation for the team?
I don't feel it was, I don't feel like a letter of concern was warranted for that, no, sir.
Okay, well, do you agree at least that you went outside the chain of command?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you just don't think that your failure to comply with the chain of command warranted a letter of concern?
I don't feel like it was me failing to comply. I just feel like I was exhausting all my remedy. I had reached out to multiple people trying to get a bus, and I couldn't get any help.
So you think maybe it just should have been like a verbal warning or something?
I would say so.
Okay. But you were wrong to go outside the chain of command.
By policy, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Then number 2, the written warning issued by Ms. Faulkner based on the inappropriate and disorganized dance team routines. This written warning was warranted based on what happened, correct?
No, sir.
You disagree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then number 3, you really haven't talked about this one too much, but you failed to show up on time for scheduled practices 3 days in a row back in June of 25 that required the team members to let the choreographer in the building, right?
I showed up. I had an agreement with Coach Williams to let them in, but I was coming in a couple days late because it was summertime, and I do have to get arrangements for my son, and I let them know that.
Right, but this was on you, number 3.
Yes.
You deserve this.
I don't feel like I deserved it because I let her know, and I had made arrangements for someone to open the door. I didn't tell the girls to open the door for the choreography.
Right, but the other coach didn't show up.
Correct.
All right. So,
well, he showed up late.
Right. So ultimately, that's on you.
Well, it fall back on me.
Right. So the written warning was correctly issued and warranted.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now let's talk about the September 12th shooting.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, everybody that was walking with you and that was trying to come in to the cafeteria, these people were all coming from people that were inside the stadium, right?
I'm assuming, yes, sir, they would have to be inside the stadium.
They would have had to have been
Correct.
inside the stadium. And of course, everybody that's inside the stadium goes through security, correct?
No.
Okay, so you're telling me that this district lets people inside the stadium that don't go through security?
I know that the girls, like the cheer and the dance team, they come through a separate door. We don't go through security.
Okay, but I'm not talking about people that are wearing district uniforms. I'm talking about people that pay to come in to the game.
Some spectators, but I know a lot of students come through the side door as well.
The side door?
Yes, from the cafeteria.
So they're not scanned?
No.
But everybody else is scanned?
The people that come through the gate are scanned.
Correct.
But the people who come through the building are not.
And so largely the people that are walking to the cafeteria with you and the cheer team and the dance team, they're people that they've gone through security and have been scanned.
I'm unsure because it was so much going on. I don't even know who all was coming towards me. Like I said, there were students coming from away and home side.
Well, you've looked at the packet. You've seen the statements that the students wrote.
I saw the 5 statements. Yes,
right. And there's that one statement from the girl who's at the Baptist Health Academy, right?
Yes, sir.
And she said she was walking with you and the other dance team members, and she asked if she could come with you where you were going, and you said yes.
And in my statement, I said I didn't recall responding to anybody. We weren't actually even walking. We were quickly going up the stairs because we were coming from the field. There's a large staircase that comes from the field to go to the
So you didn't remember telling this girl that you could come in?
No, sir.
Okay, so you're not saying she's lying. You're just saying you don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And then do you remember a guy named Shipman at the door, at the entrance to the cafeteria?
I don't remember seeing Mr. Shipman. The only person that was there when I was there was my assistant, Coach K, and the security guard that was working the door right there.
Well, who is Shipman?
He's a teacher.
Okay. And Shipman, right at the same time you were telling people they couldn't come in unless they were cheer team and dance team, Shipman is immediately telling these same students they can come into the cafeteria, isn't he?
I'm assuming after the door closed, he opened it back up and let them in.
Well, I mean, unless these students are lying,
Well, it said
they're
one-
saying Shipman let him in.
Yes, it said he opened the door and said, "What the F," and let them in.
Right. And they weren't the shooter.
I don't know. I still to this day don't know who was the shooter.
So why didn't you confront Shipman by letting people into the cafeteria that could have been the shooter?
Because that's not my job.
Well, isn't your job to use professional judgment
But there's
and
also
to assure the safety of students?
It is, and I was doing that by protecting the team that I had asked to be there at 4:30.
All right. So the Grambling trip.
Yes, sir.
You've seen the records.
Mm-hmm.
Numerous students alleged that you would disappear for hours.
Mm-hmm.
That other dance team coaches would be present with their teams, and you were nowhere to be found.
Well, I saw where 4 students stated that I was disappearing.
Okay. And so, are these students lying, or why do you think they're saying that?
Well, I did have to go to my coaches meeting, and I know that other schools brought multiple staff members as well as volunteers and parents. So there were schools that were closer to Louisiana area to where their parents could have came. There were volunteer coaches there. They had multiple staff members with them.
Okay, but were you disappearing for hours?
I wasn't disappearing. I was going to my coaches' classes or going to gather things like some of my students. One of my girls got sick and needed medicine, and she needed me to go get her heating pad from the dorm rooms we were staying in. If they needed something, I would have to go get them, or if there was a student that got sick, I would need to go to the nurse's stand and get what they needed.
Okay. So now let's talk about the choreographer.
Yes, sir.
Clearly, you failed to comply with policy this year in that situation, correct?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, you've been trained on purchasing policy, and purchasing policy requires that you obtain a purchase order in order to purchase services or goods from a vendor, like Miller, correct?
Well, a lot of things we just give to Miss Melinda, and she does them for us. So with the things in the past, I've never given a purchase order. She's created those. I've probably gave like a quote or like at the end for like the time that was spent. She asked me to give the time and the breakdown and turn that into her. So I've never created a purchase order. She's always doing that for us.
Well, I understand you don't create a purchase order,
Correct.
but you request one.
Correct.
You know that you have to do that in order to comply with purchasing policy, correct?
I did.
Because you obtained a purchase order in 2024.
Object, that's not what you testified.
Right.
Didn't you request a purchase order in 2024?
I'm saying that I turned in time that was spent to the dance team for 2024. I never submitted a purchase order or requested a purchase order for that. She does that for us.
Right, but the fact that you turned in the time is how a purchase order ended up being created, correct?
At the end, correct.
Correct. But in 2025, you never turned in the time.
We never finished because he stopped everything.
Okay, well,
He was supposed to come back and to continue helping us for competition, but we never got to complete everything because he stopped us from doing everything.
right, but you should have turned in a purchase order back in June.
The books are closed in June.
Well, you should have turned in a purchase order back in August.
We weren't done.
Okay, well, but don't you have the cart before the horse? You're supposed to get a purchase order in place before you start obligating the district to pay for things, right?
Well, in some incidents that's the case. In some incidents, it's not, because we paid for things such as camp the day before we left, and there was no purchase order. There was nothing done, or we've ordered shirts from like the T-shirt shop, and we've done that like the day before with no purchase order.
So you're violating policy all over the place.
Object to the form requesting That's an improper characterization.
There's, well, she can agree or
Where
disagree.
was the purchase order for the $13,000?
Porter, you
There's
made
no
your point.
purchase order for
You
that.
made your point.
Please answer the question. So you just repeatedly violated policies, what you're admitting
No,
to?
I did what I've been asked to, I've done what all I've been asked to do, and that's all I've been asked to give is whatever's the payment, I mean, the receipt or however much it costs. The teachers turn it in to Ms. Melinda.
Okay, but you've seen all the records in this packet showing that you've been trained on purchasing policies, correct?
The policies have changed between this year and last year.
Okay, well,
So-
you were trained this year and last year according to these records,
But
right?
I haven't done anything, like I haven't done anything else to obtain a purchasing order because everything was stopped.
Well, I mean, it's clear you haven't done what you were supposed to do because you're supposed to, you don't buy stuff and then get a purchase order, right?
This is argumentative, Scott. We're going around and around. This is argumentative.
I think it's a very straightforward.
It's been asked and answered.
I know he doesn't want it.
She don't like the answer.
I know he doesn't want his client to answer the question.
He doesn't like the answer.
Gentlemen, ask the question.
But please answer the question. I mean, you obtain a purchase order. What you've been trained on. I mean, you've been trained on this. I haven't been trained on it. But isn't it true that the policy requires that you obtain a purchase order before you obligate the district to pay something?
I was trained on that after that was done.
After what? When
After the February, we had the training in July.
Well, if you're going to make me go back to the packet on you,
Okay.
but let's look at. Do you have the packet in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so page 82.
Where I signed it on July 15th.
82.
82, okay.
Hmm?
Okay, purchase order highlights, athletic department. You're a part of the athletic department, correct?
On July 15th.
Yeah, July 15th, 2025. You see that? All purchases must start with a purchase order.
Well, the point that I'm making is that I started the choreography in February. This was
But, okay, well then let's go back to page 78. You see page 78?
correct.
Okay, I want you to align page 82 and 78, set them up side by side.
Mm-hmm.
You see any differences?
Mm. Not that I can see right now.
Okay, so you were trained on this purchasing policy from July of 2024, which was, you've been trained on that before this year's work with Mr. Miller, correct?
What do you mean? Was I trained on it before this year's work?
Yes.
Like in the previous years, like I said, it was done by Ms. Sarton.
Okay, but July of 2024, you knew about these purchase order requirements.
In which she had done, not me.
Correct, but all purchases must start with a purchase order. Melinda doesn't know about anything until you give her something, correct?
Well, I let her know, yes, correct.
Correct, and you didn't do that this year.
I did let them know. They knew about the choreography.
Okay, how did they know? I mean, did you
email,
did you give them any documentation so that they could start a purchase order?
emails, yes, sir.
Okay, so this is Melinda's fault.
I don't want to blame it on Melinda, but I mean, there was emails.
Scott, the testimony has been that she provided the
Porter,
information.
please.
I mean, you want to put Mr. Porter under oath,
No,
Mr.
no,
Richardson,
no.
please.
She
No,
has.
we're in
I
question
mean,
and answer. Let's have question.
well, she's
and answer.
testified, Scott, and you know that she's
Mr.
testified
Porter,
that she gives the
you're gonna get a
information
closing
to the
argument.
purchaser. That's what she
Enough.
does.
Enough.
All right.
You're going to get a closing argument.
No further questions.
All right. Any questions from the
I
board?
have
No.
a question.
Hold on, Mr. Porter. Any questions from the board?
Yes. Okay, so from just that exchange right there, you've worked for the school district for 6 years, correct?
Correct.
And in 6 years, you've never been trained on how to put in a purchase order. You've never been trained
That's not her
to be
testimony, ma'am.
Mr.
professional
Porter, please don't argue
judgment.
with
You've
Ms.
never been trained for financial responsibility. You've never been trained for any of the policies. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I'm not saying I haven't been trained. I never said that.
Ms. Walker, it is 11:30.
Ms. Walker, are you being
And
antagonistic?
right now,
Mr. Porter, you're out of line.
right now, we are trying to ask you questions to understand in order for us to make a responsible decision.
Yes, ma'am.
And right now, you're not helping yourself.
Okay.
So let's ask again.
Mm-hmm.
I'll ask very slowly.
Okay.
In the 6 years
Mhm.
that you have worked here,
Yes, ma'am.
have you been professionally trained?
I've been trained.
In the 6 years that you have worked here, have you been trained in order to turn in receipts?
There's been different trainings. As I said, I've came from different campuses, so there's been different trainings, and the policies have also changed over the 6 years that I've been with the district.
In the 6 years that you have been with us, have you been trained on how to accomplish, to secure outside funding in order for your girls to be trained on the dance team?
I was given a general training, but not for us with a choreographer, no, because I know that only applies to cheer and dance.
On the night of the shooting, you made a decision to keep some children out.
Yes, ma'am.
Another teacher made a different decision.
Yes, ma'am.
It has also been said that when you were off campus in a different state, that you left children unattended. Correct?
It's been stated that, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in the shooting incident, you're stating students could have been the shooter itself.
I'm stating I didn't know who the shooter was, so I just followed protocol on what I was trained to do inside the classroom.
And what is the protocol when you're outside of the state and the ratio is 1 to 10 and you leave children unattended? Are we not concerned with sex trafficking or kidnapping?
I am, but I feel like that protocol was violated when Coach Williams left and they knew he was leaving the first day. So it was already at a ratio.
So we're going to choose one over the other.
I'm not choosing one over the other. I'm just stating, in my opinion, what I feel.
The testimony hadn't been that she left. She is
Mr. Porter,
unattended.
Mr. Porter, it's
Well,
not your
she's
opportunity to testify.
mischaracterized
Mr.
that
Porter,
in
it's
the
not your
testimony.
opportunity to testify
I
or
understand
argue with
that,
the board.
But that's a mischaracterization of the
Please,
testimony.
you're out of line.
All right.
So
Well,
coming
I've said
back
it matters
to
me.
the
Yeah, I got it.
$3,000 within the policy,
Can you repeat yourself? I'm sorry to hear you.
within the policy of the $3,000 is the limit, from what I'm understanding, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you went over $3,000, would it be fair if we held you responsible for that extra amount?
Held me responsible? Why would it be fair for me to hold me responsible?
If you're supposed to stay within your budget, what happens when you go over your budget?
What is my budget?
Do you not have a budget for your dance team?
No, ma'am.
So it also has stated that you have been using your cell phone sending out messages to the dance team during school. We fired teachers for that same action in the past. So
That one of the termination thing?
Mr. Porter, that's enough.
Scott, I mean, this is not even part
You're
of the
going to get a
termination
chance to
notice.
make a closing
So why
argument,
is she
and you
making
can
up
address
stuff?
it then.
Why you allow her to
This
make
is
up
not
stuff?
your opportunity to argue with the board members.
Okay. I don't know where she got that.
Mr. Porter, any other questions from the board? Yes, sir.
How have you handled purchase orders in the past?
By giving them to Miss Melinda, she pretty much handles a lot of the athletic funding and activities that we do. Like I said, I came from the middle school, and a lot of that stuff was handled through our front office. Like we weren't under athletics, so everything was just like a transition. And I think it was my first year was also athletic director, Coach Ballon first year. So a lot of things we were just learning as we went.
Thank you.
No problem.
Go ahead. You go ahead. Okay. My question is, if you hand that off to someone else to do the PO, how do you know when you've been approved to spend it? Just because you tell somebody you want to spend it, how do you know that you get to spend it?
She just let us know that she'll get it paid.
So, okay, so I'm surprised that documentation isn't here, that you sent, the emails you sent and the approval that she said it would be handled.
Well,
'Cause it's-
unfortunately, my email access was cut off, so it's I'm unable to get those records.
Okay. All right, then, also, we have in the packet example of you going to a class, but there's nothing on this page that shows that you went. There's not your name, I mean.
That's not a class. That's not a class. That was a Google Meet from the.
Okay, well, there's nothing that shows that that you attended this. Your name's not on here anywhere, or?
My name is on the email, walker@nlrsd.org. That's from Crystal Parker, who's over the state dance of Arkansas, and that's a Google Meet reminder for us to meet on Google Meet.
I don't see, I don't see you on there at all.
Which exhibit, I'm sorry, petition exhibit?
Petitioners Exhibit D.
D, that's the one I'm missing in my packet for whatever reason. D.
I just don't see any identifying.
Well, I screenshot it, but as you can see, it says show more.
Yeah.
And you can also verify that with Ms. Parker. She did send this. This is from the AAA advisor. This is from my email that I had
Okay.
screenshotted I had it as a screenshot. That's how I was able to get this one.
Okay.
Because
well,
I thought it was a good.
I'm just saying the way this comes across, it could be anybody's.
I understand.
And if you said you earned 15 hours, it would have been really great had you put that in your packet that you had those 15 hours.
This wouldn't have came from this wasn't from Kemp. This was something I was invited to do after we went to state tournament. It was December.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I thought you were saying this was part of what you did when you
No,
were
ma'am.
out of town. Okay.
No, ma'am. I do have pictures of the certificate of me and the other coaches when we got them. And I submitted those for summer PD hours
Okay.
to our administrator.
Well, then my next question is, well, I have a statement and a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm really concerned that the policy is an adult for every 10.
Yes, ma'am.
And before we leave town, we got an adult in a car, not on the bus with the kids. That's already, I mean, what has happened there? I mean, that's, and then we know they're coming back. It almost seems like maybe we shouldn't have gone if we couldn't follow policy. And I'm just, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
That already sets you up
Yes, ma'am.
for problems.
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you're in charge of a larger group of students and you have to be someplace else, you let your people know where you're going to be. Hey, this is contact. If something happens, this is where I'm going to meet you at. You have plans in case something happens, because anything can happen. And so you say, I'm going to be in class for the next hour and a half. You know, if something comes up, I want you to talk to this adult. They'll know where to reach me. You give that information to the kids. The kids should never be wondering where you're at, ever.
I understand. Yes, ma'am. And there is a group chat that we all share with myself and all the girls in there. In case anything happened, they could go to that group chat along with my number to call, anything like that. But I could have been more elaborate on where I was at.
Well, yeah, because there's kids that obviously really had no idea.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to clarify some things. What were the dates that you were at the dance camp?
It was June. Do you mind if I look on my cell phone?
No, that's fine.
So we left out on June 10th, and we were at camp all the way until June 13th.
So you left on June 10th. Did the girls do anything on the 10th, or that was just travel there?
We traveled and we began camp on the 10th. So we got there about, I want to say we left the school at 7 a.m., and then we got there about 10. I think everything started at 1 o'clock.
Okay. And then Coach
Yes, ma'am.
Miller? No, Coach Williams.
Yes.
Is the one that went for a day or two.
Well, he left that night.
So he drove on the 10th to Grambling,
Mhm.
and then he was there the 11th.
No, ma'am. He drove to check in with me to show that we had two coaches because varsity wouldn't allow us to check in without two coaches. And he also left the year before early when we went to UCA. So this has been something that's happened in the past before.
So he went on the 10th,
Mm-hmm.
and on the
That night.
that night he came back on the 10th.
Yes, ma'am.
Was Coach? Did
Well, he
Coach
left. I
Faulkner
believe he
know
left
that?
early. He might have left early that morning, the next morning. I know he sent me a text and said that he was headed out. We were all in our dorms. So at night, once the girls in their dorm, we try to tape the dorms up and go in the rooms. Of course, the girls are two to a room, and then I'm in my room, and then Coach Williams to his room.
So did you contact Coach Faulkner?
She had already knew he was leaving. She knew before we left he was leaving.
She knew that he was leaving.
That was the purpose of him driving.
Okay. And then you got 15 hours while you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
So that means you were in class for 15 hours of the 11th and the 12th. I mean, did you leave on the 13th to come home?
Yes, ma'am.
So you got 15 hours of training on either on the 11th and the 12th.
Yes, ma'am.
That would
And
be-
in the 13th, we had our final coaches meeting on the morning of.
Okay.
And those coaches meeting were located in their intramural center. I don't know. It's on a college, they have like a swimming pool area. So we met one day by the swimming pool, another day in one of the tennis classrooms. They were in different spots.
So who was the bus driver? Or
Is
you had
it
a bus driver
Miss Mallet?
from North Little Rock
Correct.
School District.
Correct.
And the bus driver stayed there with y'all?
No,
Or
she
did the bus driver
she dropped us off and then came back.
came back and
Yes,
then
ma'am.
came back down there
Yes.
to pick y'all up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I have one more comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I,
Try to stick to
yes, I
questions.
know, but I just want to say, if you're making a change that you're saying someone has validated, if it's not in writing, it hadn't happened.
Any other questions from the board?
What do you mean? Can you elaborate on that?
No, we're gonna stick with questions.
Do you have a question, Angela?
So on page 85 and 86, we have the PO that is for the 9:30, and then it looks like an invoice, but it doesn't have a PO to go with that for the July. It's dated July 2nd, 2024.
And this is when
So-
the girls pay for their own camp. So the girls collected
right
their.
here. That's what I'm looking at, July 2nd, 2024.
Right.
It's just the invoice. But it's a PO that's dated,
I think you've got on page 86.
that's what I said, 85 and 86.
On page 86, you have an invoice July 2/24. On 85, you have the PO order dated June 4/24. So you have PO and then the invoice associated with the PO. That's my understanding.
That's what I'm asking for clarification, since the amount is 930. And this PO doesn't have, it's not, her name is not on there. It's just have the Willie Miller. But then this is showing that it's an invoice for 780. So are these two different?
Okay. They're different. So I think the question is, does this invoice at 86 go with the purchase order at 85?
Well, this is my first time seeing this, and for that particular incident, the girls paid for their own training. So they paid. This was before they
Okay,
changed.
so as
I'm
far as
trying
the-
to elaborate so she
Yes,
can
ma'am,
understand.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to stay focused on the question. Can you tell us if this is the invoice associated with this PO?
No.
Okay, then we'll need to ask somebody else.
Okay, so my follow-up question would be, and I know that you can't answer it since it's not, if you haven't seen this, because if there's a PO for this one, it should be a PO for another PO in here.
I think I know what happened. I think the $780.
But that never came out of our budget. We raised that money. The girls pay for this
She's
camp
just
on their
trying to
own.
relate the PO to the invoice and see if they're connected. And
Okay.
I think that's a fair summary, but to really know, there's somebody else who has to ask.
And this was in 24.
The year before, the girls paid him out of their own pockets.
This is not for the 25.
So, so the PO was submitted on 85, June 4th.
For 31 participants, and there were only 26.
Yeah, as I understand it, a purchase order is your purchasing authority, and then you go purchase the services or goods.
Okay, so,
And you're allowed to spend up to the amount of the PO.
okay.
May I ask 2 more follow-up questions?
Real
I know,
quick.
I'm tired, I'm exhausted. Page 91 for your reference.
91.
Page 91.
What are the hair complaints?
Okay, so we got into this with the different color hair, the hair down to our lip. They were braids down to their feet.
Safety issues.
And they became safety issues. As you know, AAA put out mandatory sanctions to girls. Like, they can't wear their braids past the top of their waistline. They would do different dance moves, and the hair would get caught up and break a nail. So I just asked all girls to have neutral color hair and to not have hair longer than their back. For camp, I asked the girls to just have their hair braided because we didn't have time in the morning to get up and allow each person to do their hair. You know, it's 20 girls trying to make sure everybody's up on time, do their hair. If they had braids, just pull them in a ponytail, let's go, and make sure everybody had a natural color.
Okay,
And then the other time I asked them to have their hair done was for homecoming when we took our team pictures so that everybody was unis. That's it. And that's pretty standard throughout the dance
All right,
industry.
what's the next question?
page 92 for reference.
Mhm.
Religious requirements.
Mhm.
Explain, please.
So previously, in the past, we would go to each church with each other, visit different team members' churches, just part of team bonding until this year. I think it was an issue with one of the parents, and when it arose the day before it was time for us to go to church, I just decided not to do it anymore. But I did use that platform as just, getting together outside of school and visiting one another churches.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from the board? Hearing none, Mr. Beckett, any follow-up on the board questions? Mr. Porter, you're a witness, so you go last.
Yeah, again, Ms. Walker, the practice that you have followed, even when, for this time, for Mr. Miller would give you some type of.
Mr. Porter, I need you in the microphone
sorry.
better, sorry.
The practice, how have you been able to get invoices paid for your choreographers? What is,
Just let Miss Melinda know.
you let Miss Melinda know? You would
Yes.
give her some kind of time?
Email, or I'll go tell her.
Okay, and then she would prepare the PO for you?
Correct.
Okay. And again, the policy says that if there's anything over $3,000, you need 3 quotes, of course, 3 bids. Of course, this wasn't those $3,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, petitioner exhibits G. I want you to tell. This is petition exhibit. This is a letter that was sent to you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what's the date of the letter?
February the 3rd,
What year?
2026.
And this letter basically barred you from coming onto the campus, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It also barred you from even talking to any of the students, any parents, anybody, period?
Yes, sir.
And you were locked out of your email?
Yes, sir.
And so you couldn't get any kind of documents that you needed to support your case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were even threatened with prosecution. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
It says, any violation of this directive, including unauthorized presence on district policy or contact with district employees or students, will be considered a serious violation of district expectation and may be documented as additional misconduct and may be referred to law enforcement as appropriate. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
So in essence, you were being treated as a criminal?
Correct.
And this is a letter that came from Superintendent Paluski, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
No questions.
All right. Any other witnesses, Mr. Porter?
No.
All right. Then we'll move to closing statements. Since the administration has the burden of proof, they'll go first.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. It's late. I'm going to keep this short, but let's just go through the 6 reasons, okay? Number 1, failure to follow the chain of command. Even Ms. Walker agrees that she failed to follow the chain of command. She said it shouldn't have been in writing, but she agreed she failed to follow the chain of command. Number 2, the written warning about the inappropriate dance team routines. She doesn't take any ownership of that. So it comes down to you deciding who you're going to believe, Ms. Walker, Ms. Faulkner. I'm with Ms. Faulkner on that one. The written warning about Walker failing to be on time for scheduled practices 3 days in a row. Grudgingly, Ms. Walker takes responsibility for that, but she tries to lay it off on her assistant coach, who she said also showed up late and didn't let the choreographer in. All right. The whole thing about the shooting incident September 12th is, yeah, sure, it's chaotic, but Shipman, the other teacher there, who was standing there when Walker refused to let people in the door, Shipman lets people in the door to the cafeteria, okay? He probably didn't know those kids either, but he knows they're all coming from the stadium. They've all been through the security screen, so he lets them come in. It's just it's a professional judgment issue. Now, here's the deal about Grambling. Think about this. We weren't there. We're relying on either Ms. Walker's testimony or the statements from the students that were there, okay? The students say she was gone for hours. But, and Ms. Walker says, well, she's getting PD, 15 hours worth of PD in basically a little over 2 days. But why are you getting so much PD if you're supposed to have 2 coaches there and one of the coaches isn't going to be there for very long because, a close friend died? So is it good professional judgment for your, head dance coach to just totally disappear for hours to get PD, so she says, when you're short a coach? It's just not good professional judgment. And then the same thing with number 6 and the choreographer. That's just, she doesn't want to admit it, but it's just a complete breach of purchasing policy to engage services before you have a PO. That's backwards. You get the PO first to make sure you've got authority to pay for said services. And she knew how to do it the year before, because the year before you see a PO. But in 2025, for whatever reason, no PO. Again, lack of professional judgment. I think this warrants being terminated from the cheer coach or from the dance coach position. Thank you.
When you look at these allegations that have been made against Ms. Walker, first of all, she was issued a suspension on October 6, 2025. She was already punished for those events. And so then the only 2 things that are being added is something as far as about the trip to Louisiana. There was even allegation that she supposedly took a friend there. And even the investigator, who was paid some $13,000, had over 2,000 pages of documents, could not even substantiate that. But yet, Dr. Paluski included that as a reason to terminate her, when that was not even substantiated. And again, the testimony has been that Ms. Walker was attending professional development. Parents signed these waivers allowing, there were other adults who were there watching over the children as well. And if the district has this policy that you have to have 2 district employees to go on a trip, well, Ms. Faulkner allowed just only 1 district employee, and that was Ms. Walker. The other person was not even a district employee that went to this trip. So you only had 1 district employee and Ms. Walker was allowed to take these children to Grambling. And so, and then as far as it relates to the shooting incident, you know, Mr. Shipman also exercised poor judgment. I mean, what if Mr. Shipman had allowed this shooter in that? He didn't know who this person was. He didn't know who the shooter was. But yet Mr. Shipman is not here. He's not being disciplined for exercising poor judgment. And we all know that in an active shooting situation, you don't know who the shooter is. The shooter, we have seen several instances where students have been the shooter, and people just don't know. And so Ms. Walker did what she was trained to do. The testimony has been that she was not trained as what happened in a scenario when you have a shooting incident outside of the building, the school building. And so she did exactly what she was trained to do. She protected her dancers, she protected the cheerleaders, and she knew them, she saw them, and she was with them, and she knew that they were not shooters, that it was not the shooter. But yet Mr. Shipman allowed these other folks to come in, and he did not even know whether or not they were the shooter or not. So that was really an exercise of poor judgment. And then this bit about $3,000. The very reason why I didn't want other witnesses in here, everyone testified that it was just $3,000 that Mr. Miller was owed. And now all of a sudden, Colonel Stanger said, oh, it was $3,080. And Ms. Temple, to go to your point, it wasn't in writing. There was no invoice. So it didn't, and so the testimony has been, the evidence has been, it's just $3,000. You don't need to have 3 bids for $3,000, and there were other, and it just went on up to $3,000. And so she followed the policy. She's done what the practice has been. The practice has been to turn in the information to the bookkeeper. The bookkeeper prepares the PO, and the bill gets paid. The bill would have been paid this time around, but as a result of this, disgruntled parent who was upset about the fact that this student had been kicked off the dance team because she wasn't following the rules, and yet you got this parent who wrote this letter or email on October the 2nd of 2025 making all of these allegations. 90% of that stuff wasn't even part of it was investigated, but it turned out to be nothing. Just a bunch of talk, a bunch of hearsay, a bunch of nothing. And so, again, when you look at the termination notice, Ms. Walker has already been disciplined, and yet she's been disciplined again. And the things that, when she was placed on a suspension on October the 6th of 2025, she served the suspension. She came back. She didn't fight against it. She didn't try to, as far as fight against the suspension. She served her time. And when she came back, there were no other problems. And so why are we here? There were no other problems. The progressive step discipline policy, she was issued a letter of concern. She was issued 2 written warnings. Then she was placed on suspension. After she served a suspension, there were no other problems. But yet we're here. And none of these things, when you look at them, really amount to her being terminated as far as that is concerned. Again, it's really kind of a double jeopardy situation. She's been punished twice. Ms. Walker is very conscientious about her dance team. Her dancers support her. They love her. They enjoy what they are doing. She has high demands for her dancers. And yes, sometimes as a coach, you can be a little tough. She has high expectations. That's something we ought to be proud of. These students are great students, and she has done a great job, as Ms. Faulkner has testified to, with being the dance coach. And we ask that you vote to deny the superintendent's request that Ms. Walker be terminated. Thank you.
Mr. Beckett, last word.
Nothing further.
I want to ask one thing just to make sure I'm clear. She has a computer science position and the coaching position, but the recommendation from the administration is termination of her employment in full. Is that right?
No, it is just the dance team.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in our 3 options, if they accept the recommendation, she'll continue on as a computer science, but lose her employment as the dance coach.
Correct. Yeah,
All
it's in the opening paragraph that her varsity dance team coach contract and employment.
Okay. Understood. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I've got forms for you again to accept, reject, or modify. Accept means to accept the recommendation, and her position as cheer coach will be terminated. Reject means reject that and she stays on as cheer coach, modify something, you're doing something else, if the decision is modified, please come get me so I can make sure that the language is doing what you want to accomplish. With that, we'll go into executive session.
We are back in session. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I so move that the board accepts the superintendent's recommendation that the varsity dance team coach contract of Allison Walker be terminated.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that we accept the superintendent's recommendation for the termination of the varsity dance coach position of Allison Walker be terminated. All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? It is accepted. This session is concluded.